as much tension as I've felt at the end of a game. And this is a team that's had 8 straight final minute decisions, and yet the fact that there were 2 first down conversions inside the 20-yard line for however many 3 sets of downs and however many plays by Russell Wilson in that Broncos offense, it felt like it took forever. I was standing the entire time, pacing back and forth.
You were.
And then at the very end,
I can vouch.
where we were up in the press box, everybody, listen, Sean and I and everybody else up there were the last to know that the game was definitely over.
Yeah.
It was really, really hard to tell that Jimmy Ward had actually picked it off from where we were sitting, and we were waiting for confirmation, like looking up at the TV monitor where there's like apparently a 9-hour delay between the play on the field.
Right.
It was... that was brutal, and it was really, really cool. It was just, it was so much fun to watch Will Anderson, I think, genuinely come into his own in this game, and not to mention Derek Stingley and all the various really big plays that the defense came up with, despite some blemishes. That was a really fun one.
Yeah, dude. And the fact that down the stretch, when Denver got the ball back, because make no mistake, this was another game that if the Texans had just cashed in on some opportunities, we're not having to endure the last 2 minutes again. Like we can look back now and go, man, that was an amazing day at the stadium, and it was cool that they won.
No, I'll be the parent that like picks apart their A student with passive aggressive insults. No, don't worry.
Yeah. But I mean they left plenty of opportunities on the field. We're gonna hear from CJ in just a second. Talk about that.
Brave of you to wear that dress.
Yeah. So
I wish I had that courage.
The fact that the 4th and 1 that they converted to keep the drive going was at the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, and you're looking and you see they've got timeouts left.
Yeah.
And they've got, when they converted that, and you were looking, and I saw they can still convert another set of downs.
Right. You got to realize, and especially because the Texans had burned a couple timeouts earlier in the second half, somewhat unnecessarily. And you're looking at it and you go, okay, it's 3rd and 8 at the Houston 29 with a little over 2 minutes to go. The Texans do that thing they do where they give up most of the yardage on 3rd down to allow a 4th and short. They got really good at that maneuver because Russell Wilson scrambles for 7 yards. They stop him. It's 4th and 1 at the 2-minute warning. They come out and line up. Denver calls a timeout. So now there's more tension. And then they convert the 4th down. Denver does by this much, by barely. Like Javonte Williams got hit in the backfield.
Yeah.
And it's down, and they move it down to the Texans' 13-yard line. It's 3rd and 2, and then it's 4th and 2, and Russell Wilson scrambles again for 5 yards. Yeah, they convert 2 4th down conversions inside the Texans' 20-yard line.
It felt like a college 2-minute drill where they can make it go on forever
just
and ever
gnawing
and ever.
At you like carpenter ants. And then on 3rd and goal from the 8, Jimmy Ward comes up with the interception. That was just amazing.
From the 2-minute warning on, there were 8 plays run. That's where it was 8 plays inside the 2-minute drill, right in the extreme red zone. It was a lot, man.
Yeah, man.
It was, and luckily Russell Wilson had already demonstrated twice in the last 10 minutes of playtime that he was willing to cough the ball up and that the Texans were willing and able to do it. So that's where I just had a feeling and a premonition that it was going to end in an interception somehow.
Did you?
Yeah. It was just going to be that kind of day for Russell. It was fun. I was kind of actually glad to see that many Broncos fans there and have to be confronted with how awful their quarterback really is.
Mm-hmm.
Like don't get me wrong, he's not an awful quarterback. He's an awful combination of salary, tone deafness, age, and annoyingness. Coupled with he's a mediocre quarterback at this point too. He walked in. I told you I was sitting there just kind of soaking in the atmosphere 3.5 hours before kickoff. Yeah. And as the Denver Broncos walked in, most of the players wearing gray sweatsuits. Russell walked in his business, his tiny little satchel laptop carrier, because he likes to pretend he's a businessman.
Right, you may have taken my office away from me, Sean Payton, but you will not take my Halliburton briefcase.
Yes,
okay?
Yes, yeah.
Russell Wilson had not thrown an interception since the winning streak started for the Broncos. During the 5-game winning streak, I'm looking at his game log right now, Seth, During the Broncos' 5-game winning streak that ended yesterday at the hands of your Houston Texans, he had thrown 8 touchdowns and no interceptions. And the Texans get him 3 times yesterday. And Derek Stingley Jr. getting him twice. That's 4 picks now in 3 games for Derek Stingley Jr. We are starting to see the 3rd overall pick, Derek Stingley Jr.
And I think, look, in a couple of those, there's been a couple of them have been coverage related. A couple of them have been a little bit of being in the right place at the right time. Mm-hmm. But I think that, because the one where Jalen Petrie last week got away with a pass interference,
right,
and the ball went right to Derek Stingley. Yep. And then the one yesterday where I think Stingley could have made a play on the ball regardless, but Will Anderson tipped the ball. That's where you see his actual ball skills. And let's not forget, there are so many really good defensive backs who show you time and again why they're defensive backs, because they have 0 ball skills. Yeah. Stingley's got very, very good ball skills. That interception that he made yesterday off the deflected ball by Will Anderson was not an easy catch.
It was not.
I think in just the reaction time to be able to go back in the other direction across his body and catch it was really impressive.
Well, and the second interception, where it's a deep ball down the middle, leaves Russ Wilson's hands, you look and go, oh my God, this is exactly what this is. I think you and I said right before the snap, man, they are going to take shots here, and they did.
Yeah.
And the speed with which Stingley closed on that ball and then was able to secure it was remarkable.
I think the one thing that's going to be really exciting with Stingley in this offense is that it's been a work in progress getting him to really understand how to play in zone. And what you're seeing now is, okay, he's starting to get a really good feel for playing zone and how he can close gaps and distance and maybe bait people a little bit. And that one just felt perfectly baited. He understood where he was and exactly where Russell was going with it, and he timed it perfectly.
Stingley and Will Anderson won that game for you yesterday. They were the 2 biggest, the 2 turnovers by Derek Stingley Jr. and Will Anderson just all day long. We had Will on the postgame show. We'll hear from him in the next segment. Here was C.J. Stroud after the game saying, no game is perfect, but we got to stack wins.
I think it shows our resilience again. We're going to fight to the end, and it's not always going to be perfect. No game is ever perfect. We definitely got to clean some things up, but I think we're taking steps in certain areas that we needed to, and y'all just keep it going. It's hard to win after Thanksgiving, man. It's playoff football. It's already started. The tournament's already started, so we got to just keep it going and stack these wins.
Okay, so they actually, Seth, they wake up this morning in the same spot they were when they woke up on Sunday morning. They're the 8th seed right now, and Denver is still the 9th seed. So neither of the teams changed in terms of where they're seated. Huge loss for the Denver Broncos, especially considering the Texans are one of the teams they're chasing. You got head-to-head on at least one of these teams in the wild card swamp right now. But the Steelers came back to the pack yesterday. They're tied with you at 7-5. The Browns lost yesterday. They're 7-5. The Colts eked out a win over the Titans. They're 7-5. And the Texans are 7-5. I'm not going to dig deep onto why they're losing the tiebreakers right now because it's not great radio. Just know that it's a better Monday this week than it was last week because at least you're tied record-wise with all these teams. And Pittsburgh lost their quarterback yesterday, Kenny Pickett, for at least a couple weeks with an ankle injury. Joe Flacco turned into Joe Flacco at the end of that game against the Rams. He's the starting quarterback for the
bland pumpkin.
Yes.
No salt, no pepper,
but
certainly no paprika.
But right color. Just a big orange head. And then the Colts, Gardner Minshew continues to probably play better than people thought he would. They're 7-5. It was a good. It was a good day. Even though they're still the 8th seed, it was a good day yesterday for the Texans.
Gardner Minshew is very much a Ryan Fitzpatrick when it comes to okay, if you thought you were gonna tank with this guy after your quarterback goes down, about it.
The Texans and the Colts both hit their over yesterday on season win totals. They were both 6.5 before the season. So they both hit their win total yesterday. Cash that ticket, baby.
So, yeah, boy, I retweeted somebody's old tweet about how the Texans were dumb to trade up for Will Anderson because it's probably going to be a top 3 pick. Yeah. And I just said, oh no,
I know, that was good.
But the problem is, I always feel bad is a lot of people don't check the timestamp and they think that that's still the situation.
Yeah.
So, the Will Anderson part yesterday was just really, really nice to see. It did remind me, though, too, if I'm looking at the playoff standings, and as you point out, the Texans are still on the bubble. Remember the post-draft video where Will Anderson was walking through the facility, and and he was talking about how, like, these people are my coworkers. I'm like, I'm a working man in America.
Yeah.
I feel like he would never know as much what it feels like to be a working man in America than right now.
Yeah.
Where he put in a hard day's work yesterday. He wakes up this morning, didn't get any further ahead.
Running in place.
No wage growth here, buddy.
Running in place.
Yeah. Sorry, Will.
Welcome to adulting, Will.
You're locked out of that middle class, man.
That's it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a Reaction Monday here, reacting to the Texans' win yesterday over the Denver Broncos. Fun day out at the stadium yesterday, and now back on the road. 3 straight home games, and now they play the New York Jets. Texans, a 6.5-point favorite against the Jets on the road this week. I don't like that at all.
They're chuckling, but I mean, people have been paying attention. It's not. It's something that, if you.
No, I'm saying I'm nervous about that.
You are?
Yeah, that they're a road favorite. Yeah, they were a road favorite against Carolina too a few weeks ago. So I
6.5 is a healthy spread.
That's my point. Like this is like that's 6.5 is a big spread when you're at home, let alone on the road. So I'm nervous about that. But we've got time to be nervous about that. We're reacting to yesterday today. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Speaking of Will Anderson revealed on the postgame show yesterday that one of Seth Payne's biggest keys to a win was DeMeco's number 1 key to a win. Good job, Seth. And we have not mentioned Tank Dell yet. We'll react to the Tank Dell injury as well. Stay there.
Zadok.
that have won dozen. If the Texans win 10, they're in. If they win 11, they're in for sure. All right, and their schedule looks really tasty over the next several weeks. We'll get into that a little bit more as the week goes on, but today is for looking back at yesterday's win over the Broncos. Seth, one of the things that you said during the week, and you made a big point of it in the pregame yesterday, was that the Texans need to play with more physicality. They're not playing with the level of physicality that you had seen from DeMeco defenses in San Francisco.
Yeah, and I thought that was probably going to be a big theme. And I told you last week it would probably be a big theme for DeMeco going into that week. It started really with DeMeco's press conference on Wednesday, where he had said that they're a physical team, we're a physical team, and DeMeco's defenses have not been as physical as they were in San Francisco. San Francisco, you could turn it on in any given week, and you would look and you'd watch a couple series and think like, that's different. Kidneys have been bruised.
Right.
Yeah, these guys are running roughshod over them. The Texans had not been playing like that. So I looked at this week where I thought, okay, wow, DeMeco did just watch Des King make one of the key plays of the game last week in stuffing ATN at the end of the first half on the goal line. Des King played one snap in that game. I'm wondering if DeMeco thought, maybe he had a conversation with Nick about why exactly did we cut this guy again? Because this is my kind of guy. Denzel Perryman came back after being suspended for playing the game of football too much like the game of football. Jimmy Ward was coming back, and he is a notoriously hard hitter. I was really, really excited to see how amped up going to be in terms of just searching for internal organs out there.
Yeah, and I came away satisfied with that aspect of the game for the Texans yesterday. Will Anderson was on the postgame show with me and Brandon Scott yesterday, and Brandon asked him about that. Brandon said bully ball. Brandon said, the Denver Broncos play a perceived kind of game of bully ball, and he asked him, was that something that was a focal point for you guys? And you could before we play this audio, Will knew what question was coming. You could tell as soon as Brandon brought up bully ball, Will could tell what question was coming.
Yeah.
And you could see his face light up. He couldn't wait to answer this question. Here was Will Anderson on the how much DeMeco Ryans was accentuating physicality this week.
I promise you, that was the first thing Coach DeMeco put on the board. The first thing was physicality.
How did I know?
The first thing he put on the board, when we do our keys to victory, he said physicality is going to win us this game. And I think everybody took that as a challenge. We all grown men here. Ain't nobody finna come, especially in our house, and just bully us. And I think he really made it a point hey, either y'all can get bullied or y'all can go out there and be the bully. And I think everybody accepted the challenge really well.
I saw that in CJ's face when the linebacker tried to come up to him, but he, put his face back in front of his, right?
Because that's what it's all about, man. You just got to show people, hey, we the Texans too. We grown men like you. We put our pass on just like y'all put y'all pass on and everything like that. We bleed just like y'all bleed. So that's what Texans football is all about.
We bleed like y'all bleed. That's what I say to lots of people. I usually say that if I have a food service employee that I don't like,
right?
They're being rude to me,
or if I'm actually bleeding at the time.
Somebody, rental car counter worker tried to sell me the insurance the other day. I was looking at, listen, you bleed like I bleed, okay? I already got my auto insurance.
By the way, State Farm covers it for me, right?
Yeah. So, they pulled the old, you don't want coverage?
Yeah.
I'm like, what do I look like, a rube to you?
Right,
okay.
right. There's 10 more rental companies on this row right here.
I felt like I was excited to hear that from Will Anderson, who was just coming off of an awesome game where he played plenty physical. I do worry that maybe the offense, and I fear that Bobby Slowick maybe took it too much to heart, because I feel like Bobby Slowick really, really thinks he wants to be physical on the offensive line or in the run game, but he ends up being was it Peter McNeely that fought Tyson?
Yeah.
Remember kids? Tyson was out of boxing for a little bit. He had some issues, distractions.
Yeah,
right. And when he came back, there's this kid from Milford, Mass.
Yeah.
Peter McNeely
Irish bar fighter.
He was a darling in the media because he said all the right things and he was not going to back down. How long did he last? 30 seconds with Tyson?
Yeah, but he got a pizza commercial out.
Yeah. And he made good advertisements from Milford, Mass. I still remember Milford. So the problem is, that offense goes out there, and Bobby Slowick keeps putting out a fullback and a tight end or two. And I think he thinks just as long as you show up to the fight, then you're going to be physical. No, man. When they go out and they try to look like they're going to be a big, tough football team, those defenses get so excited off. And every time I roll, I don't need to, please stop this. Stop the Andrew Beck experiment. Stop it immediately. Please stop it. He's not who you think he is. He's not your Yaseki or whichever fullback.
Juszczyk, yeah.
No, that's right. Juszczyk. Whichever Slavic dude you're thinking of. Yeah. He's not him. Your tight ends, Brevin Jordan. Oh my gosh. Oh. He's not a tight end. He's a slot receiver. He is not a tight end. He cannot block. He's not going to block. It's been 4 years now. Let him catch. Like, they did a brilliant job throwing to him.
Good yesterday catching the ball.
But they're wasting so many reps trying to pretend they're somebody they're not. They're just, that's what they are. They're like a teenager who's like trying to figure things out. You're like, listen, just be yourself, man. Stop trying to be this person you're not.
Well, I said this in the postgame yesterday to Brandon. I said, you know how, like, oftentimes, especially with, like, rookie quarterbacks, let's say, we got to figure out what he does well, and we're going to accentuate those things. We're going to give him these plays we know he does well and accentuate those things. I think that's where we're at with the offensive line. Like, I think Bobby Slowick needs to figure out what this offensive line does well and probably tailor the playbook to a large degree to that.
I love doing that right I love having a fullback, but just like with Bill O'Brien, this is very Bill O'Brien-like. Yeah. Like, you think that just Bill O'Brien was a sucker for, like, the tough guy act. Yeah. We're like, well, if we act like we're tough, then we'll be tough, right? No. You got to have an actual fullback. You got to actually have tight ends who can actually block before you go out there and line up and turn it into a rugby scrum that you are going to get destroyed. You bleed just like they bleed.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Just listen to Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Talking about the downside from yesterday, the biggest one was the injury to Tank Dell. Tank Dell broke his fibula yesterday in a big, massive humanity. I've got a text right here that I'm going to read in a second that expresses the sentiment of a lot of people. I want to get your thoughts on this, Seth. But here was DeMeco Ryans following the game. Tank broke this leg, by the way, on the play where Damian Pierce scored the touchdown. Was asked the question, how do you replace Tank?
Right, no one replaces Tank. Tank is his own man. Nobody replaces Tank, but everybody around him just has to step up and just do their part, right? Be their best in whatever role, whatever area we ask them to. We just ask them to be their best, and it takes everyone, right? When you lose a guy who brings that emotional lift to your team, it's going to take everyone to dig a little deeper, all right, and pick it up and do a little bit better.
All right, so we'll talk about the Tank effect in just a second. Thankfully, Nico Collins went off yesterday, 9 catches for 191 yards, and we'll hear C.J. Stroud's reaction in just a minute. This text, Seth, kind of, I think, captures what a lot of people were feeling in the postgame. Which coach takes the blame for our kick return / end-around wide receiver being at the bottom of a pile on the goal line? So dumb.
I don't know. I don't get too worked up about it other than that I would say this one's on the entire offense for not being able to run the football because, honestly, your wide receivers are your most willing run blockers out there. If the offensive line, if the tight ends, if the backs were better and more aggressive and actually seemingly gave a damn about running the football, then you wouldn't have to worry about using your lucky wide receivers as your best and most vicious blockers. Like, honestly, the wide receivers are the toughest blockers on the football team relative to their position. The rest of those guys, they look lost and they look meek. You look like prepubescent kids who are seniors in high school. You look like the kid that you're afraid to put on the football field when it comes to the running
Lucas.
Play. Yeah. So, that's how you got Tank Dell injured, all right? Be better at running the football. And, so this is where I'm torn on the Tank Dell part. For one, Slowick himself has said that they have to try to talk Tank Dell out of the out of doing as much as he does.
Nico sometimes.
He does. He's a little chihuahua that thinks he's a pit bull, you know. But they motioned him into the core there on that play. That I think. Look, what do you want? You want to only roll him out there on pass plays? Is that the level of predictability you want? Right. Are you only going to use them? I mean, you can always just keep him on the outside, whether it's a run or a pass. I'm not overly worked up about it. It's a game of football, man. That's Tank Dell's a tough dude, and things are going to happen. But you wouldn't have to worry about it as much if you could actually run the ball. I mean, it's really there's zero excuse for running the ball as bad as they do. It's really, really bad. Bobby Slowick cannot. The one positive upside of it is that Bobby Slowick shouldn't get a head coaching job until he can establish that they can actually run the football, because otherwise you're going to be saying you'll have Bobby Slowick as your head coach. You'll have a quarterback maybe like Josh Allen, and maybe you got some good receivers, but you have no established actual run game. And in 4 years, you're like, what are we even doing here? Mm-hmm. That's where the Texans are headed right now if they don't figure out a way to run the football. So either Bobby Slowick, like, maybe he gets hired away and doesn't establish a run game somewhere else, but he's not establishing it right here, right now.
Not even close.
So it's awesome what they're doing in the passing game, but, like, you cannot ignore this. This is going to be a huge, huge, huge issue if they can't man up at some point and learn how to run the football versus good football teams. I'm not talking about versus the Buccaneers or like that, but teams that have actual run defenses. You can't look like this. You've got so many other things going so well on this football team. Please run the football like men.
Yeah. Run it average. Like, honestly, just run it mediocre. That would be an upgrade right now.
Yeah, be even like a little bit below average running the football.
C.J. Stroud's reaction to Tank Dell's injury got a lot of run yesterday. We know the two of them are very close, obviously fellow rookies, but they've had a connection going back to even before the time that they were both drafted by the Texans. Here was part of C.J. Stroud's. C.J. went for about 2 minutes. This is the first minute or so of C.J.'s reaction early in his press conference yesterday when he was asked about Tank Dell's broken leg.
I'm lost for words, man. I honestly don't know what to say. Like, you see, like, your brother put in so much work and be so helpful. Like, that's one thing about Tank, he's very unselfish. Him go out, like, the game of football is tough, man. It's tough. We fight our tails off every day to make people happy. We put our lives on the body. I mean, our bodies on the line, time in, time again, man. And just to see that happen, it's cold.
Yeah, that happened on Dameon Pierce's touchdown. My first look anytime Dameon Pierce scores a touchdown, I look to see who he hands the ball to spike it because he always gives it to one of his linemen. And I'm looking down, and Damien's doing the thing where he's waving the medical team onto the field. You're like, okay, something bad just happened.
Yeah.
And then you knew when both teams were kneeling down. That's the litmus test for me. I'm like, oh, this is a double team kneeler right here. Injury.
I guess the one thing, and then he's talked about Jay Patterson for a while on that one, too.
He did.
I got confused because he was talking about Jay Pat. And I'm like going through everybody who was on the field yesterday.
That was a follow-up where he was talking about the entire rookie class and how close they are.
Yeah. So it was a really nice soundbite about all of them. I guess the only thing I would say is that it was a broken fibula. Maybe I know CJ had said, hey, you can come back and play in the Super Bowl. He wasn't. That wasn't like some kind of a medical opinion or anything.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a difference between a hairline fracture and, a compound fracture. So maybe, hopefully, it was just a simple fracture, not anything nasty.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm guessing we'll get more clarity later on this week on the situation with Tank Dell. All right, headlines. We'll circle back to the Texans in the game yesterday. College football brackets had everybody reacting yesterday afternoon. We knew there was going to be at least one team that was going to be really unhappy, and it wound up being the undefeated, really unhappy team. And we'll get to that in headlines as well. Stay there. You are listening to Payne and Pendergast.
by Shoppa's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Third and goal from the 8. Wilson in the gun. One back. P-Rye. Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack. Throws left side of the end zone. Yes! It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win. 9 seconds to go. Welcome back, Jimmy Ward. The Texans turn back Denver. Point blank range, and they say no.
I love the end of that.
No.
That's on the par with "Get out" that he did earlier this year to the Steeler fans.
I like it because he's not afraid to establish boundaries.
Yes. Good job, Mark.
Just say no.
Good job. That's right. 7 o'clock, by the way, we will look back at the best plays of this game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. Texans win yesterday 22-17 over the Denver Broncos. Here was DeMeco Ryans following the game on that huge play that you heard, Jimmy Ward returning from a hamstring injury to make the game-clinching interception.
Yeah, what a play by Jimmy there at the end of the game. We sent the call in. Our guys been battling in the red zone all week, right? Friday's our red zone day, guys. They put the work in, right? And we needed it. It showed up. First, it starts with JG and his pressure to get that on Russell at that point in time, and then Jimmy to go up and secure the ball. Once he let it go, I seen Jimmy was underneath, and he went up with both hands and pulled it down, and it was a big-time play. It's great having Jimmy back, and you see his impact instantly on our entire team, not just defensively, but you see his impact on our team. So it's great to have him back.
The third of 3 Russell Wilson interceptions that all took place from about midway through the third quarter on.
Yeah.
These were Russ had 3 interceptions, and it's not like one or two were in the first half where he was still kind of getting his sea legs under him. He was getting his sea legs under him because the Texans kept getting off the field defensively in the first. But Derek Stingley with 2 picks and Jimmy Ward with the game clinching pick. Russell Wilson had not thrown an interception in 5 games. During their 5-game winning streak, he had a clean turnover sheet.
There was
0 picks.
1 minute and 4 seconds remaining in the third quarter when he threw that
the
first interception.
So he had 3 in the last 16 minutes of the game.
Yeah. 16 minutes, 4 seconds.
Guessing they're talking about that this morning.
Yeah, that's right. We'll have to listen in on Denver tomorrow. We'll have to.
I'll listen today and maybe come away with a little audio today for sure.
People hated Russell Wilson to begin with, even at that. People in Denver didn't want to embrace that 5-game win streak because nobody really trusted and believed in Russell Wilson.
Have you ever seen anything like this before, where 8 straight games now have come down to literally the last few plays, if not the last play of the game? I've never experienced anything like this before.
I don't know if I've experienced it where I've been on the winning side of it more often. You had a caller to the show yesterday that I got. He wasn't being a jerk or anything, but he just kind of very casually, almost like it was a fact of life, said that the Texans always lose games like that yesterday. I'm like, well, not over the past 8 games, they're 5-3 in those games.
Yeah.
They've come down to, and I blame I went back and I was watching some parts of the game on the TV broadcast. They put up a graphic of some of the Texans' heartbreaking losses over this stretch of 8 games.
Right, I saw
and
that.
I think that probably planted the seed in his brain.
Because they didn't show the wins.
Right.
It's just the losses.
Like the ones that weren't losses were all wins. It's been that kind of, and I think the difference is with this team, you feel very much with CJ Stroud out there that you actually have a chance in these games. Oh, the other team took a lead with 1 minute and 48 seconds left. That's cool. We got CJ.
Hey, look.
When was the last time we felt like that?
Of those 5 wins, more of them have been secured at the end by the defense than the offense.
Yeah.
CJ's back-to-back wins towards the end of games against the Buccaneers and the Bengals got a ton of attention, as it should. He was tremendous. But the Saints game, the Cardinals game, and the game yesterday all came down to making a defensive play at the end of the game for the Texans. So that was really cool. We'll dig into it more at the top of the hour. Let's get to the other big news from the weekend. College football playoff, the championship game of which is going to be played here at NRG Stadium on January the 8th. We might get a Texas team here. The matchups for the college football playoff: Michigan will play Alabama in the 1 versus 4 game. Washington will play the University of Texas in the 2 versus 3. You knew there was going to be at least one school, one team that was going to be super angry about the outcome of this.
And I would say in any of those instances, justifiably so.
I think so.
That's the beauty of it. Every single team that could have been excluded would have a justifiable reason to be angry.
Absolutely, because one of the things that's been said since the playoff was invented in 2014 was they'll never leave a Power 5 undefeated conference winner out of the playoff. That'll never happen. It happened. It happened with Florida State, who lost their quarterback, Jordan Travis, a few weeks ago to a season-ending injury. They were on their third-string quarterback in the ACC championship game. They were still able to beat Louisville in that game, 16-6. Out of conference this year, Florida State beat LSU and Florida, 2 SEC teams. Yet Alabama gets in, and look, there's a perfectly good argument for Alabama, and there's a perfectly good argument, like there was against Florida State. There's an argument against Alabama versus Florida State. Here was Boo Corrigan. It's a grown man named Boo. Boo Corrigan, who's the playoff chair, on why Florida State was left out of the college football playoff.
Got Michigan, Washington, Texas off the board. So in some instance, it came down to Alabama and Florida State. Why did you choose Alabama?
Well, I think in looking at it, and again, that was a decision, was Alabama at 4. Florida State is a different team than they were through the first 11 weeks. Coach Norvell, their players, their fans, an incredible season. But as you look at who they are as a team right now, without Jordan Travis, without the offensive dynamic that he brings to it, they are a different team. And the committee voted Alabama 4 and Florida State 5.
That's a tough pill to swallow if you're a Florida State player.
So now this is the thing, because you'll bring up, obviously when Cardell Jones went to the national championship,
is
a third-string quarterback. They had beat Wisconsin. Ohio State beat Wisconsin 59-0
in the Big Ten championship.
Yeah. So in this instance, you have a 10-point victory over Louisville, 16th ranked team in the country. No slouch, but only a 10-point victory. If they had beat Louisville 59-0, do you think Florida State is in the national championship?
Maybe. Yeah. I think the overall message with this is, I think, deeper field of teams near the top than we've had in recent years. I mean, Texas was 7th, and they wound up in the college football playoff going. They were 7th going into this weekend. Alabama was 8th. That's how deep it was. The lowest ranked team going into a college or a conference title weekend that had made the college football playoff was ranked 6th going into that weekend.
Yeah.
You had teams 7 and 8 find their way into the playoffs. That's how deep the field was this year. I think that was a bigger factor.
Does this leave you more or less excited for a 12-game playoffs?
Less. I love the arguments and the debate, and I love all this stuff.
I don't. This is the problem I have though with you, Sean T. Pendergast. Mm-hmm. I feel like you don't actually appreciate. You want the debate just so you can enjoy watching the drama more so than you want an actual answer. I feel like you don't want truth. You just want the messiness.
Yeah. I like anger and vitriol and conflict. Yes.
I don't. I want things to be. I just want there to be a nice.
And neat.
Yes. Just give me all right, great.
That's why we have a good show.
Yeah, I don't. I also think that people are too worried. People are thinking too far in advance about there won't be upsets. The better teams are always. You got to remember. What you know about postseason college football is when there's a Team A and a Team B, and maybe Team A is definitively better than Team B, and they have a full month to rest, get everybody healthy, to game plan, to do all that stuff.
You're right about that.
You're not going to have that anymore.
No.
There's going to be a shorter run-up, and there will be upsets, and there will be more competitive games.
To be clear, I'm going to love the 12-team playoff.
Yeah.
It's not one of these things where because I really like the 4-team, I'm going to hate the 12 team. I'd rather the 4. I like the 4.
This is what I've always hated about it. Is just this is why I'm so happy for the 12-game playoff. We have maybe you could argue still maybe America's pastime is college football, even though the NFL is more popular. At least for the propaganda. Oh, it's college football. This is Americana. This is kids doing it versus amateur. All that nonsense. But we do that, but it's the one sport where we're like, no, we will have the comrades decide by committee who the best teams are.
That's right.
That is who the government will tell you who the best teams are, and then they will play. Yes. Oh, you would like there to be a vote? No vote. It is a committee of wise men.
Undefeated. That is cute.
It's honestly, if you like anything other than a large playoff, you're a 60s era commie.
That's me.
And I'm Senator McCarthy coming after you.
That's me. But hey, by the way, big shock. DeMeco Ryans thought the committee got it right.
Nobody asked me. Bama. Of course, Bama should be in. All right?
Commie.
There you go. DeMeco Ryans,
pinko.
noted commie. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Up next, we're going to take a look back at yesterday's game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer, including one of the most incredible throws I think I've ever seen a quarterback throw from C.J. Stroud yesterday at a crucial juncture in the game. We'll have that for you. Also, by the way, the Tax Act Texas.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you are just getting in your car, let's relive some of the big moments from yesterday. Texans beat the Denver Broncos 22-17, eighth straight game that's come down to the final minute of the game. The defense coming up big. Jimmy Ward with an interception that you'll hear momentarily. Nico Collins was the big story yesterday. We got to give Nico some love. He may get acknowledged in the next segment. You never know. 9 catches for 191 yards. Nico's had some big games this year. This was his biggest game statistically. Going to be interesting to see how this works with no Tank Dell. You know, if Nico turns into DeAndre Hopkins all of a sudden, in terms of the amount of times he's targeted, or does CJ keep spreading it around?
Well, I mean, they weren't great offensively in the second half.
No.
They didn't take advantage of the first 2 interceptions where they took advantage of one of the interceptions. They scored a touchdown
we're about
on the
to
short
hear
field.
Yep.
But, the speed threat that's not there when you don't have Tank Dell. Yeah.
Nico had some explosives yesterday. Here was the first one. This was CJ to Nico for 52 yards early in the game.
Damian Pearson again. Stroud under center. First down Texans at the Houston 22. Tank Dell to the right side. Stroud fakes to Gibb. Looking. Airs it out long downfield, and Nico Collins goes low to get it. He's got it in Denver territory at the 26-yard line. Big play for the Houston Texans.
Man, I like watching this guy play. That big 6'4" frame, 212 pounds, and he's got great speed, good stride on the outside. He just went and tracked this one down from C.J. Stroud.
52-yard chunk play, Houston Texans.
All right, so that was the first of the 3 set. That was 52 yards. He had a 59-yarder that led to a field goal, a 39-yarder that led to a field goal in the second half. This one led to the Dameon Pierce touchdown early in the game, and as you heard the guys say there, that ball looked like Nico was looking for that ball over his outside shoulder and had to kind of turn and adjust and come back
inside. Yeah, I don't know if there was plenty of room there for CJ to give him that to work with. He kind of stumbled as he came back for it, too. Mm-hmm. So it was, he and CJ, there was a play later in the game when CJ scrambled up and threw it late over the middle to Nico, where Nico honestly looked like he was almost hiding behind the... CJ threw it no look, like on the run across his body, just a mere 39 yards. Are we going to play that one?
No. Okay. No. This is the only one we're playing.
Those two are really developing kind of that sixth sense relationship where they can go a little bit off script, but both know exactly where they're going with it. It's really cool.
Yep. Let's go to the second half because this is where a lot of the big action took place. You're going to hear a lot of defense here in the second half. It started off very first play of the second half was the second sack of the game for Will Anderson.
Russell Wilson under center, one back Williams. On first down for the 25, Wilson fakes the give. He's going to be sacked. Brought down Will Anderson Jr., his second of the game.
Second one today, and he just comes upfield, is able to put on the brakes, and just as Russell Wilson's trying to bootleg to his side, he is in perfect position to bring him down. Wilson tries to step up and around him, and Will Anderson was having none of that.
I think that Will Anderson did a really good job yesterday of playing the run threat, the boot threat, all of that, and getting his reads. This is one thing he and Jonathan Grenard do very well that can be underappreciated at times. They play aggressively while still playing their responsibilities.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect one right there where looks like, okay, it might be a gimme sack because he's unblocked, but it's because he played with the proper leverage on the bootleg and made it a pain in the butt for them to try to run the boot. Because Russell Wilson they have a very active quarterback run game. He lost 15 pounds. He's more mobile last year. And I think one thing that Will Anderson has improved at as the year has gone on is some of that open field stuff. I think that he very easily could have whiffed on that earlier in the season.
Absolutely.
Also, on his first sack, I want to credit Derek Barnett, just signed last week. Derek Barnett is the guy who flushed Russell Wilson to Will Anderson's left on that first sack of his. Yeah.
Yep. So that was the beginning of the second half. Probably about 5 or 6 minutes later is when the Desmond King strip of Javonte Williams' fumble return that got called forward progress stopped, which was the wrong call. They're
doing it so much this year.
That was with about 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. It was 16-3 at the time.
Gene Steratore kind of said diplomatically he understood why they made the call, but it sounded like Gene Steratore would not have made the same call.
He tweeted about it, too.
Yeah.
He tweeted it out, so he felt strongly about Gene Steratore, former ref, who's the rules expert.
They've been so ticky-tack on these forward progress turnover deals this year. It's been really annoying.
The annoying thing about that play, and we're going to hear that in Acknowledge Me, that play, we'll hear the play-by-play. We're going to get into some other plays here, because after that, if that touchdown counts, it's 23-3 midway through the third quarter, and the game's over. We're not going down to the last 30 seconds again. It's 23-3, and Denver has to rely on Russell Wilson and can't run the football at that point. So that was a huge turn of events in the game because that left the door open for the Broncos to get back in this game. They get a touchdown to Cortland Sutton to make it 16-10. The Texans go 3 and out. The Broncos get the ball back, and this is where the defense really started to assert itself in the turnover department. Derek Stingley Jr. with the pick.
First down, Broncos at their 20. Wilson, shotgun, one back, Williams. Wilson to throw. Ball tipped and picked off. Derek Stingley Jr. has the pick at the 21-yard line of Denver. His third of the season, and it couldn't have happened at a better time.
So when Mark says ball tipped right there, I think we need to point out, like, it wasn't tipped up in the air and Stingley just sort of caught it. Like, it got tipped by Will Anderson, stayed on sort of a normal pass, like speed and trajectory, but the trajectory changed a little bit. And Stingley made a really good catch on that.
Yeah.
A very underrated catch.
It was, I think he could have made a play on the ball regardless. I mean, he was in good. Stingley, as you pointed out earlier, has started to do a really good job of knowing, like, kind of gauging when to break on the ball, when to make a play on the receiver, all of that. And his ability to, as he was making a good break on the ball, to readjust and go back to his right, it kind of highlighted, as we've seen a few times in previous weeks, he's got an ability to contort himself and keep his eye on the ball that's pretty special. I mean,
Absolutely.
You saw it in college, but now it's showing up in the NFL.
Yep. So that was towards the end of the third quarter. So the Texans get the ball back in Denver territory. I don't know that the play-by-play on the radio is able to do, and this is no shade at Mark Vandermeer. Like, I don't know that it's able to do justice of just how this throw by C.J. Stroud was to Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
This is you got to go find the video of it. If you saw the game, you know the play we're talking about. But the Texans get the ball deep in Denver territory. CJ, well, I'll let Mark describe it here.
Stroud bootlegs. He's in trouble, and he dumps it off to Brevin, left side. Brevin across the 15-10, and Brevin inside the 10. First and goal. What a throw by Stroud under pressure.
Fading away from the throw, he's able to flip one with accuracy to Brevin Jordan, who does his thing on the tail end of it. But, boy, what a throw by C.J. Stroud.
It's because he was rolling to his left, and the defender was on him immediately. Yep. It was the quickness of the release while throwing across his body. Sean, I told you it reminds me of, like, in a movie when the hero is getting strangled, and then all of a sudden you realize, he's got an ankle holster with a pistol in it, and boom!
Yeah,
he reached and found the broken glass, and he stabbed his attacker in the neck.
Yeah.
It was like he was dead. He was all but dead.
He was dead,
and he just saved himself.
Saved himself and put it right on Brevin Jordan, right on him.
Oh, so it was more like he had the dagger in his ankle holster, and he tossed it to his friend. And then his friend stabbed the attacker.
Yeah, and then Nico stabbed another attacker a few plays later.
What's your favorite improbable comeback from somebody who you think is almost dead in the movies? I like the person that you think they're drowned.
Yeah. I like when somebody uses the Force on somebody else. In Star Wars, my favorite thing, where they're almost dead, and then they just point at their throat, and the guy gets strangled.
I know a lot of the Force stuff I'm not with, because I'm like, why didn't you just use that at the beginning? Like, it's like,
I love that.
If you knew it was going to be a nuclear war, why didn't you just nuke
to Star
them right
Wars?
out?
Yeah. So go find the video. That play was remarkable. Doesn't look real. Like, that's how amazing that throw was.
His quick release is maybe one of his more underrated abilities.
It's incredible.
CJ's, yeah.
It's incredible. You got to go see it. So the Texans end up getting a touchdown on that drive to Nico Collins early in the fourth quarter. The Broncos get the ball back. They get a touchdown. They make it 22-17, and now it's super tense. Now you need some plays. Well, Derek Stingley came up with another play in the fourth quarter.
On 2nd and 6 from the Bronco 36, empty backfield for Russell Wilson with 3 receivers left. Sutton and Judy to the right. Wilson to throw. He's got time. Over the middle he goes, and intercepted at the 30-yard line. Derek Stingley picks it off. My goodness, his second of the game.
That I think it was Sutton they were throwing to on that play.
They were, yeah, because Petrie bit hard on
yeah, dude, Sutton was wide open. Like when the
Stingley did a good job of knowing that Petrie was going to bite hard. Petrie was Stingley was like, oh, Petrie's totally going to bite hard on something underneath, so I'm just going to go ahead and get on over here.
Dude. Yeah, the break on that ball was incredible. The catch is really good too. Stingley's hands, like he is something else, man. It's really good to see. 3rd overall pick last year, been the object of a lot of concern, scorn, vitriol because of injuries. 4 interceptions in his last 3 games. Let's get to the last one here. This is the one that sealed the game. The Broncos driving for the winning touchdown, and Jimmy Ward says, "No way."
3rd and goal from the 8. Wilson in the gun. 1 back. P-Ride. Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack. Throws left side of the end zone.
Yes!
It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win. 9 seconds to go.
Welcome back, Jimmy Ward.
The Texans turn back Denver. Point blank range, and they say no.
Absolutely. That's what they said. Jimmy Ward ran over to Russell Wilson and said, no.
That's right. That's what you get for trying to bait me into getting suspended or something.
Oh, yeah, the slide?
Oh, yeah, the slide, the sneaky late slide.
Yeah.
I wonder, I bet, this is what I would hope. I hope that Jimmy Ward just doesn't even get fined for that one. There's a chance that he shouldn't get fined for it at all. It was a clean hit.
They're fining people for everything this year. Have you seen this? J.J. Watt is like a one-man Gestapo trying to get the league to stop fining guys. Like
he's the anti-Gestapo. The league is the Gestapo.
The league's the Gestapo, and he's the hero we all need to get rid of the Gestapo. Yeah,
he's the anti-Gestapo fighter.
He's Robin Hood, trying to make sure that the poor players don't get their
not farewell versus the Gestapo.
Probably.
I don't think he's
a quiver of arrows.
Me and my fat preacher friend. Friar Tuck.
And my buddy, who's a bear.
Merry band of pranksters versus the Gestapo.
BYOP. Bring your own priest. That's right. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. So, re-looking at the game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. Mark is having an A-plus year calling these games.
He is.
He's having a good season, Mark
inspired.
Vandermeer. If you have him in your fantasy announcer league, you've got a lot of points this year with Mark Vandermeer. All right, acknowledge me. We do it every Monday, and it is overflowing today. We've got Texans to acknowledge. We've got one particular Rocket, I won't say player, employee to acknowledge as well, and we will do that. We will acknowledge
them.
Next.
Radio 610. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Let's get into it. Acknowledge me. We got to acknowledge. We got a lot of people to acknowledge, Seth. We got a long list of acknowledgees. Yeah. So let's get right into it. This is where we acknowledge big performance from over the weekend, Texans and otherwise.
We're going to acknowledge you, and you're going to be happy.
That's right.
All right?
That's right. Let's start with, we acknowledged him a little bit in the previous segment, but let's give him some more flowers here. Nico Collins.
Acknowledge me.
9 catches, 191 yards. He had over two-thirds of CJ's passing yards came courtesy of Nico Collins. And actually, we should do another mini acknowledge right here. Another mini acknowledge.
Acknowledge me.
Davis Mills, who actually had 18 of Nico Collins' receiving yards, came on Davis Mills. One pass that he had to throw.
You know what?
CJ came out of the game. We got to mini acknowledge Davis Mills within the Nico Collins acknowledgement.
I will. You know what? I'll acknowledge Bobby Slowick as part of that, though, too, because as rough as I've been on Bobby Slowick in some regards this morning, regarding the running game, etc.
Yes. Appropriately so.
I like that they just go out there and just run business as usual.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to just hand it off because the backup quarterback is coming in.
Yeah, man.
Not to mention maybe stoke the potential trade value a little bit.
He's 2 for 2 this year, throwing the football.
Yeah.
Give Slowick a mini acknowledgement there, Chris.
Acknowledge me.
You're thinking about 2024 at
Absolutely.
this point.
Three-dimensional transactional chess. Nick Casario's up there in the coach's box, twisting his mustache like a vaudeville
counting
villain,
his future draft
getting
picks.
ready to get a second-round pick from somebody for Davis Mills. Let's go to the defensive side. Will Anderson.
Acknowledge
Will Anderson. DeMeco Ryans acknowledged Will Anderson yesterday after the game. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Will Anderson's impact.
I mean, what a game by Will. I think everybody seen his stat line. You talk about tackles for loss. You talk about sacks. Putting pressure on the quarterback, like Will, he wreaked havoc today. And that's what we envisioned when we selected Will, and to see him show up in a big-time game for us, show up really being an impact player who Will Anderson is, and he shows it every single day. So it really happy for Will in the game that he's had. He had a big-time game for us, calls the interception. One of the interceptions that Stingley got, he calls the interception. So it's just everybody playing together. Right? Everybody making plays, leaning on each other. That's good defense.
That was a J.J. Watt 2014 stat line for Will Anderson yesterday. 2 sacks, a couple TFLs, 4 QB hits, 5 tackles, 8 pressures. The tipped ball that DeMeco Ryans, I think, counted as a pass defended in the box score. One thing that's not even in the box score, he blocked a punt, too, in the game yesterday.
This is where, with Will Anderson, the part that boggles my mind, honestly, is so far this year he's got a blocked field goal and a deflected punt.
Correct.
Like, Sean, do you know how hard it is to get your hands on a damned kick in the NFL or a punt? It's so hard. And he's done it twice already in his rookie season.
His first 12 games.
And the Jags game was kind of a blowout, so it's easy to think like, oh, okay, what did that matter? That was one of the things that led to it being a blowout. That was one of those, it would have been a much closer game, that first Jags game, if it weren't for that blocked kick, which really stemmed some momentum at that point. And then yesterday, that deflected punt was a big deal in that game. Like, that's something to monitor over the course of his career. I think he'll continue to get better at it, and he's just so damn active. His motor is so high all the time that I think you're going to see more of that. Like, that's the kind of stuff that can mean the difference at the end of the season in home field advantage in the playoffs. Because you have a blocked kick in a game.
No
like awesome. But blocked kicks are absurd.
They're close to a turnover. Block kick. You're taking points off the board. You're setting up field position. Absolutely. No question about it. All right. So we acknowledge Will Anderson. We've not yet acknowledged Desmond King, and we need to. Desmond King, we acknowledge you. Here was the TV feed of the Desmond King scoop and score that was called back by a horrific officiating decision.
0 of 7 on third down. This is a 3rd and 3. Wilson. And the ball is jarred loose. Desmond King. It's a scoop and score for the Texans.
It was not a scoop and score for the Texans because the officials said that, I believe it was Javonte Williams who caught that, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of the running backs on Denver, that his forward progress was stopped, to which I said, okay, So if he hadn't fumbled and he'd spun out of that tackle,
right,
were you going to say forward progress was stopped?
I mean, because Des King was going for the ball.
Yes.
Like if Des King hadn't gotten the ball, he would have kept running.
Yeah.
So I don't know why. I don't remember seeing this as a point of emphasis. I can never remember this many instances as I've seen this year of turnovers being reversed by claiming that forward progress had been stopped. And it's also at the same time, they're allowing for the fact that teams are more and more pushing ball carriers. The offensive players will push ball carriers, so they let these scrums go on forever. Oh, it's maddening. It's just maddening.
That's a great way to describe it. So we acknowledge King. Plus, he led the team in tackles yesterday with 10 tackles.
Yeah.
Desmond King is going to get the majority of the snaps at slot corner now for this team.
Desmond King coming back and playing like a man who's got a second lease on life.
It does make me wonder why he was cut in the first place. Like really, like
I mean, it was
playing at a high level.
The only thing is, there's just kind of weirdness about. There's weirdness about it.
Yeah. He got cut by the Steelers too. We should point that out.
Yeah.
So, but Des King, for now, we acknowledge you. All right, here's a good one. 1 year anniversary today. Hannah McNair. We acknowledge Hannah McNair on the 1 year anniversary of the snub heard round the world. It was 1 year ago today that the Cleveland Browns were in town to face Kyle Allen and the Houston Texans. That's how far we've come in a year, people. C.J. Stroud's your starting quarterback. A year ago today, Kyle Allen was getting ready to start a game for you against the Cleveland Browns, but the story of that game was not the game itself. The story was Deshaun Watson coming here and attempting to say hello to the McNairs. Cal was affable. Hannah was not.
I'll tell you what, honestly, this is how iconic a moment that was. That I actually thought of Hannah McNair while I was watching the movie Oppenheimer. Because, spoiler alert, they invented the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Second spoiler alert. Yep. Second spoiler alert for the very end of Oppenheimer. So turn off for 30 seconds if you haven't seen Oppenheimer yet. There's a part at the end of Oppenheimer when Oppenheimer's wife, Kitty, refuses to shake the hand of Edward Teller, who had wronged Oppenheimer earlier in his career. He was like Oppenheimer was receiving the Presidential Award of Freedom or something. So I say, now I think Hannah. I like Hannah better than I liked Kitty Oppenheimer.
Oh, yeah.
Kitty Oppenheimer, horrible mother. Whereas
bad.
Hannah's like all over. Hannah's at the Little League games and everything.
She's a great mom. Yeah.
I bet Kitty Oppenheimer didn't go to a single Little League game.
No.
A booze hound. But in that moment, it was pretty badass. Because Kitty Oppenheimer does a turn in that movie where she's like all of a sudden, she gets her wits about her and is sticking up for Oppie.
Yep, for Oppie. And that's what they called him, too.
That was her moment that was her, you know what it was? That was her Hannah McNair moment.
Yeah.
Hannah McNair's got an iconic moment now to which other famous women can aspire to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Snubbing Deshaun Watson. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. Ime Udoka.
Acknowledge me.
And the Rockets lost to the Lakers on Saturday, giving them an 0-8 record on the road this year. We are not acknowledging him for that. You got to figure out how to win some road games, Coach. But Udoka was ejected with 8:35 remaining in the game for basically calling LeBron a bitch.
This is so awesome.
I wasn't able to find great audio of it.
There's audio pieced together. Landry tweeted out on his Twitter a pretty good version of it.
Okay.
Roosh Williams kind of I don't know if Roosh Williams is an accurate transcript of what he was said, but it's pretty close.
I don't know if you have the rundown open or not. I transcribed it here. Do you want to role play this? Do you want to be like Udoka on or whatever? I've got it's in the 723 segment here. If you want.
Hold on. You know what? I thought I was on the wrong tab, but what I was I had never mind. I was on a wrong Google account.
Oh, gotcha.
Get out of my incognito.
Page down. 723.
Where? Okay.
Right there you go.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Do you want to be Udoka or do you want to be LeBron?
I think because of my voice right now, I probably sound. I got a little bit more of that
Udoka?
Nigerian intimidation
with the raspy coach voice from yelling at people. All right, you go first. Go ahead.
All right. Stop crying like bitches, man. Stop bitching.
We're all grown men. Nah, that bitch word ain't cool. Don't use it so loosely.
Yeah, I said it.
Don't use that word so loosely. Don't use that word loosely. Don't use that word loosely.
What are you going to do about what I said? Walking over here like you're going to do something. Soft-ass But I don't know. I don't want to say the last word
He
there.
just called him soft.
He said boy, which I don't. That's different with me saying it. I'm
Right.
So he said soft ass. Then
so clearly Udoka the winner in this exchange because he called him soft. He called him a B multiple times, and all LeBron said was, "Don't use that word so loosely."
Plus, like LeBron's got to learn the difference between like the verb and the noun. He wasn't calling LeBron a bitch. He was saying stop bitching.
Right.
So LeBron,
that's a great point.
LeBron
Seth.
was like almost because he's out. LeBron's always got to be the main character in every plot.
Yes.
Somehow turned that into like he was being called a bitch. I think
the best part about the video that I saw, they had captions at the bottom. That's how I was able to transcribe this, and it was funny because the ref right there between the exchange, standing right in between the two of them as they're going back and forth. And as soon as Udoka dropped the soft ass on him at the end there. Boom, ejected. That was the moment right there. I love that Udoka just basically turned into a player for about 20 seconds.
Well, I mean, they played against each other back in the day, the late 2000s.
That's right. So, Udoka, I want to acknowledge him again for that.
Acknowledge me!
Ron. Man, don't use that word so loosely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Look, LeBron, all of a sudden being my language police.
Don't use that word so loosely. That's your comeback? Come on, man. Greatest player of all time, possibly. Don't use that word so loosely. All right, we acknowledge everybody there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Reaction Monday. DeMeco Ryans in his meeting with the media yesterday, his post-game press conference. One thing that we can stop asking DeMeco Ryans about. I think it's clearly evident. Stop asking him about this, and we will tell you what it is next. You can ask me about Dr. Ben Salento anytime you want to. I've had a few people do that.
Hey, Ben. Or, hey, Sean. What's up with Dr. Ben Salento?
Hey, I'm glad you asked.
I'm sorry. I was in on the role-playing still. I still don't quite get the concept.
Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. This is DeMeco gets asked about this a lot, and yesterday, I guess, if you're trying to go kind of retrospective with DeMeco Ryans, there is an appropriate reason to do so, I suppose, in that the Texans won their 7th game of the season yesterday, which now matches the total of the last 2 years combined. They won 4 games under David Culley in 2021.
Yeah.
3 games last year under Lovie Smith.
And yet, if you had asked me, hey, if DeMeco is twice as good as Lovie and David Culley, will that be enough? I would have said no, not enough. And so it feels different. Yeah, but plus he's got room to grow still. So he really just needs to be 3 times as good as those guys.
He's got 5 games left, man. He's got 5 games left. So he's won as many games as those two won combined in the last 2 years. He's done a phenomenal job. I'll be anxious to see what the Coach of the Year odds look like this week on the heels of that win over Denver. So I guess asking him about the past, there's a reason to, but I think we know now any question about the past with DeMeco Ryans is going to shut down.
Yeah, for me, I don't worry about what happened in the past here with the Texans. Like, this is 2023. This is our team. This is our brand of football. And our guys are resilient, a resilient group of men, right, who show up every single week. They put the work in every week, and they show up on Sundays, and they execute and they play for each other, and that's all I ask for. And our guys continue to get better.
All right, so no more questions about the past with DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, I don't. It's interesting. I do feel like that's one of those things that I think sometimes people watching or people in the media get stuck on the narratives of the past, and because you've been talking about it for so long, it's a bigger part of our lives,
no doubt,
than it is of anybody. The guys that come in to coach the team really, like, other than having to deal with the aftermath of last year's season, really don't care a lot about, like, well, proving this or proving that, because it had zero to do with them. And then B, so many of the guys on this team this year were not involved in the last couple. I mean, it was that kind of a roster that Nick had built for over the course of a couple of years. 1- and 2-year contracts all over the place.
Very fungible.
You're right. So I don't know. A lot of the baggage, the emotional baggage from all that losing, isn't really a factor because the guys that were part of those teams either aren't there or they were young, and it's not that big a deal.
Yeah. Jimmy Ward is certainly one of the tone setters that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio have brought in. Culture changer, I think. It's safe to say. Jimmy Ward's the guy that gets them all fired up before games. He's the leader of that defense. He made the biggest play of the game yesterday to close things out.
From the 8, Wilson in the gun, 1 back, P-Rye. Wilson gets the snap, Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack, throws left side of the end zone. Yes! It's intercepted! The Texans have it! Jimmy Ward! Houston's gonna win! 9 seconds to go!
Welcome back, Jimmy Ward!
The Texans turn back Denver! Point blank range, and they say no.
I just had to hear that again. I love that highlight.
Yeah,
Jimmy. So Jimmy Ward with the interception at the end of the game when Grenard. I don't know how you felt, Seth, as that play was ensuing. When Grenard got in there and didn't pull down Russell Wilson, I'm like, oh, this is how these plays happen. I remember that play back several years ago where J.J. Watt had Tony Romo dead to rights. And Romo finds a way to spin out of it, and he throws it deep to, I forget who.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys score a touchdown. Like, that was one of those things, like, you're this close to bringing – and if he brings him down on that play, that was 3rd down. There was 15 seconds left. If he brings him down on that play, the game's over because they have no timeouts.
Smart move by Grenard, not if you bring him down, okay.
You bring Russell Wilson down on that play, it was 3rd down, but they have no timeouts, and the clock's still moving. They wouldn't have been able to line up in time.
They might have had time to get because they're right there. Anyway,
and they probably had 2 plays called. Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
But
chaos.
It would have been chaos. Well, and that very play was chaos itself. Yeah. That's where honestly, Sean Payton is going to be so angry. Right, this very moment, he's angry about the fact that they were so discombobulated at the line of scrimmage. You could see the bunch formation off to the beginning. They were still using hand signals, trying to figure out what was going on at the snap. The line had just gotten set. It was just a mess. So the Texans showing more composure in that moment, that's a victory for the Texans. After, at various instances over the last, DeMeco's had, I think, of some pretty clean games from a game management standpoint. yesterday there were some burnt timeouts that were particularly annoying.
Yeah.
I wasn't happy with that, but at the very end of the game when it really mattered, they were okay with it.
Absolutely.
The other thing about Jimmy Ward was I think the Texans were doing a pretty aggressive job disguising coverages yesterday. There was some cat and mouse going on between Russell Wilson and the defensive backfield. Mm-hmm. There's one play where Jimmy Ward dropped from up near the line of scrimmage real deep immediately, and then Denzel Perryman kind of got victimized by Jerry Jeudy trying to carry him up the seam.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering, okay, you just laid that out perfectly.
That was a Tampa 2, but where the Texans had tried to disguise that they were going to be in a Tampa 2, but Russell Wilson, to his credit, recognized it. That was one play where it didn't work out. There were a lot of other instances where it did work out.
Yeah, thank you for laying that out for me, because all I saw was the very end of that play, and I'm like, how the hell did Denzel Perryman wind up on Jerry Jeudy?
There's Blake Cash. Ideally, you want it to be Blake Cashman, but there's times where they played Tampa 2 yesterday, and it's one of those things where, you're going to get caught sometimes. It's just not going to always work out. The Texans tried to disguise it that time, and it didn't work. But more times than not, I think the balance went in favor of the Texans when they did some of the.
Here, Will Anderson in the postgame show. Will Anderson joined me and Brandon Scott on the postgame show yesterday, and we asked him, take us through the Jimmy Ward interception. What was it like in the huddle leading up to that play?
Big-time player, big-time plays when they're needed, man. And Jimmy's just a guy that's just been, consistent, all year, man. He brings so much energy to this team. He's a great leader, great captain, man. We're so happy to have him, man. Everybody looks up to him. He gets us fired up before the game. But, man, just that whole drive was just everybody locking in and doing their job and blowing up. We can't let them in. We got to own the red zone, and that's one thing that we want to improve on is, not letting people in the red zone when we get down there. And I think we did a phenomenal job this game of, hey, we own this. Let's go. Let's just show everybody what we can really do. And we're all on the same page. Nobody can stop us. So it was really just a great feeling just to see everybody just go out there and dominate their one-on-ones, go out there and do their job to the best of their abilities. And, when we're not in our own way, we're a really good football team.
This is one thing where I think both DeMeco and Jimmy Ward have been very, very important in establishing a certain type of culture. On NFL teams, a lot of times, you can either have buy-in from the players or you can have players, including veterans, who feel kind of like they're doing their obligation going through practice. And, the whole practice, we're talking about practice attitude. There's that. And then there's guys like Jimmy Ward who's talked pretty openly a bunch of times about the importance of situational drills, focusing in on situations in practice. And really, he's talked to DeMeco about how important what he thinks it is. What we need, either 2-minute drills. This week it was red zone. And you get the sense that the players really practice with purpose. And I know that sounds simple and it should be a gimme, but it's just not. Different teams have different cultures. I think because, when you bring in a guy like Jimmy Ward to be a leader, I would say 10% of the time it works out. It's 90% of the time the player isn't who the coach thinks he is. Jimmy Ward this time I think has been that kind of guy. And I think Jimmy Ward's a guy that maybe Kyle Shanahan wouldn't feel that same way about Jimmy Ward because those two butted heads. Jimmy Ward gives a damn. Really, really gives a damn about doing the right things in practice, about playing the right way as a football team. And that is just so invaluable to the young guys on the team to see that template. For Will Anderson, who hopefully will be here for 15 more years, to just really see and understand, okay, yeah, this is on Wednesday, on Thursday, this is what it needs to be about.
Yeah, that's a great point. Jimmy Ward's been hurt. He's been banged up a couple times this year. They probably miss him Wednesday through Friday. Yeah. I won't say as much as they miss him on Sunday, but that's a great point. He's a tone setter on Sundays and behind the scenes for them.
I think Will Anderson's already wired that way to begin with, but they used it. Well, in high school they banned him from practicing on
because he's so good.
Tuesdays.
Yeah.
No, it was he was screwing up the whole drill.
Yeah,
so
they don't get anything done.
He takes practice seriously.
That's right. That's right. We've had a few people asking about the Tank Dell. What's our take on the Tank Dell situation? How do you fill the void with Tank Dell? There's nobody on this team that does what that directly duplicates what Tank Dell does. How do they backfill that?
Okay, now this is the interesting part. Hopefully Dalton Schultz comes back. I assume that he will. We haven't heard anything drastic or dire.
So
that's right.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so hopefully he comes back. I was, Sean, I'm going to pat myself on the back for two things. One, yesterday, we found out that physicality was the on the bulletin board all week.
Number one thing.
Which is what I had said last week, was I thought that was what DeMeco would be focusing on.
Yep.
And 2 was that, okay, Brevin Jordan isn't Dalton Schultz, so you don't try to use him like Dalton Schultz, but use him a little bit differently. They got the ball to him out quick in the flats and used his run after the catch ability, and he was very effective in that regard. I think if Dalton Schultz can come back, then you've got a 1-2 punch of viable receivers at tight end.
Yeah.
Brevin Jordan can't block. He's awful at it. He's atrocious at it. I'm disgusted by it. But as a receiver, he's a pretty damn good slot receiver. So I think with those 2 guys come back, you add a different dynamic that there's not a lot of film on, hopefully, that where you can use be more of a 2 tight end operation.
In light of Tank's injury, what are we saying about John Mechie today if CJ's able to drop that ball in the bucket right before halftime?
Oh, yeah.
Where he was wide open. That's a walk-in touchdown.
It's a walk-in touchdown. Was it overthrown, or was it that
It was an overthrow.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were saying, like, what would we say about John Mechie?
What would we say about John Mechie as far as, like, hey, maybe he can fill some of the slack for Tank Dell?
Yeah. There's no filling the direct slot for Tank Dell.
Sure.
We're like, hey, who are we going to get out here who's just ridiculous than anybody we've ever seen?
No, and I said
before.
that. But in terms of picking up the productivity slack for Tank Dell.
John Mechie could be one of those. I think it's going to be the thing is, like, it does, just like it was when Tank Dell was on the team, there isn't any one guy that has to be the alpha number 1 in any given week.
Yeah,
know?
and someone said that on the text page. Like, I think the go-to guy is the guy who's open.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what CJ's
That's what it's already been.
Yeah.
It's harder now without Tank Dell, but it's not like they've relied heavily on one guy at any given moment. It's really always been the guy that's open or the guy whose weak it's going to be.
Yeah, the bigger concern's running the football.
Honestly, yeah. And then, like, if you think about the wide open throw to Mechie, and then also, Noah Brown had a perfect ball thrown to him over the middle that would have been a huge chunk play too, and he dropped it.
Yep, he dropped.
Brevin Jordan dropped one over the middle. There's uncharacteristic. I'm not going to get up in arms over the drops because it hasn't been an issue largely. But like yesterday, it could have been more explosive than it was.
One of my miniature concerns here, I guess not miniature, it's a concern, is that because they are so bad in short yardage situations, the Texans, is that they reached a point yesterday where they're like, you know what? The one thing that works on 3rd and 1 is when we just have CJ stick his head in there and burrow his way for a yard.
Yeah.
And I turned to Landry. Landry was sitting next to me. And when they ran it the one time on 3rd and 1, I turned to Landry and go, I do not like that this is what they have to rely on now because they can't run in short yardage. And sure enough, 10 seconds later, CJ's being asked to leave the field.
They pulled him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weird. He just got up kind of wobbly, but I think it was for unrelated. I think it was more for, it looked like it was for equipment issues or anything or something.
It looked like it was for a helmet issue. And then you watch the play, and when he's burrowing in there, it looked like someone kind of grabbed
somebody pulled his helmet. So he was like probably grabbed his helmet, and the spotter in the booth thought that he was woozy because they were lifting him up too. I guess that's like, all right. I was surprised that he made it back out on the field as quickly as he did.
2 plays.
Yeah. And they pulled Jimmy Ward for safety reasons too. After he hit the play after.
Is that why they took Jimmy out?
Yes, they pulled him out. He was arguing with them about not wanting to come out of the game. That was after they had flagged him unnecessarily for hitting Russell Wilson.
For those who don't know, the process is they have like somebody upstairs that
either
tells
the
them.
spotter in the booth or the official on the field, I believe, can make that decision.
Okay.
Yeah, if they don't like the way they're operating or something.
These refs lately, man. Desmond King
felt like
fumble.
it was they were trying to squash Jimmy Ward's free speech. I think they didn't like what he was objecting to. Yeah. So they're like, here, you're out of here, buddy.
That's right.
Sorry, I just watched Oppenheimer, so I'm kind of keyed into
That's very
people
evident.
losing their rights. Yeah.
That's great.
I thought that, I guess generally the QB sneak is pretty safe for quarterbacks, though.
Yeah,
it's one of those stats. It's one of those stats that's always not what you expect. The number of quarterbacks injured on QB sneaks is extremely low.
I think 2 things. One, I just don't need CJ getting unnecessarily hit anytime.
Yeah.
2, I am a Houston Texans fan that still has PTSD from 2011 where Matt Schaub ran a simple QB sneak and Albert Hainsworth's fat ass fell on his foot and torpedoed the Texans' Super Bowl chances.
I do. Okay, so watching the TV copy after the game, I didn't realize quite how banged up CJ was during the game, how much he was limping. You notice just watching him come to the sideline, everything, he was walking pretty gingerly the whole time. There's still a part of me, though, and I started asking, I was sitting up with Louis Flory's grandson. yesterday.
Long pause. You looking up his name?
Was that no? I don't want to mess up. I've got a long history of messing up names, as you know. Cody. Yeah, I was gonna be right.
Good job.
So Cody's a high school football player.
Okay.
And then I asked Sean Bajani, because Sean Bajani was recently a high school football coach. Basically, anybody involved in high school or college football, they're much smarter about the zone read than I am, because I'm an oldie.
Staple.
Yeah. And I'm like, why are they not running at least a few zone reads a game with CJ? Because he's plenty athletic enough to do it, and they can't run the ball conventionally at all. So why do they not do it just a little bit? Just a little bit. He's getting hit anyway. Maybe do I pull that back a little bit because he's so banged up? I say no, because I think he'll be less banged up in the long run if you present the quarterback as a viable designed run threat.
Yeah.
Run a few a game.
I think he's pretty smart with his body too.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna. I think he'd take the easy 3 yards and go down. Yeah,
Not gonna put his shoulder down or anything.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. That went by quick. So we'll be back tomorrow to do it again at 6 a.m. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and several zone reads per game zone reads to CJ per game to you.
Yep. Amen. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, they're up next. We will see you all tomorrow at 6 a.m. Keep it here all day long. We got you covered on a Reaction Monday. See you tomorrow, everybody.
NBA season is in full swing. And if you live for the hardwood drama, you'll love Odyssey's newest podcast, Heat Check with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports.
Houston Texans fan, I love the way the offensive lineman said, man, I don't know what happened, but that's my quarterback, so let me go over there and get him in between him and the adversary. Like, I love the way the offensive line, I think like 3 or 4 guys, like you said, Shaq Mason was the first one to get there, but they were like gangsters. They said, look, I don't know what our guy did, but he's our guy, so let's get into it. So that's what I loved about the response of the offensive line. But the defensive player in me, the petty guy who's upset with all these penalties being called on defensive defensive players for being too rough and too physical. I was like, and I really like Singleton as a player. I love his story. Had to go to Canada, was cut from multiple teams, and now he signed like a 3-year, $18 million contract with the Broncos. Like, I love his story. So maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I was like, CJ, I didn't feel like, and I want to get y'all's guys' take, I didn't feel like Singleton did anything dirty on that play.
Well, he
did something stupid.
Well, yeah,
not dirty.
right, because he fired this team up even more on a day where they wanted to be physical, and Singleton's an absolute beast. I mean, my goodness, the guy was all over the place. He made a play out in space at some point, and I think I said it on the air after the fact. He's over there, too? I mean, he's in the middle of everything. Then all of a sudden, he's all the way on the sideline making a play. He's everywhere, and he's player to deal, leading tackler for the Broncos, and that's a pretty decent team you beat yesterday, no question. A hot team, tied for the longest winning streak in the league going in. Question for both of you here. Playoff picture. If the season ended today, the Texans are still out of it because 7-5. There are 4 teams that are 7-5. Don't get me started on these tiebreakers, but the fact that the Texans have lost to the Colts has them on the outside looking in at the moment. But of course, they play Indy again. They're going to play Cleveland, another 7-5 team. They've already beaten the Steelers. Right. That's irrelevant in the tiebreaker because the division matchup will take them out first. But again, that'll solve itself before the end of the regular season. But biggest threat to the Texans coming down the stretch here, the Colts, the Browns, the Steelers, or one of these 6-6 teams getting really hot. Denver, well, you have the tiebreaker against them, or the Buffalo Bills at 6-6. Johnny, you go first.
The biggest threat to the Texans is the Texans.
Okay.
I'm going to be really creative with this. It's the Texans. And here's my biggest thing. At this point, it's fatigue. Think about the guys that are making plays for you right now. Think about all the stars we've talked about. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley, Nico Collins.
Young.
How many of those 4 have played a full season in the NFL?
No, I know. It's definitely. But Stroud
Even
will
Nico
have none of that
Stingley.
talk.
No, I know.
He will have none of that.
I get it. I understand it. But it just wears you down. And D knows a 16-game schedule is tough. 17 when you've never played 17 before can feel grueling. Because when you look at the core that's coming up, quickly, Tim Boyle, Will Levis, maybe Joe Flacco, the ghost of Joe Flacco, Will Levis, Mark Gardner-Minshew, you should beat all 5 of those. But you're going to have to fight it each and every week. You're going to have to fight fatigue. You're going to have to fight the wall. I think the Texans is the Texans. And not because the Texans will beat themselves, but I just think that fatigue and everything that you have to overcome is going to be big. Andy, what do you think?
I think if we were sitting in the same room right now, John Harris, I would punch you in the shoulder so hard because when Mark asked that question, I was so excited to say, ooh, I'm going to say the Texans or the Texans.
Oh.
And you're like, this is why I love listening to you. Literally everything that you said, I just agree with 100%. I'm not even joking. I was all set to say the Texans because I feel like they're better than every team that's left on their schedule, but it's still the NFL. You still have to prove it. Just like Kansas City didn't prove it against Green Bay last night, and I still think Kansas City is a better team than Green Bay. So when you look at the Titans, when you look at the Jets, when you look at Cleveland without Deshaun, look, I already forgot his name, Deshaun Watson, you know, the Texans, I feel like they're better teams, but you have to figure out a way to win those last 5 games. I'm not going to sit up here and say they're all must win. But for them to get into the playoffs, I just feel like they have to win out. They have to win out.
But to Johnny's other point, ND, here you come down the stretch. You do have rookies. I mean, Stroud was asked about this last week and just shot down the question about maybe being tired or rookies not playing a full NFL season until now. And say this about rookies, it's not just the season, it's the pre-draft workout stuff. It's them getting into rookie camp. The rookies have all these extra meetings, too, and workouts and rookie camp and then OTAs, and everything's brand new, and their heads are spinning and all of that. What about that part of it as we come down the stretch, keeping everybody as fresh as possible for what's in front of them?
That's a great point, great question. That's where coaches have to be smart. You know, you can't just give the Laramie Tunstals of the world a Wednesday off because he's earned it. He's been in the league for as long as he's been in the league. Just like you mentioned, it's a shock to the body. There isn't a rookie on an NFL roster that's going to mention, oh, man, the season's so long, my body's breaking down, but their body's breaking down. That's where you have to have that coach that says, you know what, for the next 2 weeks, we're only putting on the spiders, the soft, for those listening, the soft shoulder pads, not the –
yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah. See, what we call shells, full shoulder pads and shorts. Like that meant shell, but the spiders are soft shoulder pads where basically you're not going to hit, you're not going to be overly physical. The rookies that are still playing, the rookies that are getting time this late into the season, they know what to do physically. They understand the speed of the game. I would just focus more on the mental aspect of it and give them that day off when they're not expecting it, because you're absolutely right, Mark. This late in the season, you're like, oh, wow, my college season was over and maybe I played in a bowl game. But other than that, there's an extra 4 or 5 games, 4 or 5 weeks of practice. I think it's where DeMeco and the coaching staff says, hey, let's take a look at the violence of our practices.
Andy, great stuff as always. Look forward to seeing you and hearing you tomorrow as well, my friend. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. And, John, protect yourself. I'm coming for that shoulder.
Yeah, I know. I got to watch myself because my shoulders don't work, ND. You know anybody who's played football in the 80s and 90s, their shoulders don't work. You know that.
You look, if I punch you the way my shoulders feel, you're probably going to laugh and be like, that's all you got? So we'll be okay.
You have to put me on the injury report, questionable shoulder, because it would be dead. Absolutely dead.
It's got to carry equipment.
Yep, there you go.
All right, thanks, Andy.
All right.
You know, I forgot to get his reaction to the college football stuff. Texas Bowl, by the way. It's going to be Oklahoma State and Texas A&M December 27th right here at NRG Stadium. It's going to be a good game.
It's going to be fun. I don't know if Elko coaching would be interesting, but we buried the lead in something. I was going to ask Indy right at the end. Rice Owls got a bowl game.
Oh, man, Indy, I'm sorry.
And they're playing Texas State.
Oh, that's awesome.
In Dallas.
Wait, what bowl is this?
They've all changed.
I know. It's First Responders Bowl.
First Responders
Thank
Bowl.
you, Chris.
It's
Chris Santiago, our producer today, is a Bobcat.
Oh, we could have had Texas State Bobcat. Oh, this is not. I love this. Congratulations to G.J. Kinney at Texas State. Got them in a bowl. Nobody expected them to do anything. But I know a lot was made of Colorado and all the transfer portal stuff. G.J. Kinney did the same thing essentially at Texas State. Not as many, but about 50 guys. And got them to a bowl.
Nice.
And what's Colorado doing? They're eating out of a bowl. That's all they're doing.
They're eating out of a bowl. All right, John McClain is next. He's probably had breakfast already. And we'll talk to him about this playoff run for your Texans, the rest of the league as well. What are the biggest threats? What are we looking forward to? With the Jets up next Sunday at noon. Hey, Houston Methodist, they're available for you 24/7 because if you get sick, if you have something that needs attention, they offer 24/7 on-demand video visits. That's right. Sometimes you can take care of the problem on video. And in this age of technology, we all like this, don't we? Quick access to primary care doctors for existing patients. So log on to HoustonMethodist.org/care options. HoustonMethodist.org. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy. Powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant. PUCT number 10007.
Don't miss out on the thrills.
Y'all deserve to feel special.
Gotta go!
Stroud throws back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We find our tails off every day.
The action and excitement of Texans football at NRG Stadium.
C.J. Stroud with more magic.
Nice, nice, nice. Single game tickets are available now.
The 30, the 20, 10, touchdown.
To find out how you can be a part of game day, visit HoustonTexans.com.
What a day.
The Texans knocked off the blazing hot Broncos.
CJ fakes the give. He has a lot of time. Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We're going to fight to the end. And it's not always going to be perfect, but it's hard to win after Thanksgiving, man. It's playoff football. It's already started. The tournament's already started. So we got to just keep it going and stack these wins.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Radio 610. The Texans play here.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation NA, member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Lots more to break down next on Texans Radio. Your Texans live here on Texans Radio.
3rd and 3 from the Denver 32-yard line. Wilson in the gun, one back. P-Rye, 3 receivers left after motion. Wilson taking his time. Cashman in the middle of the Houston defense. Wilson looks it over. Here's the snap. Wilson has a little time. Now he's in trouble, and Anderson trips him up. A sack for the Terminator.
Will Anderson Jr., 2 sacks on the day. I don't know what you call that on the punt because he didn't touch it, but he redirected it.
Yes,
a
as good as a
redirected
block.
punt. Yeah, just as good. I mean, you got tremendous field position out of that. He had the deflected ball that was picked off by Derek Stingley Jr. I love that. Number 3 pick in the draft this year, helping out the number 3 pick in the draft last year.
The number 3 is a theme on my Harris Hits. I'm submitting them right now. Think about it. 3rd rounder John Grenard, 3rd rounder Nico Collins, number 3 overall pick Derek Stingley, number 3 overall pick Will Anderson Jr. I had a field day with this. And oh, by the way, you beat Russell Wilson, who wears
number 3.
Thank you very much.
Ooh, I've got chills, Johnny.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my theme. So that'll be out later this morning.
All right, very cool. All right, let's get John McClain in here. The general, after yesterday's victory, the Texans 7-5 in the hunt for sure, tied with 3 other teams that are ahead of them, and you got all the games on the schedule you need to take care of business down the stretch. General, good morning. What do you think of what you saw yesterday at NRG Stadium, the latest thriller?
I thought there was some big getting attention. Dari Gumbawale followed on a fumble and saved on a strip sack. Jonathan Grenard getting pressure on the interception by Jimmy Ward on the last play, in which he got all after Russell Wilson. Brevin Jordan stepping up and averaging 20 yards a catch. And the best pass of the day was a 14-yarder in which Stroud rolled left, had to start going at an angle. Guy was all over him, and he floated a pass that was perfectly thrown to Brevin Jordan. I don't know. Patrick Mahomes, there's certain guys out there. I don't think Josh Allen could have made it because it required too much finesse. But it was so impressive. I know Dan Orlovsky broke that down last night and how impressed he was as well. It was a floater, and it was perfect. And another thing that's weird, with a running game that was pathetic in the second half, 13 carries, 12 yards. And without Tank Dell or Noah Brown or Robert Woods catching a pass, they still win the game. Stroud still throws for 274 yards. And most important, the team with the most turnovers in the NFL, 22, that had 15 in the last 4 games, left with 22, and 15 in the last 5 games, not turning it over, being +3 because of Derek Stingley Jr. and Jimmy Ward's interceptions was phenomenal. And you guys, I think, Will Anderson had 8 pressures. That tied his career high. They're going to New York. If he and Stingley come close to playing in New York or New Jersey like they played yesterday, they're going to get so much positive pub. And if Anderson closes fast, he's got a chance to win the Defensive Rookie of the Year over Jalen Carter from the Eagles, who's been getting all the positive pub. The Eagles are kind of struggling right now, so I think it's there for Will Anderson to take. And with 5 sacks, you remember who only had 6.5 as a rookie, and he turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah, I think you're talking about some guy that wore 99. At least that's what I'm hoping you're talking about. Yeah.
That's who I was talking about.
I feel like you're scolding us. I mean, we've only been on the air for half an hour, so
we haven't gotten everything yet.
We haven't gotten everything yet. The Daria Gumbuwali play, I'm glad you brought that up because that was massive. I mean, that the whole universe changes if they get the ball right there, but instead punt it to him. The very next play was Derek Stingley's interception off a Will Anderson tip. Which one do you think, in general, this is going to be hard because it's going to be like picking between your 2 kids in some sense. Which player, which number 3 overall pick do you think had the biggest impact yesterday, Will Anderson Jr. or Derek Stingley Jr.?
You can't beat turning the ball over. And Will Anderson played a phenomenal game, but Derek Stingley had 2 interceptions. One was a great play in which he looked like a wide receiver, showing incredible ball skills. The other one, and tipped by Will Anderson, in which he was on the ground when he caught the ball, were just tremendous plays. 3 games. People keep talking, well, Sauce Gardner's only got 2 in 2 seasons. People ought to lay off Sauce Gardner. He may come back and play the best game of his career. And this game coming up means a lot to Stingley. But when you're getting that kind of pressure from Anderson and Grenard, and the interior pass rush was good. They got pressure. They hit Russell Wilson. I thought Wilson played about as well as he could play. And then the phenomenal interception by Jimmy Ward at the end of the game. This team it's taken on the persona of DeMeco Ryans. And that's great. And it's amazing to me. DeMeco said he didn't want to talk about the past. Well, you know what? That's my lead on my column for tomorrow, SportsRadio610.com. And I'm going to say that's easy for him to say because he didn't have to suffer through it. While he's going to the playoffs and the championship game and getting close to the Super Bowl, people here were suffering. So that's why people remember it. And the job he has done has been extraordinary. And all the coaches, Bobby Slowick, Frank Ross, Matt Burke, all the position coaches are doing a fantastic job. To see the Texans with 7 victories right now, DeMeco, there's some great coaching jobs going on. Shane Steichen's one of them at Indy. They keep winning, playing a dog schedule. That last game could be for the playoffs, could be for Coach of the Year. That game's going to have the magnitude of last year's game, just for a whole different reason.
Boy, everything's so brand new, but I love seeing the guys who have been here a little longer, like Nico from 2021, Grenard from 20 guys making big plays. It's awesome, but you have all these brand new players as well. Rhetorical question. Is having talented players important? Yes, it is, as the Texans are 7-5. All right, so you mentioned it.
Hold up a minute, Mark. You got to know how to use those guys. They had some talented players last year. Now, poor old David Culley got stuck with the first year of Casario's rebuild, and Nick Casario deserves a lot of credit. Remember how many people in the media and fans wanted him fired when Stingley went on IR after Kenyon Green? and people are like, they got to get rid of him. Now, of course, he deserves a lot of praise. How many are more deserving of Executive of the Year than he is? And he's right up there, and he may win it. And but yeah, you got to have them, but you got to know how to use them. And they've revitalized some careers. I'm not going to ask you guys because you talk about picking between your two kids, but it tell you one of the hardest decisions. They're going to have money in the off season. Jonathan Grenard's having the best season of his career, and they don't have his contract's up. They don't have to extend Nico Collins, but it's his third season. He's playing his butt off. To me, those two guys are the two because they play impact positions. Those two guys deserve a lot of money, and I hope Nick Caserio is able to keep them. Well, he's going to keep Nico, of course, but to keep Jonathan Grenard. But you know how people are about throwing around money for pass rushers.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. And those
I don't even want to think about that right.
Think about it. You're right. Those guys.
I didn't ask you all to pick.
No, you're right. Those guys are deserving, and I don't know how they're going to figure all that out.
I don't want to spend the McNair money right now. Yeah. I just want to kind of be in the, like Scrooge McDuck. You know how Scrooge McDuck gets in the money and he just kind of bathes in it? That's just what I want to do right now. I don't have to spend it right now. Don't worry about that.
Enjoy the moment. I'm thinking about all these one-year free agents sometimes, and I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, what are you going to do about all these players who have come together so well? But that's
why they pay Nick the big bucks to make those decisions in conjunction with DeMeco Ryans because they work great together. It's no secret that DeMeco comes here, they have a great draft. Just like when Gary Kubiak came and worked so closely with Charlie Casserly on that 06 draft, which is about to be replaced as the greatest in team history. And it's pretty amazing what they've been able to pull off, not just picks this year, but last year. Hey, a shout out to Davis Mills. He comes in, completes an 18-yard pass in place of Stroud. What worries me, if you're a Texans fan, the running game has reverted back to being terrible. Now, it was good in the first half, 77 yards on the way to 154, then went off the cliff. You don't want Stroud having to run the ball 6 times. You don't want him being your best short yardage runner. You saw what happened to Tank Dell get caught up in a pile and his leg being bent and fractured. So I don't know what the answer is. It drives them crazy. They come from the 49ers where they run the ball. It starts up front. I mean, all the receivers, tight ends, that's another thing. They didn't have Dalton Schultz. Think about that. Schultz, Brown, Woods, and Dell didn't catch a pass, and they still won and Stroud threw for 274 yards.
Yeah, we'll be watching that injury report closely because they need Schultz back. No Dell, to have no Dell, no Schultz. Look, they've got good players, no question about that. But you can ill afford to take on too many hits like this. That's
especially with this team coming up. Especially with these guys coming up.
Yeah, the Jets are going to play defense. They still play They lost to Atlanta yesterday, but they held them to 13 points in the process. They play defense. General, the Colts play some defense for sure, and they're 7-5. It is remarkable what they've done. Now, they played a Titan team that I'm not going to call them a dead team, but they are very ill-equipped to deal with a decent team when they're up against any kind of good competition. It's really hard for them. They got to play a near-perfect game, and they almost pulled it off yesterday. But what about the Colts here as they head down the stretch with Gardner Minshew and company?
As I've said a million times, their record wouldn't be as good if Anthony Richardson was the quarterback. He only played 13 games in college. He was going to experience ups and downs. Minshew's an experienced starter. He knows how to make big plays. Completed a 53-yard pass in overtime after they were down by 3 and had to score a touchdown. Titans just blew that game big time. Blew it in regulation, blew it in overtime. And now they need to make sure when they play the Texans that happens twice. Because Mike Vrabel, they're capable of winning a big game. I kept keeping up with that one, thinking they're going to beat the Colts, and then the mustache pulled it out. They didn't have Jonathan Taylor. He may not even play against the Texans. So the Colts right now, I saw somebody saying, a national person, you can't sleep on the AFC South. Well, that's the truth. Jaguars are leading. Colts are in the playoffs. It started today. Texans are not, because even though they beat the Steelers, they're in a 3+ tie with other teams, but they play the Browns. Browns tied with them, play the Colts tied with them. They just got to take care of their business.
All right, General. Thanks a lot for the time, as always. We'll check in later this week.
Thank you, guys.
All right, what stat did John Harris throw at DeMeco Ryans right after the game? Interesting. And Andre Ware joins us to talk about what he saw yesterday, and also let the venting begin on the college football playoff. And we're excited, though, about the TaxAct Texas Bowl, December 27th, Oklahoma State and Texas A&M. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Monday.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
People take their chili seriously. At Watt also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The Whataburger Chili Cheeseburger, made to order with our own chili on 2 all-beef patties, melty cheese, onions, mustard, and crunchy corn chips. This is chili elevated to burger height. The Chili Cheeseburger is back for a limited time. Whataburger, just like you like it.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Good to get back in the win column. C.J. Stroud and the resilient Texans knocked off the Broncos to move to 7-5 on the season. The playoffs are well within reach, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's business to take care of in the Big Apple on Sunday.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is Texans Radio.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and H-E-B has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from H-E-B Prime 1 Dino Ribs and Brisket Steak Burger, no-cut beef inside skirt steak, available in premium grades like H-E-B Wagyu and H-E-B Grass-Fed. Now you know. Come to H-E-B to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
A toast to my best teammate. As I think back over the past few seasons, I wanted to thank my most trusted game day teammate, Tostitos. This friend has been with me every step of the way, from my first tailgate to that time we got the whole stadium doing my touchdown dance. As I recall the last-minute grocery runs and late-night dishwashing, the salty defeats and spicy victories, I realize it was all thanks to my teammate, Tostitos. It was always you, Tostitos.
Team up with Tostitos, proud partner of the Houston Texans.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon.
For a limited time, trade in any iPhone in any condition for the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE. All on us with Unlimited Ultimate. Go to your local Verizon store now. iPhone requires Unlimited Ultimate plan first. Service plan required for iPad and Apple Watch. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line required first. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit. Up to $459.99 device payment purchase with new line on eligible plan required per Apple Watch or iPad. Less up to $459.99 promo credit per device applied. 0% APR. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Houston Texans know a little something about H-Town. We know that football isn't just a hobby here, but a lifestyle. When the heat started to rise, you didn't run. You turned it up and supported our growth every step of the way. The Texans are only looking to charge ahead. And we want you rocking NRG Stadium with us. Be in the stands this season. And get your single tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets. H is up, H-Town.
You're listening to Texans Monday.
Second and goal inside the 4. Stroud under center. Feeds Pierce straight ahead. Damian to the goal line. Damian gets in. Touchdown, Houston. Damian Pierce. Very nice to see Damian get in the end zone right there. as McClain said, they ran the ball well in the first half. I mean, I was going over those stats during the halftime report and thinking, okay, on your way to a good rushing game, keep it going, up 10 at the break. But running game doesn't really do it in the second half, and CJ makes plays. Defense had to make a lot of big plays to get out of this one with the victory. They did it. They're 7-5. And after the game, John Harris visited with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. Here it is.
Who are we doing over? Nico. All right, Coach DeMeco Ryans. Coach, I asked you, I think it was last week against Jacksonville, I said, Coach, what was the key? And you said third downs. Can I read you a stat? The Denver Broncos were 0 for 11 on third down. Wow. How's that sound?
Sounds amazing. I don't know if that's ever happened before. That is outstanding. Wow, man, you got me there. I didn't know that stat. That was a good one. Our defense did a really good job. I thought, as you're going and you're in the game, I felt like we were getting 3 and outs, making plays when it counted. But that's an awesome job by our defense. We knew we had to win third down going into this game. We knew we had to attack the football. Man, unbelievable job.
Now, I want to talk about the 3/4 different story. At the end of the last drive, Coach, I kept thinking about you because you and I talk about communication a lot and how much communication there has to be when this place gets loud. And your guys out on the field were communicating. Everybody seemed to be communicating at a much higher level. How much a key was that on that final drive stop?
It was everything to that stop, right? To see our guys talking about, their anticipation of what we could expect, right? And the routes they were anticipating getting, the type of plays, that's when guys are dialed in. Guys are on the same page. Everybody was on it. Yep. Everybody was ready for whatever they could throw at us. Everybody was ready. And that's what it takes to win in those moments. It takes elite communication, especially the way our stadium was rocking.
There are so many individuals that made big plays, but a guy that I want to ask you about is a guy that just got back. He had a big play last week against Jacksonville. Today he makes even more. That's Desmond King. What did he bring to your defense today? Yeah,
Des just brings that comfort. I think Des stepped in, and he's another guy who steps in. He does a great job communicating. All right, him being a veteran player, he's done it for a while, seen a lot of things, played a lot of ball. Right, he brings a little calm to the defense. That veteran presence, I think that helps out our back end. So really proud of Des. He's did a very good job with the few reps that he's gotten. And he made, he played some meaningful snaps for us today, with a big-time third down stop there. And he just continues to grow, continue to get better, but proud of what he's done.
Now, there might be some friendly sniping back and forth between you and Nico Collins because Michigan plays Alabama in the Rose Bowl coming up. But today, Nico 9 for 191. What does it say about his growth, Coach?
Yeah, he shows up. All right, Nico, I'm really proud of him, man. I just think back to OTAs and how he was just making these big-time plays, deep ball. It was awesome to see, and to see him continuing to do that throughout the season and having his best year of his career. Man, I couldn't be happier for Nico and just the progression that he's made as a pro. And he has even more ahead of him. But really proud of Nico and the work that he puts in, and just for him to show up every Sunday making big play after big play for us.
Coach, heck of a win. Congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, John.
All right, DeMeco Ryans. We'll have the DeMeco Ryans show coming up later on, 5 o'clock today. A full visit with the head coach a day later after he reviews the tape and talks about the upcoming game with the Jets Sunday at noon at the Meadowlands. Let's go. Now, Nico Collins, 9th in the NFL in receiving yards. A lot of guys are having big years here, led by Tyreek Hill, who's going for 2,000. He's at 1,481 already. No Texan has ever had 1,600 yards in a season receiving.
Really?
Yeah, Andre Johnson, 1,590 something.
Wow.
Is his top.
I know is in the 1,500s.
But he's been there, a few times, Andre Johnson, with lofty numbers.
Yep,
but that's a lot of yards for a receiver. And Andre got his, early on in his career, obviously, but also had some big seasons while the Texans were running the ball a lot. Remember, this is a team that in total offensive yards finished in the top 4, I think 4 out of 5 times, or at least 3 out of 4 in the Gary Kubiak era. I don't have it right in front of me right now. But Nico's at 991 receiving yards. He's going to go over 1,000 week against New York, and it's going to be awesome to see because you'll still have 4 games to go in the regular season. It's not about stats, but it's just fun to track these things as you look at what these individual Texans are doing. Now, it's so sad about Tank. I'm just walking down the hallway minutes ago during the commercial break here in the service level, and I see the picture they have up because they put pictures up of players who do things in games, and they have the picture of him catching the game winner against Tampa Bay. And my heart sank just watching that because I thought, oh, man, it's over for him in the 2023 campaign. You're going to get him back next year, but it's over for him. And didn't CJ say, though, he could possibly play in the Super Bowl, Johnny? I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to broken bones and sprains and things, you never know. But CJ did say that about
Terrell Owens, baby.
Could you imagine?
He was back.
Could you imagine?
Well, yeah, I could imagine a lot of things.
There's a lot of things.
Awesome.
I mean, my mind started. When you said, hey, didn't CJ say the Tank plays Super Bowl? All of a sudden, my mind just went, Vegas?
Yeah, actually,
Tank
playing in the Super Bowl was not the first reaction I had to that little statement there. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Get into the dance, man. Get into the postseason and see what happens because you never know.
I think
we got work to do here.
What his injury does, I don't think it changes the approach, but I think there's going to have to be maybe a different way you go about it. So, okay, Tank was a vertical stretch threat at all times. Okay, well, can you get that from anybody else? Maybe, maybe not. But what does Brevin Jordan give you a little differently in the title? Maybe you have to move this a little bit more methodically.
What about X? Not to do Tank stuff, but to help.
That one, yesterday being inactive, I was kind of like, okay. But I think he gives you, like, they're just showing Niners and Eagles highlights, and I know they probably look at X and say, hey, there's a lot he can do. Now, look, he's not Deebo Samuel, but how the Texans were using him was a little Deebo Samuel-like. And hopefully at that point, X, can get opportunities and do a few more things. So we'll see. I mean, it's, nobody's gonna cry in your beer right now. You're not sitting there at 110-1 going, man, like, what are we gonna do now? I remember last year when Damian went down in the Dallas game, and we were, 112-1 at the time or something like that. We're like, okay, wow. This is going to be tough. Not only because Damian was out, but Damian was really what the offense was last year. That's what they kind of revolved around. And so we're like, okay, what do we do offensively? Well, look, we still got all the pieces except one major piece, and that's going to hurt. So you gotta figure that out. But you've got the week to get ready for the Jets to be able to do it. And as we've talked about, the quarterbacks that you face over the next 5 weeks, if your defense plays at the level that it should,
you'll be in these games and a chance to make plays.
And you don't have to score 35 to win.
Yeah, that's a good point, Johnny. If nothing else, these scores, these point totals should be kept in check where your offense, even without Tank Dell, can get the job done.
Right.
And you brought up No Pierce late down the stretch last year, and you won 2 out of your last 3 games, and I know the last one was this heave on 4th and 20 to go. But I liken it to other parts of Texans history. DeMeco lived through the next man up season in 2011 when they lost so many guys, and they got guys back. They got 2 guys back from a fractured fibula, by the way, but it was a different kind of fracture, I would imagine. I mean, they're varying degrees of this kind of thing. That's a good Houston Methodist Minutes topic for this week, actually.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go for that on Thursday
Get the lowdown
night.
on that.
Yeah, because there's so many different kinds of breaks. But that year, Brizell and Daniel Manning came back. And they came back in short order because I guess it was hairline stuff, whatever it was. I mean, I think Brizell played a lot of that Bengals clincher in 2011 with a fracture in his leg. He was actually playing, so clearly not as bad.
I'll say this too. Tank running full speed with a broken leg versus
of course.
I mean, what Brizell did was amazing, but sometimes as a guard, you just got to hold up with everything you got.
But you take inventory here because you have Nico, you have Noah Brown, you have
got to get Dalton back to go.
You got to get Dalton back, of course. You have Robert Woods. You're getting whatever you can out of Brevin Jordan right now, which is a lot. I think there's a higher ceiling there to achieve as they all work together. Now they can game plan and game prep without Tank Dell because during the game, they had to adjust. I mean, Dell's a huge part of every game plan. Now, you have no Tank in the second half. How does that go? You didn't move the ball as well as you did in the first half, but now you know what you got going into the Jet game and a good defense here. Even though they are terrible record, terrible, whatever they are right now, they can't score points, but they do play defense in New York, and you got to be ready for that. All right, I'm ready for him and talk about the 7-5 record, the latest victory over the Broncos, his thoughts on the college football playoff. I think he might have a thing or two to say. Let's get to it all. What about Coach Fritz? Does he have any reaction to that? It's all coming up next here. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video as they run onto the field to pick up the kickoff tee. Sign up your child today by texting Texans to 79795 or online at HoustonTexans.com. Ashley, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans.
So let's go.
It's been said that your network is your net worth. What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting HoustonTexansLux.com.
This is Texans Radio.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
David's Bridal, where brides and bridesmaids get fabulously dressed. We let our friends pick out what we wear, show off our dance moves, obsess over every little detail. Hold your hand through it all. Smile bravely when it's time to let go. Make your dreams come true. This start under $200. Bridesmaids dresses starting under $100. The things we do for love. Only at David's Bridal.
Got the friends over but the food not figured out? No problem. That's where the Big Dinner Box comes in. Packed full of Pizza Hut favorites to satisfy everyone's cravings, the Big Dinner Box comes loaded with 2 medium 1-topping pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of wings, pasta, or another pizza. It's the feast that makes peace. The meal without a big deal. It's the Big Dinner Box. Get one today. Call or order online now at pizzahut.com. Additional charge for more than 1 pizza topping. Extra cheese and bone-in wings where available. Product availability. Prices and participation may vary.
The Houston Texans are heating up on the field, and so should your game day wardrobe. The thermometer is finally showing a hint of autumn in the air in H-Town, and the Texans team shop at NRG Stadium has all the merchandise you need to feel fresh for fall. Score premium sweaters, jean jackets, and hoodies. Plus, get your hands on our premium merchandise brands like Pro Standard, The Wild Collective, Wear by Aaron Andrews, and so much more. Styles are going fast, so don't wait. Rep the Texans your way. Visit HoustonTexans.com/shop for directions.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Now, back to more coverage of what happened and what happens next. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
2nd and goal at the 3. Stroud under center. Pierce the back. CJ fakes the give. He has a lot of time. Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Nico Collins. Touchdown. Houston.
Well, I don't know what. I have not taken a look at my fantasy team today, but Nico has got them on fire, baby.
Yeah, 191 yards. I would say that's on fire with the touchdown. Andre Ware joins us now. Dre, did you win your fantasy game this weekend? That's what I want to know.
Okay, wait, hold on, Dre. Before you respond, you were absolutely lying. You were lying because you check your fantasy team every time before we start a game because we hear about it every day.
No, at that point in time, I hadn't checked it. So, but shortly after I did, that's for sure.
So how'd you do? Did you win?
No, I won yesterday, and I won running away. So that was with the team I have him on. He stepped up this year, guys. I mean, we're talking a couple of yards away from being a 1,000-yard receiver already, and we still have a chunk of the season left. It's incredible, and he's just reaching the potential that I thought, or I think everybody thought that he had. With the physical gifts that he brings to the table.
You know, Trey, we talked about, so many players that have made plays, and we'll get to some of those. But one of the players that I asked DeMeco Ryans about was Desmond King. And Desmond popped right back into the lineup yesterday, and he's wearing number 25, which is the number he's worn the last couple of years. And, guys, I mean, if you watched the game from 2022 and then flipped on a game for you and just say, okay, these are successive games, you wouldn't know the difference. And yet the guy was gone for how many ever weeks. Dre, what does Desmond King kind of bring into this defense that maybe they didn't have the first 13 weeks? What did you see from Desmond King yesterday?
Yeah, he brings an edge, that's for sure. He's an aggressive player that flies around on the defensive side, and he gives you a returner in the return game. And Desmond's just a pro. When you got to keep yourself ready. You don't know when opportunities are going to pop up after you get released, and certain instances, and all of a sudden something presents itself, and you have to go in for a workout or whatever it is. He's just kept himself ready. And so mentally sharp as well as physically sharp, he gets an opportunity with the Texans, and he was prepared for it. I guarantee you the minute they called him, he started going over defensive calls and things of that sort that he knew that he could recall right away. And that allows him to go in and contribute the way he did yesterday.
It just feels right having him on the team. It was strange when he got cut, but I get it. It's whatever they're looking at. And Shaquille Griffin played well when he was here and all that. And I'm not saying it's automatically between the two of them. But then he goes to the Steelers, and I guess the surprise to me is that they let him go. And I don't know what's going on in Pittsburgh with everything. But the fact that King played here against the Texans with the Steelers, and now you have him back, and he's making big plays for you, is phenomenal. And it just feels right. That's cool. Dre, C.J. Stroud yesterday, I mean, what can you say? The guy is amazing, makes more amazing, able to hit Nico with that touchdown, but there were others as well. The throw to Brevin Jordan when he's being pressured and he just flings the ball with, as you pointed out on the call, with accuracy was just phenomenal. He continues to amaze.
Yeah, there was that throw. There was another one that he made as well to Nico, before Nico even got out of his cut. He knew exactly on the field where he should be against that coverage at that time, and he just trusted and let the ball go. I can't tell you how next level that is. And he's being pressured, knowing I'm getting ready to get hit. I'm going to trust that Nico's going to be in that spot, and I'm going to let it rip. And he did, and it just worked out. That is next level. That is years beyond being a rookie. The stuff that we're seeing C.J. Stroud do.
Dre, why did I just blank on what I was going to ask Dre? I had something in my mind I was going to ask him. Oh, I know. As a quarterback, Dre, Davis Mills goes in the game, and the general brought this up, and it was only a couple plays. It was a handoff, but then he threw a seed to Nico Collins on the sideline with Patrick Surtain in coverage. You as a quarterback, how difficult is that to be there and then say, okay, you got to go in the game, and not only have to go in the game, you got to go make a throw against one of the best corners in the league in Patrick Surtain. How big a moment was that for Davis yesterday to just give them that one play and then do what he did and he did? How tough is that as a quarterback to do?
It's tough because you're standing there all day. You have no idea when you're going to go in the game. So that makes it, even tougher. Or that you're going to go in at any point. But you have to prepare and you have to be ready in case something happens like it did yesterday, whether it's for a couple of plays or whether it's for a couple of weeks. You've got to keep yourself ready. And it's that attitude each and every day that a guy like Davis Mills or a guy in his shoes has to take to work each and every day. And so he was ready. Credit him as well, being a pro. And I think you've got to give a lot of credit to this coaching staff, the way they've handled Davis Mills. They didn't just anoint C.J. Stroud. They made him earn it to some degree. But but that was through competition during camp. And then, you get into the regular season, they started to give, obviously, C.J. the reps, but they've handled Davis in a manner in which they respect what he can give this team. If they didn't, it would have been a couple of handoffs and he's back on the sideline. But they've done that on 2 occasions now where they put him in the game, trusted him to throw the football, and he's delivered. So I think he's just earning himself respect with his team and with the coaching staff.
Yeah, it was great to see. Completion percentage, 100%, 2 for 2. So, and you look, it's the backup quarterback. You hope you don't have to see him, but if you do see him, you want to see him play well, and that was nice. All right, what about the defense here? Big days from Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley Jr. The juniors were on fire, and so was Jonathan Grenard. Had the pressure on that final play where Wilson threw the pick to Jimmy Ward.
Man, it's starting to round into shape, isn't it? On that side, where you got playmakers making plays, you got young players making plays, you got veteran players stepping up and contributing, and then in a manner in which in a sense where you needed them the most. Yesterday, it was bend but don't break. They knew the situation. They knew that a touchdown was needed to beat them, and they just held. I mean, there were a couple of big plays here and there, got down in the red zone, but they didn't allow the score. And I think that's a tip of the hat to everybody on that side of the ball, coaching staff included. When you need them the most, that's when they step up, and guys certainly earned their keep yesterday.
Okay, this one's for both y'all. I feel like this defense, when it has Jimmy Ward in it, and I don't want to take away from anybody. DHC has done some really good things when he's gone in there. Eric Murray and MJ Stewart did some good things before they went out. But I feel like this defense, when Jimmy Ward is in the lineup, is not only completely different, but it just executes things and does things a little bit differently and maybe with a little bit more verve and swag or whatever you want to call it. And I know Jimmy got the interception. Everybody will point to that. But I'm just saying how it's orchestrated, how it's run. I think the fact that Jimmy Ward is back there changes things. This is for both of you. Dre, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, he's a playmaker, and guys have a way of affecting the way other people around them play, and that's Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward comes in the huddle. Everybody's got a different edge to him. Everybody's got a little bit quicker step. Everybody wants to match Jimmy's intensity, and so you don't get that from someone else that's not a veteran player that won't step up or voice certain things. So that's what he gives him, and then he backs it up with his play. So when you have a guy like that that's that outspoken, he better back it up or guys will just brush him off. But Jimmy backs it up with his play, and he certainly did yesterday.
I mean, look at where they are, okay? They're in the upper half of the league in points. Now, yards, they've given up some yards. There's no question about that. But they're good against the run, and they're good in keeping the point total low. Even last week, they lose to the Jags, but they hold them to 24. I mean, you almost take that going in to a home match with the Jaguars, thinking you're going to be able to eclipse 24 points offensively. But obviously, it didn't work out last week. But, yeah, he means so much to them when he's in the lineup. It just looks different. And they're making big plays down the stretch, so that's cool. Dre, Gardner Minshew and the Colts. When is Minshew going to turn back into a pumpkin? What is going on? I cannot have this. 7-5. They're still ahead of the Texans in this playoff chase, but at least you have them on the schedule so you can do something about it yourselves. Look, the Titans, we overtime. You cannot send a Titan to do a Texans job. Got to do the job yourself.
Oh man, he's on one this morning, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
No, yeah, Gardner is playing well. I mean, he's another guy that goes out, he trains. He knew that he was being signed in Indianapolis to be the backup, but in his mind there was maybe this little bit of sliver of hope that he could get in the lineup because it was a rookie quarterback, or that at some point he would struggle, or they would just use a chunk of the season to bring Richardson along, and Minshew would be the starter. He knew all this, and he trained that way. So it's no surprise to himself, I'm sure, that he's playing the way he is and contributing the way he is, and he's going to win that team over at some point, and they'll play hard for him. But Anthony Richardson's the future of the Colts. But right now, it's Gardner Minshew, and he's got him playing, and boy, they'll get Taylor back here in a couple of weeks. It's a scary thought about what the Colts can become.
Yeah, no doubt. But the Titans punt team, did you see both blocks?
Yeah, they got blocked twice, huh?
I mean, those guys blocked them with their face masks. They ate the football.
Yeah.
Like, what are they doing in Tennessee? Dre, tonight, two teams that we've seen relatively recently, but one has had a complete sea change with no Joe Burrow. Monday night, Jacksonville Jaguars in Duval County against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals coming back. T. Higgins is going to be back. Logan Wilson. But do you give the Bengals a shot of knocking off the Jags tonight? Or do you think the Jags kind of riding a big crowd, all excited because of the first Monday night game? Do you give the Bengals a shot against the Jags tonight?
Nope. Bengals are going to turn back into who they were years ago. I mean, and that's unfortunate, but Joe Burrow is a difference maker, and he is the guy that he as in basketball terms, he requires a double team. So without him, they are an entirely different team. I think the NFL world's going to see it tonight. And Jacksonville, to their credit, they're on the uptick. They're on the upswing of things in the league based on where they just continue to grow from last year. They've let a couple of games, in my opinion, get away, but they are on the uptick of things and a team that is going to be around. They're not going anywhere for a while.
All right, don't worry, folks. The college football vent is coming. I've got two of them, but before we get to the venting, TaxAct Texas Bowl, good matchup, Texas A&M, Oklahoma State, December 27th, right here at NRG Stadium. Dre, that's going to be a big week because you have two Texans games, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, and the other part of the sandwich is the bowl game on the 27th. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time, and I think the Texas Bowl got a great matchup. And A&M and Oklahoma State, two fan bases that really will travel well, will support their teams. They'll fill the building. It's going to be full of energy and a lot of fun. So I would recommend getting tickets now, calling in, going online, and get yourself to NRG on the 27th, because that's going to be a heck of a football game. Then you follow it up a couple of weeks later with the national championship right there in the same building. It's this is a city full of college football here in the next couple of weeks.
It's going to be wild because we're going to be doing a show that Monday morning with the national championship
in the building
night.
That night.
That's going to be awesome. That's going to be freaking awesome. Can a rant be positive, or does a rant always have to be negative?
No,
I mean, most of the time
is negative.
It's negative. I mean, but it says speakers shout at length in a wild, impassioned way. But that could mean that it could be positive.
It could be. But Dre, hang on a second. Now, look.
Because this is where I'm going with this.
All right, okay.
University of Houston, new head coach is Willie Fritz.
Oh, okay, good.
It's not, I mean.
That's positive.
I know in some sense how Dre feels about it. So it could be a positive rant.
All right.
He could
that wasn't
go on
where I was going, but that's
in
a nice
wildly
positive
impassioned, speaking way. Dre, your thoughts about Fritz being the new head coach of U of H?
I love it. I respect Coach Fritz. I got a chance to send him a text and congratulate him on and welcoming him to the Cougar family. He is a known program builder and a winner wherever he's been, and so we obviously wanted to get some of that taste and flavor within the Cougar program, and I couldn't be more thrilled at the job that the administrators and those in charge have done in bringing in a solid, mature adult head coach.
He wins games. That's going to be fun. What's not fun is when you win
all of your games, and you are in a big-time conference, and I am no Seminole. In fact, I mean, I've got background in college football, and I have a big beef with the Seminoles that goes back over 20 years, but we won't get into that right now. But they won all of their games. They should be in. This is ridiculous. You lose a game, now you subject yourself to all the debates. But if you win literally all of your games, you need to be in this thing. To me, it was simple. The undefeateds go in, and yes, Texas goes in too because they beat Bama, and you shouldn't be in. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's. I used all my energy yesterday on this because I had to close the door to the booth. I was so loud when this came out, and I looked up, and everybody was standing at the door watching my reaction. I couldn't believe it that Florida State had gotten left out after winning. Everybody thinks that you have to win in this sexy way. You just have to win in advance at this point in the season.
Apparently not.
Apparently not, according to a bunch of guys that don't lace them up anymore or haven't. It's crazy that could even happen. It's never happened. You've had some one-loss teams in the Pac-12 that have gotten left out, and they are known for being left out. Almost to a point where it's a joke, but it's never happened to the east of the country, and it's certainly not going to happen in the east where the SEC resides, and that was known or made more clear. It couldn't have been more clear yesterday. So when you look at how things have been done, you might as well say every year if you were to continue with 4 teams, every year there'd be 3 spots because one of them's reserved for the SEC. And so, you just can't continue to do it that way. You can't live that way. Otherwise, people start to feel that this is a rigged process. And it's unfortunate for Florida State because they deserve and have earned the right to play in a national championship or play for a national championship in this case. But it's sad. I mean, it is absolutely sad when it works itself out the way it has. And then we have the powers that be that go in front and try to plead the case for the SEC. There shouldn't be an SEC team in the playoff this year. That's just how it is. They knock each other off. You can't say you're the toughest conference if you're not willing to suffer the consequences of knocking each other off. You don't play anybody non-conference-wise. It was the weakest non-conference schedule against everybody, against all other Power Fives. The SEC was 4-6 this year. So it's I don't get it. I don't understand it, but it is what it is, and we got to continue to live with it. And Alabama's going to beat Michigan. That's the crazy part about it. They're going to beat Michigan.
But that does not justify them being in the first place.
It does not justify being in over Florida State whatsoever. There are plenty of ways. I watched a team Saturday win a conference championship without their starting quarterback. They won it with defense. They won it with field position. They won it with special teams. Is that the sexy way to do it? No. But it's a way that you have to coach in order to maximize what you have as a football team, and they were able to do it. Florida State deserves the right, have earned the right to continue to play, and it's just unfortunate.
Well, if all of you out there had me as the last to have a rant, like I was a major underdog because everybody knows that I'm going to be the first to have a rant.
Right.
Well, you can catch that ticket because I'm the third one. Here's what I will say, and this is I'll keep it as civil as I possibly can. The SEC's argument, or people that say, well, the SEC should be in, every argument about that starts with, well, the SEC in the past.
Yeah.
That's their argument. It's about the past. It's like, no, what is the current? Oh, the current is Alabama. Oh, yeah, the team that lost to Texas by 10 at home, that barely scraped by against USF. Oh, that was in September.
What about Auburn?
How about the fact that you needed a 4th and 31 miracle at Auburn to a team that had lost by 3 touchdowns the week before to New Mexico State?
Yep.
You can miss me with the SEC is this. You got to take each year for what it is, and the SEC was just not that good this year. And even at that point, for a Power 5 team to get excluded for being undefeated is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Florida State beat LSU and Florida from the SEC.
Argument that the Bama people can be used against the Bama people in this debate.
Absolutely.
And I got one more for you, Dre. Look, I'm all for freedom for college football players, but what is going on with the transfer portal? I mean, why does and I'm sure there are reasons for everything. I mean, there must be. The Ohio State quarterback, Kyle McCord, leaving Ohio State, and Dylan Gabriel leaving Oklahoma. Yep. What is wrong? What is wrong with these programs? OU's not good enough. OU's not good enough. Ohio State, I cannot possibly do business at Ohio State. It's not good enough. What? These are the biggest schools in the country among them. It's not right? I don't get this at all, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't get it. I just saw this morning that those two, McCord and Gabriel, are transferring. I was just thinking to myself, okay, you're not ready to step into the professional world, but you're stepping into the professional world. And by that, I mean, it's just everybody's chasing, as Dion would say, a bag. Everybody wants the money back. Mm-hmm. That's what it's all about right now. Bingo. And you can't tell me that that's not the case. It's certainly in Dylan Gabriel's case that why would you ever leave Oklahoma? Your play callers there. It was, I don't get it. Or he's getting ready to go with Jeff Lebby, who is, and I didn't even think about that part of it, who just got a head coaching job somewhere. And
but ask Caleb Williams how that goes when you go with your
yeah,
coach.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's who he's followed. He went there. He went to Oklahoma from UCF because Lebby was there, and then Lebby he's leaving Oklahoma to go to where he is now. So it's crazy, but I'm sure he's going to get paid in doing so. I don't know what McCord's story is or how that could affect anything.
I will quote Nebraska head coach Matt Rule, quote, "It now takes a $5 or $2 to go get a great quarterback out of the portal."
Wow.
That's amazing. This brings up this question. Because, Dre, I know you love the University of Houston, and I know it was a different time. But if you had schools offering a bag that was $2.5 million after you won the Heisman to go somewhere else, would you, A, have stayed in college, and B, would you have even entertained that thought, given the money that you could make after a Heisman year to go somewhere else?
I could have gone somewhere else before I won the Heisman. It wasn't that much money. But no, I wasn't leaving. Nobody on our team left. We were offered. It was during the time where we were getting ready to serve the probationary period for something that happened when we were much, much younger in like middle school. And we were all offered a one-time transfer, and it was designed to kind of break up the program almost like SMU's. And nobody left. Not one player left and transferred out. And then the next couple of years were a few special years that we had there. But no, not one person left. So no, I wouldn't leave. I'm about competition. I'm about facing it, and I think it makes everybody better. You don't run from it, certainly. And then it's never really affected me in a manner in which I'm going to chase it like a lot of people would.
All right, Dre, quick thoughts on the Jet game on Sunday. You're facing a team that's really reeling right now, but they do have a good D.
Yeah, and you've got to make sure that this bunch or your bunch doesn't get into the fact that they are reeling, because they're a professional football team that's capable of putting it together for at least one Sunday when you come to their building. So that in and of itself requires focus. It requires hard work. It requires the same amount of energy that you put into beating the Broncos. And you're traveling, so that should be a motivating factor in and of itself. But they've got some weapons on both sides. Their defense, they tried to let it carry them, but now the offense is turning the ball over. And in instances in which the offense didn't turn it over, the Jets have won. So you have to be careful when you go in there and make sure you're taking care of the football first and finish the game out against them. There's no doubt that I think the Texans are more talented than the Jets and should win. You just got to go do it.
All right, Dre, have fun at the Heisman ceremony Saturday. We'll see you in the booth Sunday.
Yes, indeed. I'll be there. I'll make it in sideways, but I'll be there.
Sounds good. All right, Andre Ware joining us as he does every Texans Monday. Coming up, What did Jimmy Ward say on the field right after the game in front of all the fans and on the air? We'll have that conversation with Drew Doherty for you, among other things, as Texans Monday continues.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My life coach has a terrible life.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
It's the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. And if you see a better price, we'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The holidays start here at Kroger with a variety of options to celebrate traditions old and new. You could do a classic herb-roasted turkey or spice it up and make turkey tacos. Serve up a go-to shrimp cocktail or use Simple Truth wild-caught shrimp for your first Cajun risotto. No matter how you shop, Kroger has all the freshest ingredients to embrace all your holiday traditions. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
As a Houston Lux member, you can access the Houston Texans like no one else. Get an unparalleled game day experience from the best seats in the house. Share your Lux access with clients and employees for memories they won't forget. And make intentional connections alongside Houston's most influential business executives. Ready to learn more? Our Lux team will work with your needs in mind to create best-in-class moments that extend beyond the field year-round. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com.
He's in! Touchdown, Houston!
This is Texans Radio.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given?
That's a big deal. Just like the Getaway sales event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The Texans knocked off the blazing hot Broncos.
3rd and goal from the 8. Wilson in the gun. Wilson escapes the sack, throws left side of the end zone. Yes! It's intercepted. Houston's going to win.
This is our team. This is our brand of football. Our guys are resilient. They put the work in every week, and they show up on Sundays, and they execute and they play for each other, and that's all I ask for.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to more coverage of what happened and what happens next. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Russell Wilson, under center, one back, Williams. On first down for the 25, Wilson fakes the give. He's going to be sacked. Brought down, Will Anderson Jr., his second of the game.
Second one today, and he just comes upfield, is able to put on the brakes, and just as Russell Wilson's trying to bootleg to his side, he is in perfect position to bring him down. Wilson tries to step up and around him, and Will Anderson was having none of that.
All right, Will Anderson Jr. with 2 sacks on the day. Is 5 on the season. And, Johnny, when I'm asked by out-of-towners, how about Will? How's he doing? What do you think? Rookie year, a lot of notoriety. Number 3 pick in the draft. I say, look, we've had Watt here. We've had Mario Williams here. Mario had 4 sacks his rookie year. Watt had 5 sacks his rookie year. It's not just about the sacks. But Will Anderson now has 5 sacks to tie Watt rookie year production regular season with a long way to go. And it's not just about these comparisons. I know that. But I'm just pointing this out for a little perspective. And Jadeveon Clowney, really good edge player, right? Never had a double-digit sack season in his career anywhere. It's not just about the sacks. Will Anderson, outstanding at pressuring the quarterback. Edge setting, TFLs, 2 sacks yesterday, 5 on the year. What a campaign. Tipped the ball that Derek Stingley Jr. had as his first interception of the day yesterday. Had that gigantic punt deflection of sorts, redirection. I don't know what to call it because he didn't actually touch the ball, but man, oh man, was that effective. He blocked a field goal this year as well. What a campaign for him. Terrific start. Excited for the future.
I would like to finally rant here, and I'll do it as like nicely as I can. I want to go back to draft night 2023. We were at Miller Outdoor Theater. We just drafted C.J. Stroud, and we received word that Will Anderson Jr., the Texans were trading up to go get Will Anderson Jr. And the 4 of us on stage just lost it in
excitement. Like a playoff win.
It was unbelievable. And then you started seeing all of the nerds out there. What are they doing? They're giving a pick for next year, and they're just mealy mouthing this whole thing. And I said on the stage, number 1, the Texans are looking at being good this year. To be good this year, you have to go get a transcendent defensive player to be able to be good this year. So that was 1. Number 2, one thing I didn't say on the stage, but I knew in my heart because I'd already been advanced looking at the 2024 NFL draft class. There's nobody of his caliber in this draft class at all. At all. Nobody close. Nobody reaches that level of Will Anderson Jr. There could be a scenario where a defensive player doesn't go until 8 or 9 in this draft.
Ooh. Really?
Maybe
because of all the quarterbacks too.
Maybe Jared Verse at Florida State because he's getting hot at the end. So maybe Jared Verse, maybe from Florida State, maybe. There's no defensive player even of the caliber of Will Anderson Jr. in that draft. You weren't going to get that guy even if you were picking at number 3, 4, or 5 in the draft, which you're not because now you're 7 and 5. So drafting Will Anderson now because he's the best defensive player in the 2023 draft to help your 2023 season so that the 2024 draft, you're not in the top 10 anymore. All of that seemed to make sense in my brain. And, oh, by the way, you weren't going to get a player of Will Anderson's caliber in 2024 because of the defensive class. This is a quarterback and wide receiver draft with offensive linemen right up there. There just isn't that defensive player in this draft. So it'd be nice. In fact, I'm going to ask Nick on the sly. Did you guys look ahead? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. But I would imagine for impact players like that, you look ahead a little bit and go, hey, wait a second. There could be a Jared Verse. There could be this. There could be that. There could be like 3 Will Andersons. There's not a Will Anderson in this draft. So all of you that you gave up 3 draft picks. You gave up number 12. No, 12 became 3. You gave up next year's first. Well, guess what? Next year's first is going to be hopefully 22 or 23.
Yeah, well,
if not worse.
And here's how I look at it.
And finally, to finish my rant.
Okay.
Good on Nick for having the stones for he and DeMeco to go up and get Will Anderson Jr. That's it. I couldn't figure out what the third one was supposed to be, but I was already kind of in it. I'm so tired of hearing that. And then I hear people talking about, well, he's going to get sack. We got 2 sacks yesterday. He had 4 quarterback hits. He had 8 pressures. The man is everything you wanted him to be, and he's making your 2023 team better now.
That's my thing. That's my thing. You were trying to accelerate the growth of the franchise. You weren't saying, we're going to be good in 2025. You were saying, let's get good as quickly as possible. And I've got a feeling, I don't know how candid he would be about this or not. Maybe we can ask him today. DeMeco Ryans thought, you know what? We can win some games here. We can do some things.
Absolutely.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, go get him, Nick, because I want to be really good as we possibly can be as quickly as we can be good. Yes. And they're pretty good. They're 7-5. They're gunning for a playoff spot. All right, so losing Tank Dell. Let's get to this for a moment. To the Jimmy Ward thing in a second. Well, I just want to point this out. Tank has 7 touchdowns, all right? So his season's over with 7 touchdowns. That leads the team. That's notable here because Nico has 6. Dalton Schultz has 5. Between Schultz and Tank, you have 12 touchdowns scored, right? And that's big because we don't know when Schultz is back. Hopefully it's this week. I don't know. Hamstring, who knows, right?
Right.
He's not on IR because they can't afford to put anybody that could possibly come back on IR. They can't do that now. They only have one call-up, and that, I presume, would be Fairbairn, who's eligible to come off IR this week, right?
Yeah. Good job by Matt yesterday, though. He needed those field goals.
Oh,
Matt,
he
was perfect
you
yesterday.
Needed every one
good
of
job,
them
Matt.
to
that
put the
awesome.
pressure on, and Matt made his field goals yesterday. That was good. Great to see him come back. Such a big deal made about him being cut last week, and you knew they were going to bring look, I know they worked out kickers reportedly. Maybe if they found somebody, they went out on a few dates. They did, but they didn't really make
dated.
Yeah, they dated a little bit. But I
don't even know. Is it swipe right or swipe left? I don't even know which one is the good one or the bad one. But that's,
it wasn't even dating. You're right. It was more like one of those apps where it's like, we're going for the quickie here, and we didn't like anybody, so we're going to go with Matt on one more week at least, and we'll see how it goes from there. But that, and I'm not saying they don't have the players on their roster to cover up for the lack of touchdown production. But what's gotten them here is Dell 7 touchdowns, Nico 6, Schultz 5 as far as receiving touchdowns go. Woods has 1, Brown has 1, Jordan has 1. I get it. So they're going to have to step up. It's next man up. Here we go. All right, here we go post-game. This is real quick, but this is awesome. Jimmy Ward, who is a ball of fire, energy, what he brought to this defense on and off the field, what he brings to the franchise, and had the big pick at the end. And right after the game, on the PA system at NRG Stadium and on the air, Drew Doherty caught up with Jimmy Ward.
And look who it is, the man who just came down with that interception. We got Jimmy Ward.
Stand up, H-Town. We did this for y'all.
You said stand up, H-Town. We did this for y'all. Tell me about that last play. What happened?
Miko, Coach Burke, they put us in a great call. It was in quarter defense. We know Russell liked to scramble the ball, so we had eyes back on the quarterback. He threw it up. I made a play. Game over.
He had good position. That guy's strong and big and tried to rip it away from you, but he didn't have enough strength, did he?
Nah, that's my first one of the season. I wasn't going to let that go.
Hey, how big a day was this for this defense as a whole? They got tried time and time again, but they come up big at the end with you. Stingley has the 2 picks as well. Will Anderson gets the sacks. Jonathan Grenard gets the sacks. You guys stand up, didn't you?
Yes, sir. We stand up. When the offense needed us the most, man, we just played good defense and great offense. Special teams had a day too, man, so you got to give them a shout out.
How nice is it to have a day like you had, considering where you'd been the last few weeks?
I've been on the shelf. I needed to make a play, man, for my team.
All right, last thing. Where is this Texans team headed?
Man, we're trying to get into the playoffs. That's the only thing that matters. So we can't focus on any other games. We got to focus on next week. We got to bring home that dub.
All right, one more time. Let's hear it for Jimmy Ward.
Stand up, baby.
I love it.
He's got such energy. I love that guy.
Stand up, H-Town. H-Town, we did this for you all. I love that.
Yep.
That's got to make a show open for the offseason.
Yeah, it definitely will. Mark, in week 3 when we beat Jacksonville, that was Jimmy's first game of the year. And so when the game was over, I said to Omar Majub, who does a tremendous job PR, he and Everett, and I said, can I have Jimmy Ward in the locker room? They're like, they kind of looked at me, they were like, yeah, sure. So I could see them telling Jimmy, and Jimmy kind of had this quizzical look on his face like, he wants to talk to me? So I told Jimmy why I wanted to talk to him. I said, I think this defense is different when you're in it, and your presence alone just gives it a different vibe and feel. Here are the games that Jimmy has played this year.
Yeah, give them to me.
Jacksonville, Pittsburgh. Now, Atlanta, Desmond Ridder did get a little bit, okay. Against New Orleans, Carolina. Now, Bryce Young didn't get a lot in that game.
No,
let's be honest.
Defensively, that was pretty good. I mean, I know at the end, but all right, go on.
And then he missed half of the Tampa Bay game. And what happened in that second half of the Tampa Bay game? 2, 4, 6, 7. He's been in 7 games, and I haven't done the math on it, but I would bet in those 7 games.
Point totals are low.
The point totals are low, and I bet if you went back and looked all the key things, third down conversions, red zone, interceptions, takeaways, all that, I bet if you looked at those 7 games would be the best that we would have talked about this defense. Jimmy Ward is a massive, massive part of it. He's not alone, but he is a massive part of this defense. And keeping him healthy the rest of this year, I think, is number one for that defense. His presence changes everything back there.
I regret one thing about the call on the interception. I should have gone Seinfeld and said, because I said, they were at point-blank range, and the Texans said no. I should have said, Jimmy says no. Jimmy says you're not scoring. Jimmy says, go home, Russell.
Hey, they liked your call on the Football Night in America.
Oh, they used it?
Yeah, they used it. They played it, and then both McCourty and Maria Taylor were talking about it. Say about how you said no. They're like, yes, the Texans say no. Like they were
really
building off of your call. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty good.
I'm getting a lot of airtime on football.
Nice.
It's not me. It's the team, folks. It's the team. But I happen to be along for the ride. I'm on the sled, and they're pulling it, okay? That's beautiful. All right, smoking hot players of the game. Let's get to it next here. It's Texans Radio.
Texans Radio continues in a moment.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
A Texas tradition. Since 1946, Blue Ribbon has proudly served Texan families natural smoked bacon and natural casing sausages made from premium ingredients, seasoned for Texas tastes. It's the preferred sausage and bacon of the Houston Texans. Blue Ribbon, it's a Texas tradition.
The Holiday Blaze Outdoor Kitchen Sale is going on now at Texas Star Grill Shop. From high-end grills, fridges, griddles, power burners, Blaze has everything you need to build the outdoor kitchen of your dreams. Blaze Grills, where grilling starts and flavor begins, offering the best-in-class lifetime warranty on valves and all stainless steel parts. Make memories with friends and family by creating an amazing outdoor kitchen and bring the party outside with Blaze. Save big during the holiday sale on Blaze. Texas Star Grill Shop with the best grills at the best price. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
The Texans knocked off the blazing hot Broncos.
CJ fakes to give. He has a lot of time. Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We're going to fight to the end. And it's not always going to be perfect, but it's hard to win after Thanksgiving, man. It's playoff football. It's already started. The tournament's already started, so we got to just keep it going and stack these wins.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Lots more to break down next on Texans Radio.
Long week? It's time for a smooth Tito's handmade vodka cocktail. Staying in or going out? Serving cocktails for two? Or mixing drinks for barbecuing in the backyard? Or snagging your favorite bar stool? No matter the occasion, just add Tito's to kick off the weekend just right. Tito's Handmade Vodka is distilled from corn and is naturally gluten-free. 80 proof Tito's Handmade Vodka, 40% alcohol by volume, distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Are you ready to go all in on the NFL's next big game? With On Location, you get it all. All the access, all the exclusives, all the VIP experiences you want, all season long. From 50-yard line seats at Super Bowl 58 in Vegas to VIP pre-games, post-games, and everything in between, it's all yours when you're on location. Check out our complete VIP experiences lineup at NFLOnLocation.com or search NFL On Location. Go all in On Location.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Tickets are on sale now for Houston's biggest college football showdown. Experience the epic matchup between the Texas A&M Aggies and the Oklahoma State Cowboys at NRG Stadium on Wednesday, December 27th for the TaxAct Texas Bowl. Be a part of the college football fanfare all week long with one-of-a-kind and free Bowl Week events, all benefiting Houston's children's charity, the Pelchin Children's Center. Find your tickets, suites, or group offer opportunities today at TaxAct Texas Bowl. That's TaxActTexasBowl.com.
Now, back with more on Texans Radio.
On 2nd and 6 from the Bronco 36, empty backfield for Russell Wilson with 3 receivers left. Sutton and Judy to the right. Wilson to throw. He's got time. Over the middle he goes and intercepted at the 30-yard line. Derek Stingley picks it off. My goodness, his second of the game. He does it again.
What a play. What a play there. Unbelievable.
That was as pretty, and again, it's on my Twitter feed, and the Texans tweeted out a picture of it as well. It's a great still photo of Stingley getting his hands on the ball. It looks so secure, and when you freeze it in time, these guys, Johnny, move so fast.
Oh, my gosh, it was such a great play.
The athleticism of these DBs in this league, I mean, everybody, but to make plays like that, I can't get over how quick they are. And one quick point, it's funny, and I don't know if I've ever done this on the air, but the way you describe things like a play, when you break it down, well, so-and-so goes out for a pass here, and then he sees that this guy's going there, and then they see, and you describe it as if it took a half hour for the whole thing to unfold. Yeah. But it's like, bam, it's less than a second for all these thought processes to take place. Yeah. And it's fascinating, and you described Stingley, how he made that pick, and he came off his guy. He saw that Petrie not going to get to it, so he got to it in a big, big way. And what a success story this is. Now, we got a long way to go here, but this is awesome for Stingley to have 4 picks in the last 3 games and to have 5 in his career in 14 games played, and please stay healthy. Gosh. So he's a smoking hot player of the game. Got Stingley. Got Will Anderson Jr. Yep. All right, and got Nico. I think those 3 really stand out. CJ, it's almost like the Jordan years where he's always going to be MVP and who's second. Right. But CJ, my goodness, again. Now, he gets, I put this in my article, I put it in air quotes, held under 300 yards. You know, they held him below 300 because, and I know 300 can be misleading because you might be behind and adding garbage yards or whatever, but he had a streak of 4 consecutive 300-yard games, rookie record or whatever that was, and he gets held to 270-something, held to, but my gosh, he made some plays again that are eye-popping. They wanted more offense in the second half, didn't get it. 10-point lead at the break, obviously had to hang on defensively, but they did against a piping hot team, a red-hot Bronco team. They stopped teams with a 4-game winning streak with the Bengals when they went there at Cincinnati. That's right. They stopped the team with a 5-game winning streak, and I don't think Denver's done winning. I think Denver figured out a formula, but it backfired on them because the Texans got hot, matched them physically, and made the plays they needed to make.
Yeah, you hit the 3, and that's my theme for Harris Hits, the number 3. Harris Hits sponsored by the number 3. It's like Schoolhouse Rock.
It's like Sesame Street.
Yeah, those 3.
The count.
Yeah, Greg Sankey. Gate got into Sesame Street to his comments of the SEC.
Yeah,
and,
but that was crazy. Right.
No,
you're going to get me going again.
Forget that. I know.
You're going to get me going again.
I know. I didn't mean to.
I hate defending the Seminoles. You know that.
I know you do.
But I defend them. I stand with the Seminoles right now.
That's the worst part of this is that you guys, the Canes and the Noles are in lockstep about this. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because we should have won the national championship in 2000. They shouldn't have been playing OU because the Hurricanes, who was I with then? The Hurricanes beat them.
Yeah, right, exactly. Those three are the 3. I mean, they were tremendous. Connor Orr, I believe it was, wrote an article for SI.com shortly after the game and said, this article about the Texans only mentions C.J. Stroud twice. And his point was, y'all need to take a look at what's going down there because there's a lot more than just C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
And we've known that for a while.
Yeah.
We've known that down here for a while. But for the national television audience to see that yesterday and to see Stingley like, whoa, okay, Sting. And to have the injury issues that Sting had and to rise up the last few games because – I know there's a lot of disappointment in Sting was probably disappointed too. Like, man, I want to get on the field and show what I can do. Well, that's what he's done. Those 2 interceptions, the one he had against the Cardinals deep downfield and the one he had going over Sutton yesterday are two of the most incredible interceptions I've seen. The ball skills, the vertical, to be able to know when to look back for the ball. Here's one of my thoughts. Maybe he plays offense.
Oh, I was thinking about that. He's got receiver hands for sure.
I mean, I know you don't really want to take a risk, but...
Well, let me ask you this. Who is Stingley or Marquez Valdez?
Oh, Stingley. Stingley, you could argue that Stingley might have the best hands on this team.
I don't know. Well...
just saying. I mean, Nico will take argument with that. That's okay, Nico. We love you.
Derek Stingley Jr.
Stingley's that
slot receiver.
Come on. Now, those interceptions were pretty. Prettiest, though. Our Twitter feed has just posted, those over-the-head shots? Have you seen this yet?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, Mark.
I'm about to look it up.
Yeah, you look it up. I'll explain to people. Go to our X feed, Twitter feed, whatever it is. And remember when we played the Falcons? And the Falcons put out those overhead shots, and they were awesome. They've got one. We've got one of CJ throwing the deep ball to Nico, and I could watch it for an hour.
It's beautiful.
Gorgeous.
It's a close-up.
Yes.
Is this a CBS cam?
I don't know what this is. I don't know what it is.
We have this in the stadium. I think they had the number 2
I don't care,
crew.
but it's awesome.
It was Nance and Romo getting the weekend off, and I asked the CBS people, I said, I noticed you guys bring 3 trucks for the number 1 team. They said, this is the number 2 team. I said, I figured they would just slip into the number 1 crew. I said, so you gave the entire truck crew the weekend off as well, not just Nance and Romo as announcers. That's what gets untold here, that Nance and Romo got a weekend off because of the Thanksgiving and following Sunday games, I guess. And so they gave them a weekend off. But they give all, however many people it is, 50, 60 people, the 60. How do you know this, Chris Santi?
40 seconds left.
Oh, 60 seconds left. I'm like, how the hell does Chris know? How many people are on the TV crew? That's very nice, Chris. I'm like, oh, my gosh. He's like TV industry Google, Chris Santiago. Anyway, great job producing for us today.
Great job, Chris.
But it was the number 2 crew, it was Iron Eagle, but it was the number 1 CBS game, and it was awesome that this was a showcase for the Houston Texans in front of the nation, especially your parents in Upper Wisconsin watching the game and enjoying seeing some of these Texans young bucks for the first time. They'll be back in action Sunday at noon against the Jets. We'll be live right here. We've got the DeMeco Ryans show coming up at 5 o'clock right here. It's going to be awesome to hear from the head coach a day later after he reviews the tape. And In the Loop is coming up. You know what they're going to be talking about. Can't wait to hear the rants and the takes and all of it on the college football stuff, and especially the Texans. 7-5 in playoff contention. Down the stretch they come. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Meth, leading medicine.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $6.3 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
Don't miss out on the thrills.
Y'all deserve to feel special.
Gotta go! Stroud throws back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston!
We find our tails off every day.
The action and excitement of Texans football at NRG Stadium.
CJ Stroud with more magic.
Nice, nice, nice.
Single game tickets are available now.
The 30, the 20, 10, touchdown!
To find out how you can be a part of game day, visit HoustonTexans.com.
What a day!
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work, you need more technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
Friday nights on Bally Sports are made for Texas high school football. Starting at 7:30, we stack up 3 hours of live coverage of the biggest games across Texas.
He's Greg Tepper. I'm Aaron Hardigan.
Then, when the Friday night lights go dim, we light up High School Scoreboard Live.
And if you want answers, you've come to the right place.
Get final scores and highlights from every corner of the state. And don't forget, Bally Sports is your home for the UIL State Football Championships. Nobody does high school football better. Watch it all on Bally Sports or stream on the Bally Sports app.
David's Bridal, where brides and bridesmaids get fabulously dressed. We let our friends pick out what we wear, show off our dance moves, obsess over every little detail, hold your hand through it all, smile bravely when it's time to let go. Make your dreams come true. Wedding dresses starting under $200, bridesmaids dresses starting under $100. The things we do for love, only at David's Bridal.
The Houston Texans know a little something about H-Town. We know that football isn't just a hobby here, but a lifestyle. When the heat started to rise, you didn't run. You turned it up and supported our growth every step of the way. The Texans are only looking to charge ahead. And we want you rocking and with us. Be in the stands this season and get your hands on single game tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets. H is up, H-Town.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
7-5. Texans improved to 7-5. It wasn't easy. Probably should have been easier than it was. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. This was one of the more up and down games that I can remember with the Texans, and it comes at a loss. Tank Dell out for the season. Where do the Texans go from here? We got plenty of time to get into that, but let's just jump right into John Lopez's passing thoughts. Texans get the dub. I'm sure you got a lot on your mind.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the Tank Dell thing. We'll get into that. What sticks out the most to you from what happened yesterday?
Well, you just on one of the things, and it's definitely one of my passing thoughts. This had the feel of a game that they were going to let slip away. Blow back in the day. You know, like if Bill O'Brien was coaching, if this was a few years ago, you'd be, oh, they're going to blow this. They're going to blow this. Yeah, it had that feel. I think it's actually it feels even better now. I'm still kind of on a high right now. I don't know how you woke up. I'm still kind of like, all right.
I'm on more of a thank goodness type of thing. I'm on more of it's weird because I don't think it should have come to
right. That's
what it came down to.
Yeah.
So for me, I look at that and I say, I don't think Denver is in the same category as the Texans. Fortunately, they're in the position where they win these types of games, and beggars can't be choosers, especially with what we've been through. But I watched that game and I say, man, they should have won that a lot easier than they did. And on the other hand, I say there are things from that game there's stuff we can nitpick and we can talk about moving forward. But there are things in that game that are extremely, extremely, extremely encouraging, and it increases the ceiling of this team in a significant way. And it's the two number 3 overall picks, Derek Stingley and Will Anderson. Because if those guys are going to do that.
I'll get to that in just a second.
We finally got our Will Anderson game.
Yep, we did. And we talked about it last week.
And I feel like we've gotten 3 Derek Stingley games in a row.
What does he have, 4 interceptions in 3 games? 4
interceptions in 3 games, 3 straight 3 straight weeks with an interception.
Yeah.
If they're going to play like that increases the ceiling of your squad.
We'll get to that as well, but I'm still on a high, as people like to say, buzzing, whatever, just because the energy there was incredible, the way it ended. And it says a lot that was a near miss that they won. You know, like I get what you're saying, like, man, they really should have made this look a lot easier than it was. But it was a near miss that they won. All right, let me get to some passing thoughts. Some of them are kind of out of order. It's just my stream of consciousness as I'm jotting stuff down during and after the game. This one's neither here nor there. It's just my personal passing thought, my personal feeling.
As opposed to what?
Well, I mean, because this is going to be unrelatable to anybody who was
been known to do that.
Not alive in 1981.
Okay.
That Jimmy Ward play, I'm not kidding you. My mind immediately went there. That Jimmy Ward play to seal the game, it reminded me of Dwight Clark's catch in the 1981 NFC Championship game. Quarterback on the move, pressured out of the pocket.
Oh, my God.
Don't oh, my God, me. This is my thought, not yours.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the stakes were the same.
Is it Tuesday at 11?
I'm saying the play.
And I'll tell you the Joe DiMaggio story.
I'm saying the
Back
play
when they first started,
itself. Because we've all seen the catch, right? Dwight Clark, whether you were alive or not. The quarterback flushed out, pressure coming. He starts backing up. He just throws it to the back of the end zone to a tight end, and someone goes up and makes a spectacular play. It wasn't apples to apples by any stretch.
I would say that.
But the play itself, just my thought. That's something that occurred to me. I want you to look at the Joe Montana play at some point today, and then look at the Jimmy Ward play. That's neither here nor there. Now to the passing thoughts on the game itself, okay? Ward made 2 plays on that drive. He made 2 plays on that drive that helped save the game. Let's not forget Cortland Sutton over the middle. I forget who he was behind. Jimmy Ward comes crashing from one side, trips him up on the legs. That was going to be a touchdown, boys. That was going to be a touchdown, and we'd be talking in all likelihood about a loss today. So, yes, the big play at the end of the game, he made a game-saving tackle previously on that drive. Now let's get to the crowd. I've got more football stuff here, but let's get to the crowd real quick. No. I think you'll agree with me on this one.
By the way, I want to say something.
I'm past being embarrassed for Texans fans not showing up or selling their tickets to opposing. I'm past that. I kind of feel sorry for them. Look at what they're missing. Like in the course of that game, I went from, oh, this is ridiculous, and the whole, I mean, there was a lot of Broncos fans, to like, man, sucks for you. You're missing a hell of a product.
Yeah, like
you're missing a hell of a product.
The crowd is as loud as it's been, but there was definitely a lot of orange.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really strange because as loud as the crowd is, there's still some meat left on the bone. So it's not awful, but I get what you're saying there.
Yeah, like I promise you, McLean's going to come in tomorrow. Speaking of McLean, and he's going to sing, blah blah blah. And I was there going into the game. But as I'm watching this game, I'm like, man, this sucks for anybody who's missing this game. All right, another passing thought. You just mentioned it. This was the Will Anderson game, and I'm going to add to that in just a second because I think it goes far, far beyond him having just a hell of a game. Next passing thought. Individually, I was happiest yesterday about Brevin Jordan making the most of
our guy.
The most important.
Talk to him in the locker room.
Yeah, I saw that. The most important day of his professional life. And he passed. He not only passed.
He wanted to play again.
He excelled.
He wanted to play again.
What an unbelievable, great story. This guy might not have even been on the team.
He acknowledged as much.
Yeah. Next one. Russell Wilson thought this secondary.
I told you he sucked.
Well, I mean, he had him in the game. He had three interceptions.
He's trash.
Whatever. I'm not going to talk about that right now.
I'm serious though. Like a lot of his press conference, his media availability the other day, Russell Wilson's was talking about playing into his 40s. I don't know how many friends he has. It seems like a lot of people have kind of turned on him. Someone needs to talk to him.
Say, hey, man.
No, like someone that loves him needs to talk to him. If it's Ciara, if it's whatever, like someone needs to talk to him and say, brother, you don't need to be playing into your 40s,
You don't need to play past 36 or 37.
You don't need to be playing into your 40s, sir.
But anyway, he came into the game and he thought, and their offensive coaching staff thought, the Texans secondary can be exploited.
And they got their crack at Petrie. And by the way, they took advantage of Petrie on that touchdown. You go back and watch the second Stingley interception.
Oh, yeah.
And I challenge you to do it. I did the highlight breakdown today on YouTube, Locker Room on YouTube. Dude, Petrie got juked. He's lucky that Stingley was immediately turning and running.
Mm-hmm.
And he sprinted and he made up for it, and he made a play that very few corners can make. But Jalen Petrie, this is going to be a theme. Fortunately for the Texans, I don't know that there are a lot of quarterbacks that can take advantage of it that they're going to be facing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know who they're going to face against the Jets. They got Will Levis twice, Gardner Minshew, he's doing his thing.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have the ghost of Joe Flacco. They see Jalen Petrie out there now.
Oh, yeah.
They see 5.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, Russell Wilson thought this was their weakness. Hadn't thrown a pick in 5 games. Well, he threw 3. And that weakness became a strength, as we know, on the final play. People are going to jump all over Alex Singleton and C.J. Stroud getting in his face for that little extra shove and all that stuff. But that dude is a stud, man. That Alex Singleton is a tackling machine, as Cal McNair might say. He is a bad man, and he was a problem all day for the Texans. Frank Ross is getting some run.
Man, they had to punt 3 times once.
But he's getting some run big time. If you're buying low, he's doing it, man. If you're buying low on a potential head coaching career, Frank Ross might be your best investment. Don't ignore in victory, right? All's well that ends well. Congratulations on the touchdown. Dameon Pierce had 1 carry for 22 yards.
Dude, it was on 1st and 25. Like he had 2.7 yards per carry. It was on 1st and 25, and they ended up not even getting the first down after it. They didn't even run it right after there. 22 yards of his run was on of his stuff is on 1st and 25. They love Dameon Pierce.
Keep doing it.
He got 22 yards on 1 carry.
On 1st and 25.
Landry.
Keep doing it.
He got 19 yards on his 14 other carries. Think about that.
Criticizing
he got
Dameon
19
Pierce.
yards on his 14 other carries. He had a 2.7 yard average. Singletary had just 8 carries, 4.5 yard average. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with this stuff.
They love Dameon Pierce, man. They love Dameon Pierce. Like Devin Singletary's been demoted. Like there's no other way to put it. He's been demoted. And they're going to have to we're going to get into this. This is going to be one of the big themes probably tomorrow.
Yeah.
But how do you replace Tank Dell? I'm trying to say this with a straight face. Run the ball.
Run the ball.
Okay.
All Desmond King does is make plays.
Man, and he got screwed. That was the worst. That was the worst call.
Play after play.
How can you?
That was a scoop and score.
How can you, after the fact, say that something is?
He was spinning. He was trying to spin out of the tackle.
Dude, if you can't review and say that forward progress was stopped, because blow the damn whistle. Then
if forward progress,
the whistle. So if he spins off, what do we say?
Exactly. If forward progress had been stopped, they wouldn't have had to review, because they would have said, "No, sorry, we blew the whistle." Right?
That was rough, man.
Yeah, that was really rough. That was a scoop and score, no doubt about it. Obviously the Tank Dell, we're going to get into it. The Tank Dell injury was awful.
Yeah, don't do what I'm hearing.
It was unfortunate.
Don't do what I'm hearing, please. I'm begging you.
But this is
I'm begging
you. But you're going to lose that bet. This is for the Tank Dell should never have been put in that position crowd. You do realize he was split wide, right? Like he was the furthest receiver to the outside on the field side, and then he came in because it was an inside run, trying to get the touchdown. You do realize he was split wide, right? And then those guys are supposed to do what? Get to the second level and help out on blocking.
Yeah, he got rolled on.
He got to the second level. If you're saying never should have been on the field,
what
are you looking at?
Never should have been in the mix or anything like that. Then it
was unfortunate.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. It sucks. The size always comes up. But, like, here's my thing. If you're saying that, then hopefully you were saying that whenever they were throwing passes to him sideways inside the 6-yard line and having him take out linebackers and safeties.
Did you not want him on the field?
I heard Sean saying it. I heard it on the post game, and I've heard a lot of people say. I got a lot of messages. Well, Tank Dell shouldn't have been in that scrum. What do you mean he shouldn't have been in that scrum?
He was the furthest receiver to the outside. Came in, tried to get to the second level, which I don't know.
What are you supposed to
Receivers are supposed to do that.
Well, what is he supposed to do?
And then he got rolled up on.
That happens to everybody. That happens to offensive linemen.
Yes.
That's crazy, like, revisionist to me is the whole he shouldn't have been in that scrum. I hated
it.
What is he supposed to
Everybody
do?
hated it. But he did what he's supposed to do. It was ridiculous.
It sucks.
It does. It sucks. Interception. That's all I needed to see about this guy. Like, he deked the Broncos and specifically Russell Wilson.
I don't think he deked.
He had a beat. No, I'm saying the Patriot got beat. But he had a beat on that.
I think he just sprinted his ass off.
But he was watching it the whole way. If you go back and look at it.
He possesses, what Derek Stingley possesses is elite ball skills and elite instincts. It is unbelievable.
He knew. He had his head turned and was looking the whole way and kind of like was waiting and then got in front of the ball. I mean, that's all I needed to see out of that guy.
I'm still stuck on you comparing that to the Montana play, though.
Watch the play. I'm going to show you. I'm talking about
Montana was rolling to the right,
yes.
like pump faking, and then almost throwing it away. And Dwight Clark just sailed up.
He was rolling to the right. Russell Wilson was rolling to the left. He was getting pressure.
This is McLean Love You Blue stuff.
Just like Russell Wilson. He was backing up just like Russell Wilson. He threw it to the back of the end zone to a tight end just like Russell Wilson.
Yeah, but he wasn't. He wasn't as under pressure and duress.
Somebody rose. Yes, he was. Harvey Martin was all over his ass.
Oh my God.
And he threw it to the back of the end zone real high just like Russell Wilson. Somebody flew to the apex of the ball and grabbed it, except in this case it wasn't Dwight Clark. It was Jimmy Ward. The play itself looked. I'm saying the play looked like it. That's what reminded me. A couple more here, real quick. This is back to the crowd, but just an individual thought that I had about the crowd. As much as I'm past being embarrassed for Texans fans, and I'm just feeling for them for not showing up, dude, you had to call a timeout at home because the quarterback couldn't hear the signal.
Yeah, I mean, it got crazy. And that was the other big thing about Stingley's interceptions is that place was getting invaded by Orange. As soon as you had the play, the touchdown to Sutton, Texans went 3 and out after that. DeMeco did something that just drives me nuts. I was pissed. Like pissed. I'm tired of this happening.
What is it?
I think, isn't Nick Casario on with Sean and
7:30 tomorrow.
At some point in that 50 minutes, please ask him this question. Why do coaches call timeouts to save 5 yards? With all this analytics. So on third and 13, DeMeco Ryans and the Texans offense, they called timeout to avoid 3rd and 18 instead of 3rd and 13. You literally chose to kick a field goal, a 58-yard field goal, with someone who had never kicked a 50-yard field goal instead of trying to get 4th and 12 with C.J. Stroud the week before. And this was in a dire situation. This was when they had 12 plays over 12 yards and they had an 11-yard scramble.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick himself said that it's a long shot, 4th and 12. He said that himself. Mm-hmm. You guys go so into the analytics. Like, you're going forward in certain situations that you wouldn't go from in the past. Saving 3rd and 13 instead of 3rd and 18 in that situation, it's not worth it.
No,
like, let's talk cost and effect. I know that these guys read a lot. I know Casario spent his break reading about artificial intelligence.
Casario, since GM joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time?
Let's have some common intelligence before we start reading books on artificial intelligence. Just be ahead of the curve here. A timeout in that situation is not worth saving 5 yards. That timeout is too valuable. Hell, you would have needed that timeout had Russell Wilson been able to get that touchdown. So let's please stop doing that. And by the way, I want to give someone flowers. I don't want to wait till later in the show to give someone flowers because I'm working towards something here.
Okay.
Dare Agumbawale got a lot of attention for that field goal, and we've seen Dare do some things that kind of go under the radar. He's one of your best special teams guys. He's been called upon to be a running back at times. That fumble recovery might have been one of the biggest plays of the year. If you go back and watch that, the Denver
there were
four Broncos around it. One of them, if he would have just fallen down, he had it.
Yeah.
The other one jumps on it, and then it gets forward. Dare's back there with Tunsil, and he dives on that football and makes the play. Without that, because the momentum,
you probably lose.
You felt the momentum.
Yeah.
They were chanting Broncos, all that.
Yeah.
If after that Sutton touchdown, 3 plays later, they recover that Denver recovers the fumble, Texans don't win that game.
They don't win that game.
So big by Dare.
Big. So one more after this, but you're calling a timeout at home because your own quarterback can't hear the play. That is awful. Last one. I'm not sure there's anything you can do about this other than rest him all you can and hope he gets through it without having to miss anything. C.J. Stroud's getting the hell beat out of him. He's getting the hell beat out of him. He had his leg thing, his thigh last week. He was kind of limping again yesterday, and then he got woozy on a play. They had to pull him out on one play. He's getting the hell beat out of him. He's rookie of the year. He's going to be in the MVP discussion. But this is bad. Your quarterback's getting beat up.
5 sacks.
Beat up. Yeah, Figgy. Something's got to either got to hope for the best or get better protecting him.
Well, but Sean's asking me if he said the Tank Dell thing. If he didn't, I apologize. I thought I heard him and Brandon talking about it in postgame.
Mm-hmm.
So if he didn't say the scrum thing, I apologize. I've heard a lot of people saying it. I've heard a lot of people saying it.
Yeah, I was dumbfounded by the whole concept of, what do you even want him on the field?
What is Tank doing in the scrum type of thing? I do not know.
It's not like
Landry
people
Locker,
acting like he's a lead blocker, like he was fullback or something.
Yeah, it was tough.
He was on the out. He was as far away from the ball as you could get.
Fun times, though. Texans 7-5. Good times. But there is a question. And there is something, an obstacle that DeMeco Ryans is facing. We hear about next man up all the time. They've put that to practice, but now the most difficult task possible lies ahead. How do the Texans replace Tank Dell? Let's discuss next.
The Texans win over the Broncos. Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so replacing Tank Dell, not going to be easy. We'll hear a very, very emotional CJ Stroud in the 11 o'clock hour here on Reaction Monday. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We've seen a lot of next man up, and there's a lot of talk about, next man up, fill the void, all that. Mm-hmm. They haven't really had to replace an impact player like a Tank Dell, and you could just see how emotional it was yesterday when he went down. Moving forward, final 5 games, and the Texans are one of 4 teams tied at 7-5, so they're right there in that playoff cluster. It's going to be difficult to replace Tank Dell. And when I say replace, obviously you're not going to replace the production and the threat that Tank Dell is, but you're going to have to try.
Be a threat.
You might not fill the glass all the way to the top, but you're going to have to try as hard as you can based on the resources that you have. And for me, there are 3 options when it comes to replacing Tank Dell. And I want to throw them at you. I want to go 1 to 3.
2 came to mind for me, so I'm interested.
I have 3. Okay. I have 3 ways to replace Tank Dell here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. And I want y'all to weigh into on the text line, 713-572-4610. Ways to replace Tank Dell. Number 1.
Mm-hmm. Numero uno.
Yeah.
Number 1 is...
What are we doing? Why is it funny? Why is it funny?
Oh, my God. Hold on. Let me get my composure.
Get yourself
here.
together.
My God.
Get yourself
Let me slap
together.
myself.
Yeah.
Run the football.
Oh, Lord. That's the one I wasn't thinking.
Oh, my God. Run the football.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I hadn't thought of.
I don't think they want to. Why did Devin Singletary get demoted?
Was it 15 carries to 8 yesterday?
Yeah, and Dameon Pierce had on a 1st and 25, they decided to do a throwaway, and to his credit,
give him credit. He got that. He got the touchdown.
Come on.
But all I'm saying is, if it's the breadth of your work, all of it, you got 19 yards on 14 other carries.
Run the ball. Are you entertaining the possibility of this?
Yeah, that's why I didn't think of that one.
Okay.
Yeah, they do want to run the ball, but it's just how you.
They're going to need to, man.
Yeah, it's just how
they're going to need to. It's just going to be really, really tough. Run the ball, number 1. Couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Mm-hmm. Numero dos.
Spread the wealth in other receiving threats areas, like or spread it out to other receivers. We can go through that, but that's the most realistic, and that's the one that I think we're going to see. Nico Collins. Let's hear from Nico Collins. Caught up with him in the locker room yesterday. Here was Nico. I thought it was kind of telling, and it was kind of symbolic of what DeMeco Ryans says this football team is.
Yeah.
That right after Tank Dell goes down, you have the 50-plus yard catch by Nico. And it was literally next man up. In my notes, I wrote NMU, next man up.
Yeah.
And I talked to Nico Collins about that, and you can hear the emotion from him as well. During this back and forth, he looks over to Tank's locker, and I look over my shoulder. I'm like, "What? Is he distracted?"
Yeah.
He's like, right there.
Yeah.
He's sad. Here was Nico Collins, and I think this is a good option. Although I do think there's more to look at when it comes to the other options. Here's Nico Collins.
So how hard is it to, obviously you are a close team. You've talked about it a lot. Tank goes down, next play, you're making big plays. How hard is that as a player?
It's real hard, man. It's real hard. Yeah, it's real hard, man. You don't want to see your brother go down like that. You know what I'm saying? And he was a big factor of this team. You know what I'm saying? And but you got to attack his rehab. It is what it is. We got to continue to be us, continue to get better. It's dang, my dog. Nah, it's his locker right there. My bad. It's just one of them. Yeah. But it's just one of those, man, situations. It's life. It's an obstacle. And you're going to attack his rehab, man, and we're continuing the ball out for him.
It's hard for fans to sit on the sidelines and watch the end of games like that. What's it like on offense?
Man, it's the same. It's the same. I feel like the feelings are mutual in the stadium, man, around that time. But, the defense going to do their thing. Well, the chairman, because they always show up, man. They always going to do their thing, and they did. And we already knew they was going to do their thing, when they had the ball backed up in the red zone. But never stressed about it. Never worried, because we knew they was going to go crazy and get a stop.
Never stressed about it. Nico is the interesting one because We've had this discussion. We're talking about the possibility of replacing Tank Dell, possibility 1, run game, possibility 2, other guys. It's been like, who's the best receiver, 1A or 1B? And you hear different answers. Now Nico is by far. It's Nico Collins and the rest of the guys, and I wonder if that dictates the way that he's covered. Because now you can't. It's real. You don't even really have to pick your poison here. This is the big threat to the defense. So I do wonder, does that mean we see a little more press man? I mean, we've seen Noah Brown step up, but Nico has been the most consistent. Noah Brown would be the other option along with the other receivers.
All right, so
John Mechie, by the way, if CJ hits John Mechie at the end of that first half, this game's over.
Yeah.
It's 20-3, and we're celebrating.
All right, so you talked about your first two guys there. I mean, your options for replacing Tank.
Well,
Dell.
there's also multiple tight ends. That's what I'm just talking about, like the weapons. Xavier Hutchinson. Do we see more of Xavier Hutchinson?
I think Xavier Hutchinson's going to be involved, especially in the run game, because he's the guy that comes out of the backfield.
Yeah.
When it wasn't Tank Dell. Speaking of the run game, I think Xavier Hutchinson, he's shown a little bit as a receiver. I think Noah Brown's going to be big. I think Nico Collins is the number one receiver now, and he's got the numbers to back it up. But the first two things that came to mind for me were Nico Collins and John Mechie. I think John Mechie, we've seen just hints here and there. Obviously had that near miss yesterday. If you're going to, quote, replace Tank Dell,
it's going to look different. Like, you're not going to have the same type of player. It's going to be a different setup for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a different setup. But I think the first two that came to mind for me were John Mechie and Nico Collins. Nico Collins, he's 9 yards away from a 1,000-yard season. I mean, he is having an incredible year. His first 2 years in the NFL, he had 927 yards. This year,
he's what, 9 yards away? I think I saw a Storm report put out. He's like 9.
He's 991 yards receiving.
9 yards from 1,000.
Yeah, 2 years, 927 combined.
Yeah.
So he's the guy, as you pointed out, that they're going to maybe Noah Brown can exploit that.
So option 2 is the receivers, other receivers step up. And I think that's the most realistic. Number 3.
Número 3.
And this isn't necessarily connected. The defense just steps up their game, and elite players make plays. Like Derek Stingley keeps doing what he's doing, and Will Anderson keeps doing what he's doing. We got the Will Anderson game yesterday. He was all over the place. Right immediately, he hit Russell Wilson in the legs. I was surprised they didn't call roughing the passer. I didn't think it was. I've just seen worse called. Then he gets the sack on the second drive. He tips the punt. He ends up with 2 sacks right immediately in the second half. He gets the sack. He has the deflection on the Stingley INT. We got the Will Anderson game. Now my question is, are we going to see Will Anderson games? Because he's going to be facing some quarterbacks that are stiffer than a wedding dong. And Will Levis, I think, will run into some sacks. So I wonder if we start seeing like multiple sack games with Will Anderson, because the way that he's getting in there, the ghost of Joe Flacco ain't getting away from you.
Yeah.
The ghost of Russell Wilson could still get away from you.
Who knows with the Jets?
But, is it Trevor Siemian? Is it Tim Boyle? I mean, I don't know. Do you want to get kicked in the nuts or slapped in the face? Like, that's really the question. Slapped in the face would probably be the right answer.
I think it is.
I don't know which one's the kick in the nuts, though.
So, the first thing I do after every game when I'm driving home, I try to put together, what's the sweeping headline? What's the sweeping thought on this game?
First thing you do.
First thing I do every game. Like, what
was it yesterday?
If I were writing the headline, what would I? What's the sweeping? No, that wasn't it. That was just a thought. That was the most complete game of the year. That was the most. And let me explain it.
Do they need to run the ball better for it to be complete?
Well, I'm talking about offense, defense.
Okay, like plays.
Like the defense. If you get that Will Anderson and that Derek Stingley, they're stars.
No, they can win you games.
They're stars.
They won you. They can win you games.
So as I'm driving home, I'm like, I could have let that slip away. Maybe a little sloppy. Certainly not running the ball. But you know who won that game? The defense won that game. And it wasn't like C.J. Stroud was a punk. He threw for 274.
Oh, he was straight.
He was good.
I mean, he missed Mechie,
but he was.
There's a
really
high
good.
standard. There's a high standard there.
I thought, if I'm writing,
he damn sure wasn't a punk. We'll hear that at 11.
Yeah.
You watch your lips when you throw that P word out there about 7.
If I'm writing the headline, this was my headline: a breakout and a breakthrough. Okay. The breakout was Will Anderson and Derek Stingley. They're becoming stars before our eyes. The breakthrough was the defense won that game. 3 turnovers.
Yeah. A team that wasn't turning the rock over.
Yeah, it was a breakout and a breakthrough. That's why it was like the most complete game that the Texans have played all year. You should be really encouraged.
Shout out to Jimmy Ward. Caught up with him. You'll hear my interaction with him in the noon hour. He had some intense things to say. I'll put it that way. I think Figgy was right there and witnessed that. So we'll hear that in the noon hour. But coming up next, the biggest plays of the game, including perhaps the worst call ever. Talk about it next. But first, I want to talk about Orchard's win-win program. My God.
This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the big plays of the game, it is Reaction Monday. We'll hear from CJ Stroud at 11. He's about that business. And he ain't backing down from no one. But the biggest plays, I think, Derek Stingley made 2 of them. One of them was like one of the biggest swings in momentum that I've seen. Because you had the Cortland Sutton touchdown in which Jalen Petrie made an appearance. And then you had the 3-and-out that was a near strip sack. And Denver had all the momentum. The crowd was loud. And the orange, and there was a lot of it, was very loud. And then Derek Stingley made this play. I'm ready to hear what this sounded like. Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware on the call. I better hear some excitement from old Vandy.
First down, Broncos at their 20. Wilson, shotgun, one back, Williams. Wilson to throw. Ball tipped and picked off. Derek Stingley Jr. has the pick at the 21-yard line of Denver. His 3rd of the season, and it couldn't have happened at a better time.
Damn, Dre, you need a cigarette? Dre need a...
Ball tipped.
Oh, my. Did that again? Give me 3 of those back to back.
Ball.
Oh, man. I might need one now.
Oh, my.
All right.
Hey, that last part of that call, perfect. Couldn't have come at a better time.
No, it
couldn't have come at a better time.
This was momentum at its finest. Derek Stingley. Now, when you say that it's tipped at the line, a lot of times I think people naturally will say, well, that makes it easier. No, this isn't one of those that just went straight in the air and fell. You almost had to adjust even more so. The ball skills of
it threw you off.
Derek Stingley, along with the instincts, just through the roof. By the way, 4 career interceptions for Derek Stingley. Sauce Gardner has 2. Sauce versus Stingley this week. Sauce versus Stingley this week.
Yep. We will be there.
Stingley, he's missed some time. But he's been making plays, and all that Sauce Gardner's really been doing while Stingley's been making plays is arguing with Buffaloes in bars.
Yeah, I think he's becoming a star. I think Stingley.
Tap the brakes.
No, I think he's becoming a star.
Got to keep him on the field.
4 interceptions, 3 field. Well, of course, that's always going to be the case.
The thing I like about Stingley is he is just quiet.
Yeah, but
he is just a quiet country playing football dude.
You're going to hear his second. We're going to hear his second interception. And this is the play. This is the only play.
This bailed out.
This is the only play I needed to see.
This was one of the plays when Sean Payton was emphasizing things this week. I think this was one of the plays where they said during a key moment we're going to do this because Sutton goes inside. Jalen Petrie, ooh-wee! My God, he would have had I don't know how many and one mixtape tour fans there are out here. Hopefully, but man, if Duke Tango, rest in peace, the guy with the microphone on the court were there. And he would have seen what Jalen Petrie got done to him by Cortland Sutton. He would have been running down the court, high-stepping, oh, baby! And then the basketball would have been thrown in the stands.
And the crowd would have been jumping all over each other.
Fortunately, he would
have been playing the air horns.
Fortunately, he had Derek Stingley there. And here is what it sounded like when Derek Stingley made yet another huge play.
On 2nd and 6 from the Bronco 36, empty backfield for Russell Wilson with 3 receivers left. Sutton and Judy to the right. Wilson to throw. He's got time. Over the middle he goes and intercepted at the 30-yard line. Derek Stingley picks it off. My goodness, his 2nd of the game. He does it again.
What a play. What a play there. Unbelievable.
The play to me was not just the catch, Landry. I watched that again, and it just, you know how like a second baseman dekes a base runner? Like he's just kind of standing there on second base, like the ball's not coming to him, then all of a sudden, boom, catches it and tags the guy out. He had a beat on that ball and was kind of almost pacing himself to get to it.
That's a hell of a pace.
No, he was running fast.
That's a hell of a pace.
But watch it. It was like, I was like, this is a veteran, man. This is a guy that looks like a veteran, that acts like a veteran, makes plays like a veteran.
His ability
to stay healthy.
His ability to see ball, get ball, and be able to see things while he's running full speed. That's the hard thing about being a corner. I'm not trying to get in the sticks.
Yeah.
But that's the hard thing about being a corner is a lot of times what you have to do technically and where you have to be and how you have to move, it takes away from you being able to see ball, get ball.
Yes.
He can do that. He can do all the technical stuff at an elite level, and he can see ball, get ball. Derek Stingley, unbelievable. We missed you, Jimmy. Jimmy Ward, he came back. Jimmy Ward did his thing. We'll hear what he had to say about his personal foul on Russell Wilson. I talked to him in the locker room. PR kind of came over there and said, hey, we're good here, right? For that one. Trying to save him some money. I think he'll be fine. But you'll hear what Jimmy Ward had to say about that at noon. But Jimmy's out there laying the wood, and he's also icing the game with an interception. Here was what Jimmy Ward, his interception, sounded like. I know there's a final call, but this is the real final call. This is where you could breathe, and you realize the Texans were going to improve to 7-5.
3rd and goal from the 8. Wilson in the gun. One back. P-Ryan. Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack. Throws left side of the end zone.
Yes!
It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win. 9 seconds to go.
Welcome back, Jimmy Ward.
The Texans turn back Denver. Point blank range, and they say no.
Yes! That was good. Man, Vandermeer felt it sounded like he was going to cry. Emotional on that. Jimmy Ward was obviously spectacular on that one play. He made a play before that saved a touchdown. Welcome back indeed, as Andre said.
And here's the final call. Texans top the Broncos. Eat that W. Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, you get game balls. Here's Mark Vandermeer with the final call. On to New York.
C.J. Stroud gets up to the 20, takes the knee. It's over. The Texans beat back Denver. 22-17.
What?
Houston prevails. 7-5 the record.
What does that mean?
Just beat him back, like hold him back.
Beat back?
Beat back. Yes.
Beat back.
Beat back.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, you beat back Denver. Like they were coming and you just beat them back.
The Texans beat back Denver.
Like you hold them back. You hold them off. Yeah, you beat them back.
Why didn't you just say hold them off?
I don't know. I don't know.
Beat back.
Beat back is a thing. Yes.
Okay.
Like B-E-A-T?
B-E-A-T. You beat them back. You beat back Denver. It's true. It really is.
Beat back.
Yes, it really is a thing.
Okay.
You could have said hold them off.
I mean, how about just beat them?
Or beat them.
Beat back.
Beat back, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes!
All right, beat back. Shout out to Vandy. Gotcha.
They were emotional in that booth, man. You could tell it just in their voices.
And then on to New York. No Monday. We'll be in New York. It's going to be fun times.
Man, it's going to be good.
I'm looking forward to this Jets stuff. They are in hell right now.
Dude.
They don't even know who their quarterback's going to be.
The Texans are 6.5-point favorites on the road.
There's my God.
On the road.
There's a lot of like storylines. DeMeco and Sala are tight. Stingley versus Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
The good way and the bad way in which a number 2 overall pick can go. Zach Wilson versus C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
It is going to be a fun time out there. I've never been to a Jets game.
Oh, really?
I have not. Is that like
it's gonna be wild? No, it's just wild.
I mean, you make it sound like I said I never went to McDonald's or something.
Well, you've covered a lot of sports.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
I've never been to a Jets game. Oh, really?
Well, you don't have to watch.
How often do they go to how often would I have found my way going to a Jets game?
You've covered a lot of sports. You've been around.
They go there, once every 5 years?
Yeah, but doesn't mean you haven't been to a Jets game.
It sound like I said I never had a slice of pizza.
You haven't? You haven't?
Pull that, Figgy. You made me sound like a freaking.
It's the Jets. It's one of it's
like a caveman.
It's an NFL.
I thought Landry said I've never been to a football game before.
Figgy, you're going. Have you been to a Jets game?
I don't think I have.
Yeah.
I don't think I have.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but Figgy hadn't covered as much sports as you. No offense, Figgy.
Yeah, but the Jets?
You've been in Cleveland and Dallas and.
Yeah.
I would have thought you'd have maybe gone to a Jets game.
I've been to some road games. I just haven't been to a Jets game.
There you go. See? It's not outrageous.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, it got chippy yesterday with C.J. Also got emotional. This is This is a very emotional C.J. Stroud. There's a lot to be happy about. There's also, unfortunately, something to be sad about when it comes to Tank Dell. No one's sadder than C.J. Stroud. No one is fired up as C.J. Stroud yesterday on the field. He wanted that smoke.
Yeah.
And he got that smoke, and we'll hear what he had to say about that as Reaction Monday continues. Texans 7-5. Playoff chase is upon us. Let's hear from the leader of the squad next.
Yes! It's a Reaction Monday. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, CJ Stroud, hell of a day yesterday. Not his best performance. I think it was actually his lowest QBR of the season, which is wild. I mean, which is wild because, and that just speaks to the standard that he set. He wasn't bad.
I thought he was good.
But, I mean, that just kind of speaks to it. It was either the rating or QBR lowest of the season. Did miss Mechie at the end of the first half, but as far as up and down, like one of the guys he's closest with, Tank Dell goes down. You have to deal with that early on. You got sacked 5 times, got the crap knocked out of you. You had to leave the game. Davis Mills, by the way, completion. So good for Davis Mills. Second time he's come in and got the completion.
Been a push pass like the Dr. Pepper challenge.
That Nico one was nice. That was a nice one. You had that, and then you had CJ getting into it, getting a little bit chippy there. And as he does quite often on Reaction Monday, CJ Stroud, he showed you his emotions, and this is an emotional C.J. Stroud talking about the Texans win that put them at 7-5 and right in the mix of the playoff picture. 3 other teams at 7-5. Here's the leader of this team, C.J. Stroud, talking about the most emotional Sunday of his NFL career.
I think it shows our resilience again. We're going to fight to the end. And it's not always going to be perfect. No game is ever perfect. We definitely got to clean some things up, but I think we're taking steps in certain areas that we needed to, and y'all just keep it going. It's hard to win after Thanksgiving, man. It's playoff football. It's already started. The tournament's already started, so we got to just keep it going and stack these wins.
Within this win, that's a loss absorbed with Tank's injury. Your thoughts on it and how it impacts everyone emotionally and also the offense as well?
I'm lost for words, man. I honestly don't know what to say. You see, your brother put in so much work and be so helpful. That's one thing about Tank, he's very unselfish. And to see him go out, the game of football is tough, man. It's tough. We fight our tails off every day to make people happy. We put our lives on the body. Our bodies on the line, time in, time again, man. And just to see that happen, it's cold. It's not easy. I got to be there for him. So more so than anything, forget football. Tank as a person, I know it's gonna be tough for him to get out of that. And who knows, man? He might be back playing Super Bowl. So let's try to be positive about it. But it's tough, man. I'm hurt. I can't sugarcoat it. I can't come up here and lie and say oh, we'll be all right. Nah, it's not. And I love him to death. I told him that. And 7-3 will be a great duo for the next couple years, man. Right when he gets back. Who knows, man? God works in mysterious ways. It might not be that bad of an injury. Who knows? I don't really know. So I love my brother to death, and I'm praying for him, and I'm here for him.
I know you led the team in prayer at that moment. I guess after that, what did you? I'm sure y'all were shook up. Everybody was shook up. What did you say to your teammates in that?
Yeah, we kind of had a similar moment when J. Pat went down, and that hurt as well. J. Pat is another brother of mine. This rookie class, I don't know if y'all know if anybody's told you, but we're really close. Really, really, really close. All of us. And we all have similar mindsets. We came in, we said we're going to change this thing. We built a foundation. We're building that foundation. The foundation is us. And kind of a similar situation with J-Pad, I feel like it's necessary when the mojo is down or the praises go up. Even though it's hard to thank God in those situations, you kind of have to. That's what being men of God is. And having that faith when nobody else does, or hope when nobody else does. And it was good to see us as brothers kind of send our prayers. I always say one can send 1,000 angels, and I send 1,000 angels to Tank right now. So plead him with the blood of Jesus from head to toe. And it's tough, man. Like, and there's nothing else I can really say. I don't know.
What are the conversations about the building, knowing that you guys are, on a playoff push and you guys have a real opportunity down the stretch?
It's just let's clean up the issues. Let's get better while we can before it's too late. And like this game, we shot ourselves in the foot way too much. Some A's and things like that, and things on my part I got to be better. But you don't want to always have to. It don't have to be close, So, and I feel like Denver Broncos team was a great team, but we had a lot of things going to push us forward and put them away. But that's why they won 5 games straight. They don't go away, And that's every NFL team is very special and have talented players. So we just got to get better and learn from our mistakes and keep going and just stay resilient because that's what we need at this point.
Love the different offense, but seeing Derek Stingley make the plays that he made today, what kind of goes through your mind when you see him make some of those acrobatic plays?
He's special, man. That's the one thing about Sting. He's special. And he's kicked a new, gear on since really, I feel like that week he went down after Indy going to Jacksonville. He had a great week of practice. And I remember, walking up to DeMeco, man, Sting looked great. I'm excited to see it. And then, sadly, he went down at practice. But, to see him catch that groove again and, see him work like he does. And I'm just proud of that dude. I went to him out in the locker room, man, I'm proud of you, bro. No matter what is going on, no matter who got something, it don't matter. You are who you are. You're here in this position because God chose you. And I'm proud of that dude, man. He's going to continue to be great. And when you have a corner that can lock down one side, it makes everybody else's job a lot easier, So proud of that dude, and I know he's going to keep it going, so I'm proud of him.
Okay, can you tell us what happened there late when you had to leave the game for a couple plays and went into the tent?
Yeah, I took a little shot. I was fine. I felt all right, but the refs felt like I was out of it or whatever and took me out of the game. And I went in the tent as fast as I could, jumped over a bench and ran on the field, So it's football. You got to be tough. And I feel like I try to do my best and to play through injury or play through whatever. Everybody's hurt right now, so I just keep going.
Well, speaking of being tough, what was going on that moment where the linebacker went through on the false start and you stood your ground?
I'm a man, and I'm not going to let somebody just come push me, especially in my house. You're not going to just touch me after the whistle. You clearly hear it. And I'm not mad at that dude. He playing hard. He maybe tried to slow, he didn't, but I ain't like it. And I got to control my composure. At the same time, I'm a man. And like Drewski said, I'm stand on business. So, but nah, man, yeah, I don't know. I appreciate my brothers having my back. That was one thing I look for. George was on it. Everybody, So, but I got to be calm in that moment and have composure. And I feel like I have throughout the year, but time and time again, I keep getting hit. I keep getting my face mask pulled, all type of stuff. And I'm not mad. I guess I got to earn it because I'm a rookie or whatever. But I don't get a lot of calls, and I got to stand on business and understand, man, it's a fight for 60 minutes with me. You ain't gonna just come hit me and I'm gonna tuck my tail. So I'm not mad at that dude, and I talked to him after the game, and everything's all right.
All right, there you go. CJ saying he doesn't get the calls. Just wait till he does.
Oh, he will.
Stand on business.
He will.
Standing on. That was an interesting altercation there. Really a bailout. 4th and 2. You had the procedure. I think it was on Tunsil, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't remember.
It was.
Yeah, it was on Tunsil. Yeah. Fortunately for the Texans, they didn't have to settle for 3. They ended up getting the touchdown because of the personal foul. Overtook the Tunsil penalty.
The two things that stood out to me listening to him, first on Tank Dell. I mean, that was sincere, dude. That was legit. He's clearly just broken up about what everybody was. They gathered around him. Yeah,
sad. You could see them.
They were really crushed,
not feeling too well.
And as much as you're kind of like, oh man, it's also kind of not encouraging. I don't know what the word is. His team is just that close, and he and Tank Dell have become that close, and he and the rest of the team, and they respect him that much. Then the second thing was the Singleton little extra push. It wasn't that big a deal, man.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't that big a deal.
I mean, honestly, I think it could have been flags on both guys. CJ kind of hit
him with his helmet.
Got pushed, and he headbutted him. I could have gone either way.
He got that call.
There were a couple of things in this game that were just okay. That Desmond King should have been touchdown. I don't know what we're doing there.
That should have been a touchdown.
That was awful.
That was awful.
And I guess Gene Steratore went on and said, yeah, that should have been a TD.
Yeah.
Made a mistake there.
He was trying to spin out of the tackle.
Why was Charles Davis holding the football during the broadcast?
I don't know. It feels better. You do that occasionally in here.
Yeah, but I'm on radio. I'm not on TV. I'm not on national, big time.
Flipping the football in your hand.
Big map TV, as you call it.
Yeah.
By the way, Texans put that map out again on Friday.
Hey, the map paid off. What a game they got, by the way. Shout out to the NFL. They gave the 80% of the country a terrific game.
Well, not people who had DirecTV around here. You find a way to get it done.
Yeah, yeah. They saw that game. It was really. I'll go back to what I said about an hour ago. I thought that was the most complete game the Texans played, man, because that Atlanta. All these games where the defense kind of folded in the waning minutes of the game. Boy, they stepped up and they made a couple of spectacular plays to win that game. So it was very, very exciting. I woke up this morning still kind of buzzing from that win for what it might mean.
I woke up feeling like I avoided disaster.
Well, you did. Both things
That's
are true.
how I woke up. I woke up feeling like that game never should have been close.
Well, you just heard C.J. Stroud. We left a lot on the table, but not all of it was
a lot of meat on the bone.
Not all of it was their fault.
No need for that.
Like if just that one Desmond King call is made, it's over. Right?
Yeah. I want you to say 2 words for me real quick.
Well, I'm not going to make any promises on that.
2 words.
What are they?
We had a disagreement last week. I just want you to say 2 words for me real quick.
We had a disagreement?
We had a disagreement.
Well, that never happens.
We had a disagreement. I just want you to say these 2 words on Reaction Monday. Accountability, John. I'm not asking for much from you. I'm just asking for some accountability.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
That's all I'm asking for.
Okay.
That's it. So just repeat these 2 words, okay?
I don't know if I can make that promise, but I'll try.
Russ sucks.
How about this? 3 words. Russ sucked yesterday.
Not enough. Russ sucks.
He had him in a chance to win the game at the very end.
He did?
Well, just like the Texans, it was a complete effort. It wasn't just the quarterback for the Texans. It wasn't just the quarterback for that ball that he made to Sutton. Was it Sutton?
Yeah, Cortland Sutton.
Ooh, baby, that was right on the money.
Yeah, Jalen Petrie, that was an and-1 right there. Probably about 3 penalties there.
That was.
It's right there in that
Russell
corner.
Wilson, look, he hadn't thrown an interception in 5 games, then he throws 3 in 1 game. He wasn't great, but he made some plays just like C.J. Stroud. That wasn't C.J. Stroud's best game, but C.J. Stroud, here we are talking about C.J. Stroud. This is the world in which we live now. He threw for 274 yards, a touchdown, and no picks. And we're like,
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is, though.
That's how good he is.
That's what he is.
Yeah.
If you had to give out the game balls, though, he's 3rd. 4th.
Who?
4th, maybe.
C.J. Stroud?
And this is a good thing. This isn't a bad thing.
I think at
he's
best
still the most important. Now, if we're saying most important, yes. But if I'm DeMeco Ryans and you give me 4 game balls,
I think at best he's 4th.
Here's how I'm giving out the game balls. I'm gonna do it DeMeco style, like I'm in the locker room.
All right.
Hey guys, get together. Come here. Hey. Not the result obviously speaks for itself. Good job, fellas. Probably shouldn't have been in that position, but you know what? We got some things to work on. Very proud of the effort we gave. I'll tell you what. See you on Tuesday. All right. See you on Tuesday. Hey, throw me that. Frank, throw me that ball. This first game ball, this goes to a guy who's been setting the edge all year. Big plays, not just on defense, but on special teams. It's about 3 phases. I told you guys it's about 3 phases. This guy impacted 2 of those phases in a big way. First multi-sack career day, Will Anderson, come get you a game ball. Will Anderson, come get you a game ball.
Go get you some, Will.
Hey, guys. 2 of the biggest plays of the day. We talk about swarming. This guy swarmed to the ball and had 4 takeaways the last 3 weeks. Stingley, come get you a game ball.
Hey, go Sting.
Unfortunately, we lost one of our brothers out there. Tank Dell. But you know what? You know what we always say? It's a tough business, guys. We've all been there. I've been there. I've been where you're at right now. I've worn those shoulder pads before. Nico Collins, 190 yards, touchdown. Come get you a game ball.
Man, that's $191?
$191.
Yeah.
Final game ball. This is tough, man. Mm-hmm. Am I giving this to CJ? Am I giving this to Jimmy Ward? Who am I giving this?
I got something for you after you give away this game
Who
ball.
am I giving this final game ball to? You ready?
Yeah.
Fellas, we've overcome adversity all year. And this guy's been one of the faces of adversity. Highs, lows. Hell, there's been times where he didn't even know if he was going to be on this field. He was perfect today. Matt Amendola, come get you a game ball.
Hey, man. Hey, don't sleep on old Matt Amendola. Here's what I'm gonna say to you guys. You can make the case that C.J. Stroud wouldn't get one of the first 7 game balls.
No, that's why when you said, John, this was a complete team effort. Yeah. That's the point that we're making.
That's the complete game. Here in order, these are my game balls: 1 Will Anderson, 2 Derek Stingley, 3 Jimmy Ward, 4 Nico Collins, and then here's where you can make the argument. You could argue Jonathan Grenard. You could argue Desmond King. I mean, yeah. I mean that's 6 right there. You could argue that C.J. Stroud would get the 7th game ball, and he had a good game. I'm telling you, this is the theme for the day, for the week with the Houston Texans: breakout and breakthrough. Breakout games for Will Anderson and Derek Stingley. I think those guys are on their way to becoming stars. I really do. And then breakthrough. Everything that has kind of hindered this team in games they could have won, the defense made incredible plays.
The opportunity ahead in something, please, DeMeco, that needs to be left behind. Next.
The Texans 22-7. is Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Don't be scared of the P word.
Continue.
You're putting the P word on a pedestal. Shout out to 40-year-old virgin.
I do that.
Talking about playoffs, John. Get your mind out of the gutter. Playoffs. Texans running 5. 1 of 4 teams. Ahead of them, you have the Pittsburgh Steelers. By the way, Pickett looks like he might be out for the season.
Yeah, he's questionable.
Yeah, he's pretty roughed up. Yeah, questionable. Yeah, he's pretty roughed up. You have the Browns. They're sitting there. You got them on Christmas Eve. And then you got the Indianapolis Colts. Man, the Titans almost had that dub yesterday. They were so damn close. Minshew mania.
Give it to Minshew, though.
7-5. I ain't giving him nothing.
You know?
He's taking it. I'm not giving him anything.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see what happens. But the point is, the Texans are in the mix at 7-5. The questionable joke by Lopez, if you're just tuning in, I was telling him how that they have to do this. It's standard procedure, but
it's hilarious.
I thought if you're in the press box, and I know most of you haven't been in a press box, and you are better off for it. Trust me. Some of these media types, they're just there for the free food. If I'm being honest, but but on the press box, they give you like details of like yardage and plays and all that type of stuff, and they give you the information, injury reports or whatever. After Tank Dell got carted off, bless his heart, Omar has to go. Omar, the head of Texans PR, has to go on the speaker, and sometimes it's Lindsay who has to say it, and they give an injury report. And after Tank got carted off, Omar comes on like 15 minutes later. Attention. We have an injury update for the Houston Texans. Tank Dell leg is questionable to return. I repeat, Tank Dell questionable to return. And I'm sitting there like,
yeah,
man, if Omar were working back in the day at a Dallas parade, he probably would have gotten on the parade PA in the megaphone and said, JFK questionable to return.
That's awful.
Questionable to return.
Oh, it's funny, but it's awful.
I mean,
what was the other one? Nicole Brown Simpson.
Yeah, we'll move past that. But
questionable.
Yeah,
and I won't continue.
But they said it's questionable. I was just like, I don't know about that. But the playoffs, they're right in front of the Texans. But they're playing some dangerous teams. My problem here is, as much as we talk about the quarterback position, and you're facing some dog-butted quarterbacks, Trevor Siemian or Tim Boyle with the Jets, the ghost of Joe Flacco with the Browns, Will Levis or Ryan Tannehill, pick your poison, Gardner Minshew, probably head and shoulders the best quarterback you're going to face at this point, depending on what Tannehill looks like and if they even put him out there. But these are some very physical defenses as well. Cleveland speaks for itself. The Jets, this is a perhaps with a good offense, championship caliber defense. Tennessee, we know that Tennessee can be physical, especially when they're facing the Texans. And Indianapolis, we've already seen Indianapolis get the best of the Texans, and CJ Stroud got roughed up in that game. So while the opportunity is in front of the Texans, there are also some concerns. Can they protect CJ Stroud, who was sacked 5 times yesterday, and other teams going to fare? Because I can sit here and I can tell you, hey, look at Cleveland. Their quarterback situation's terrible. Or, hey, look at Pittsburgh. Their quarterback situation's terrible. Or, hey, look at the Colts. Gardner Minshew. He's their starting quarterback. Although I don't think with Anthony Richardson they're in this position. I agree with John McClain on that. But the reality is we're 5 games into this. We're over 2/3 into this season. And those teams, they've found ways to keep pace with the Texans.
I think the Texans are in terrific position. Now, clearly, everything you said is going to be crucial. Most notably, a couple of the things that are you don't want to ignore in victory that you wouldn't ignore in defeat. One of them is C.J. Stroud. He's getting the hell beat out of him again. It started out that way kind of at the beginning of the year. Then they started protecting him. Then he started making spectacular plays. Remember, keep in mind, he was running for his life against Jacksonville. And just simply that's 2 games in a row, that he had that is it a thigh thing, I guess, and then he kind of got unofficially woozy, at least in my perspective, when in that run yesterday. He's getting the hell beat out of him again. That's a worry. Obviously, another worry is Tank Dell, how you replace him. We talked about that. But in terms of just playoff position, if you can set that aside, if they can correct some of those things and protect C.J. Stroud, Andrew, I think the Texans are kind of in the driver's seat. Obviously,
no, they. I mean,
Browns and Colts.
They face these teams that we're talking about.
Browns and Colts are the key games, and the reason too. Well, you got to. I'm assuming the Jets win.
Oh, wow. Okay,
they're awful. They're Iowa.
Okay.
The Jets are Iowa.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So
what? I'm jumping on that.
They're going to beat the Jets.
Weather's going to suck.
I haven't looked at the forecast, to be honest.
40 degrees.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Okay. Speak for your damn self.
That's nothing.
Right, keep going.
But if you look, okay, I'll put it this way. If things play out the way they should, it's the Browns and the Colts games that you have to worry about. The Browns can get to 10 wins. That elimination game that we talked about yesterday really put the Texans, and I can't believe I'm saying these words, to be in a position that they can maybe get 10 wins.
I mean, they got to go 3-2 to get 10 wins.
Yeah,
yeah.
So
against the teams that we just mentioned,
the Browns can get to 10 wins if everything holds true, but that can include a win over the Texans. If the Texans beat the Browns, then all of a sudden that puts them in the driver's seat. The Colts can get to 10 wins, but that's before they face the Texans. And if the Texans beat the Colts, then they'll get their 10th win, maybe, if it plays out the way it should. I mean, Texans are in the driver's seat, and then it goes to like tiebreakers and all that.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, they control it. It's gonna be wild, man. And they're getting a lot of breaks. Something that DeMeco Ryans needs to stop coming up in 2 minutes. But I wanna blow your mind first. Blow yours and Figgy's mind real quick, just to show like how close and wild the NFL is and how wacky this league is. And we'll get into the wackiness that is college football when the internet goes nuts at 1:20, as well as the hits coming up in 12 minutes. You want your mind blown?
Yeah, why not?
For this?
Yeah.
You ready for this? Okay. So you say the Texans are going to beat the Jets?
Yeah.
No problem?
No, they're going to beat the Jets.
Okay. Figgy, you think they're going to beat the Jets?
Yes.
Okay. So that would put their record at what? 8-5?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, Jags-Bengals tonight, it could get real silly if the Bengals do something
They'll
goofy.
have the number 1 seed in the AFC if they win.
That's wild. That's really wild.
Because the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. Chiefs lost.
Yeah. No, Baltimore.
I think. I thought. Well,
who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? But this was what I was going to tell you. So this week, Buffalo, a very desperate Buffalo team, is coming off of a bye week, which is typically an advantage, correct? Buffalo travels to Kansas City. They're only a 2.5-point underdog. Buffalo is plus 2.5. So it's expected to be a pretty close game. If Buffalo beats the Chiefs, the Texans have the same record as the Chiefs if they beat the Jets.
Yeah. 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 Think about that.
With 4 games remaining.
Well, they're only one game back now.
Jets, and then Buffalo, coming off their bye week, beats the Chiefs, then the Texans have the same record as the damn Chiefs.
Yeah. Yeah. They'll be the number 1 seed in the AFC if they win tonight.
Wow. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. I would love for that to be a potential second-round matchup. I'm getting ahead of myself. I thought you were getting ahead of yourself with the talk about the Jets. But, man, I would love for that to be. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm keeping a close eye on this one. I think this one could get weird. I think this game tonight could get weird with Cincinnati and Jacksonville. I thought Tennessee was going to beat the Colts. I was wrong about that. Although, don't get multiple punts blocked and don't miss extra points and, maybe play some defense at the end. Probably would have been able to get that done, but, they stank like Amy. Amy Adams stank. Get it?
Who's Amy?
DeMeco's got to stop Amy Adams stank.
Yeah.
John McClane's girl.
Yeah.
They've got to stop calling timeouts to save 5 yards. They did it yesterday on 3rd and 13. They've already made it clear that 3rd and 12 or 4th and 12, 3rd and 12, whatever is a long shot. They've got to stop. Like they put way too much into analytics, risk, reward, all that. Stop calling timeouts to save 5 yards. It's not
in those
worth it.
situations.
In those situations, it's not worth it. It's 3rd and 13. You got to lead. It's a close game. It's a 1-possession game. Those timeouts are so valuable. Like, so valuable.
What would we be talking about if they had needed that yesterday?
That was a very, 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 very near dangerous situation for DeMeco Ryans, because I think DeMeco Ryans has been awesome when it comes to game management and stuff. But they've got to realize in that situation, if it's 3rd and 18 and you just gotta punt, which you ended up doing anyways. And oh, by the way, coming out of the timeout, you fumbled and damn near gave the ball right back to Denver. Quit calling timeouts to save 5 yards. If I can nitpick anything today, that would be my one request for DeMeco Ryans. Let's cut that out, please.
Yeah, because let's say Sutton had scored on that long one that Jimmy Ward tackled him, because that was going to be a touchdown.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're down to a minute, and you would have needed that timeout.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah. Coming up, the hits are lit. It was wild in the NFL. It was emotional because they lost one of their best players, they being the Texans. And it was even wilder in the other version of Pigskin. Good God.
Yeah.
Was it a wild weekend in college football? The hits are lit.
by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
It's lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on the aftermath of one of the most exciting, controversial pigskin weekends of 2023.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans win yesterday comes at a cost. Tank Dell, he is done for the season. He suffered a fractured fibula. Will go on IR. On Instagram, I saw this making the rounds on the internet. I guess he put a picture of himself in the hospital bed.
Yeah.
He was watching TV. He had a Bible verse on there.
Jeremiah 29, something like that?
Yeah, Jeremiah 29. And he also had some Raising Cane's. What would your
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, what would your comfort food be in the hospital if you just needed something to make you feel better? Raising Cane's. It sounds good.
I had one.
I'll take a Caniac combo.
Caniac combo definitely on the list. I'd have to go good old-fashioned Whataburger, or I had this yesterday. I was very guilty yesterday. Foot-long coney from Sonic. With
$1.99 right
mustard
now.
And
best damn deal.
Dang.
Man, I'm not even eating fast food right now.
Those are so good. They're so bad.
I'm not eating fast food right now, and I've said right now,
Yeah.
It's easier to quit crystal meth than fast food because you don't turn on the TV and see crystal meth commercials.
Foot-long coney, mustard and relish.
$1.99 foot-long conies
So
right now
good.
at Sonic. We're not even sponsored by Sonic.
No.
I'm just telling you, I know a good deal when I see it.
Yeah.
$1.99, that's a deal.
Yeah, I had one yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little hungry.
What would you go with, Figgy? Some wings?
Yeah, I was going to say American Deli wings.
Okay,
He's on Deli Liddy.
This guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know American Deli was high maintenance.
I mean, we got to go. There's only
Mr. Get a
of them.
salad from American Deli.
There's only there's
You said comfort food. You ain't say fast
there's
food.
only a couple of
What
them.
is you talking about? You said comfort food.
I mean, damn, someone's in the hospital. Hey, you mind going to,
Dog, I don't know what hospital you've been to, but I've been in hospitals where people ask for ribs. They bring a rib dinner in there and all that stuff.
Oh, so you're not saying fast food, just comfort food. My fast food, comfort food.
Real quick. Like
Yeah,
someone's
you
picking you up.
talk about some
Someone's
fast food.
driving to see you at the hospital. Hey, can I pick
Foot-long
you up? something?
coney.
Yeah, see, that's
Foot-long
easy.
coney.
Thank you.
Dog, I did bring my mother a rib plate.
Thank you for not making me.
I did, dog,
thank you for not making me get out of the car and wait forever and
well,
wait
I'm
for
glad.
my salt to get on. Like
well, I
Figgy.
ain't asking you for nothing. If I ever go to the hospital,
Hey, if you ask for it, I'll bring it.
Nah,
but you're
nah,
taking
nah,
advantage.
I'm
You're
good.
taking advantage, asking for this like the
I
specific
asked,
spot.
I asked Lopez.
I'll bring it for you.
Lopez, bring me some of that OG sauce.
Oh, you got it, baby. You got it, baby.
Can you cook me a brisket?
C.J. Stroud heartbroken about Tank Dell. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud a little later on. Texans opening line versus the Jets, -6.5.
Crazy.
They are a near touchdown favorite on the road. Don't know who the Jets are going to go with at quarterback. Could it be Trevor Siemian? Could it be Tim Boyle again? Robert Saleh says he's got to watch the tape. College football championship this weekend, man. It got controversial. Texas versus Washington in the in one matchup of the CFP, and then you got Michigan versus Alabama. Texas in the Big 12 title game, they topped Oklahoma State 49-21. First team to rack up 400 yards of offense, a single half versus a ranked team this year. Washington, they beat Oregon 34-31 in the Pac-12 championship game. Actually had them down a lot more than that. That one got pretty interesting, but those two teams will meet in New Orleans on New Year's Day. Michigan, did they play this week? I mean,
well, they did.
They beat Iowa 26-0. What a joke that is. That is.
Yeah.
I have respect for Kirk Ferentz, but I don't want your life.
You got to do better than that.
Michigan 26, Iowa nothing. Michigan advances, and Alabama in the SEC title game. They topped Georgia 27-24, snapping the Bulldogs' 29-game win streak. So we got Michigan versus Bama in the Rose Bowl, and we got Texas versus Washington up there in the Sugar Bowl. We've heard all the arguments. We've heard all the debates. Back and forth, FSU, etc. Before we get into this, let's hear Nico Collins. I caught up with Nico Collins in the locker room. Mm-hmm. He's from Alabama. He was recruited by Alabama, and he decided to go to Michigan. And by the way, his locker, just to take y'all inside the Texans locker room, his locker's right there when you walk in. Mm-hmm. To his left, he has, like a few lockers over, he has Will Anderson, he has Christian Harris, And then right across from him, he's got Henry To'oTo'o. And, oh, by the way, John Mechie's to his left, too.
That's a little awkward.
So he is in tied corner over there. Here is Nico Collins talking about a matchup that is very, very close to his heart.
Now, you're one of the guys that you turned down Nick Saban, Alabama versus Michigan. How you feeling? How bad is Michigan going to lose that?
Oh, man.
That's mean.
It's going to be a solid game, man.
Is it crazy, though? Just like kind of a full circle?
It is full circle. It is full circle, man. I just couldn't see myself at Alabama. It sounds crazy.
Yeah.
I just couldn't see myself there, man. I had to leave. I had to see something different. I just couldn't. Yeah. You know, Harbaugh got me, man. But them boys gonna come to play, man. You know, Bama's a solid team, but I feel like, man, Michigan come and just continue to beat them. Man, can't nobody stop them.
Appreciate you, man.
No doubt.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go.
That was pretty direct.
How bad is Michigan going to lose?
Yeah,
brother. Michigan's -1.5. I'm running to that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
I don't know that Alabama's beatable, and at times it's like this isn't like the Alabama that we've been used to. There are some flaws, but
yes.
I mean, Michigan, they don't even have to try.
No, not at all. Big story with the college football playoff. Like, both sides can make a very compelling argument. Those that were,
we've heard it.
We've heard it all for the last 2 days. I think both arguments are very compelling. I heard Andre this morning stating the case for Florida State, and I'm like, he makes some good points. So they're both compelling arguments.
They're not.
No. Look, like Andre was saying this morning, like, you're basically playing for 3 rosters if you're just going to give the SEC one of them every year.
You're playing for what?
For 3 spots in the playoff. Everybody else is just playing for 3 spots if you're going to every year give the SEC one, because they gave, because Alabama got it in beating Georgia and all that.
I don't look at it as just giving them anything. They beat a team that,
and they're awesome.
Alabama and Texas can argue about who has the best win this year, and that's it. Florida State can't do that.
But my point is, they're both good arguments. Like, whether you agree or not, I think they both make compelling arguments. But my bigger takeaway is they still got it right.
I think they got it right too.
They got it right.
See, if Florida State, and I'll say this, and I said this before, and I said this before he even got hurt. If Jordan Travis were still playing for Florida State, I would have left Texas out.
Mm-hmm.
I would have.
Mm-hmm.
That's me.
Biggest Texas fan.
Yesterday I was in the press box. It was funny. There's some Denver wise ass that just decided to come over and get in my conversation. With Stoots, and I don't know who this guy was.
Seriously?
Yeah, some wise ass
just
like
randomly.
Well, they're showing like the playoff thing, and I'm talking to Stoots, and he's one of those guys that kind of eases over, and then all of a sudden he wants to control the damn tempo or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He comes over there, and he says to me, "Hey, what do you think about this thing?" And I said, I think Bama should get in over Texas, and then we'll see what happens. He goes, "You can't do that." First of all, I hate when people say you can't. You can do anything.
You can do anything.
He says, Texas beat Alabama in Alabama. And I was like, yeah, I'm aware. I don't care. I'm aware. I don't care. He's like, how can you not care? I'm like, brother, do you realize who you're talking to?
Yeah.
A freaking kegger at my house.
Do you know who I
watch
am?
the game? No, I mean, I like, of all people, like, I can speak objectively about this. Alabama is better now than they were. Now, Texas has started, like, the last couple of weeks.
Really,
no. They can win this thing very easily.
Yeah.
They've started playing very, 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 very well. But Alabama's a little bit different as well. But as far as, like, beating Georgia in the SEC championship game, that's insane.
Huge.
I don't want to hear that they were close with Auburn or all that. I don't care about that.
That happens to every team every year that goes undefeated.
That happens.
Look at Florida State and their argument. They had some very, very close games. So I'm not like, oh, you're crazy whenever people make the argument for Florida State, and there's a lot of people doing that. I'm like, I get it. I see your point. But I still think they got it right if you're going to have the 4 best teams. And it's just unfortunate. Like it really, really is comes down to that. Just sucks for Florida State.
Jay Norvell called it a travesty and said he was pissed off.
Yeah,
that's what he said. After
should be.
I got things to say about him. Okay. Because this is my thing with Jay Norvell is he travesty, pissed off, all that after it comes out. I know that medicine has advanced quickly. but I didn't know that it only took 12 hours for you to get a pair of balls, because his sales pitch after Florida State won was one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen in my life. And then all of a sudden, after it comes out, you're going to sit there and you're going to say, it's a travesty and I'm pissed off. You were just on national TV. You just won a game, and this is the stuff, the table, when you weren't pounding the table. This isn't Mac Brown when he got Texas into the Rose Bowl over Aaron Rodgers in California.
No.
This isn't sticking your chest out type of stuff, and now all of a sudden you're ticked off. Listen to him before the results came out. If I'm a committee member, they fall out of the top 10 with this type of pitch right here from Mike Norvell. Did I say Jay? I meant Mike.
You know, there's plenty of teams that have talent. There's plenty of teams that you can sit there and point to a moment here or a moment there. But you know, it's about getting the win in each situation. And we've done that on the road. We've done it at home. We've done it with a backup quarterback, and now we've done it with a true freshman quarterback. And this team just continues to find ways, right, to make it happen. And you sit back and you look, since the BCS was created,
It's not the BCS.
In the history of it, there's never been brother. This isn't the BCS, brother. This in the BCS.
But maybe he's talking since the BCS era.
This in the BCS, brother. Keep going.
A undefeated, right, Power 5 team that was been denied an opportunity to play for a national championship over a one-loss team. Right? There's a reason. And so I don't really care about what everybody else's opinions are. I know who I coach. And I know we get the opportunity, they're going to go fight for everything they get because they've been doing it for the last 4 years. And whatever the next opportunity is, I promise you they're going to show up.
Come on.
Well, you're playing Georgia.
14-point dogs.
You're playing Georgia.
Terrible pitch, man. You got to go out there and stick your chest out.
No, you do.
You got to stick your chest out.
Yeah.
Screw all these other teams. We did this. What was their strength of schedule, 55?
I don't remember. I don't know. I didn't look at that.
It was something like that.
Yeah.
I think Mike Norvell's an excellent coach. This is unfortunate for Florida State, but, I mean, let's use some common sense here.
Mm-hmm.
The average margin of defeat has been 19.
Yeah.
They got this right.
Mm-hmm.
Sucks for him, man.
That's what I'm saying. But
Absolutely
I get it.
Sucks for him.
It stinks. It's going to change. Should change. But they still got it right.
I watched this, and I was like, the expanded playoff, man, that's going to be awful.
Oh, I think it's going to be awesome.
What are we going to do? Argue about SMU?
Well, here's my point on that one. Here's my point on that one. If you're arguing, hey, we should be number 8, then win another game because you probably got 2 losses. Or go to another conference because you're probably in a crappy conference. So you can argue we should be in at 4. But if you're arguing at number 8, we should be number 8, you probably don't have as strong a case. You know?
Florida State, man. Damn shame.
It's going to be a really good playoff. Washington, Texas might be for the national championship.
I don't know. I think any of these teams could easily win it.
Obviously,
Texas, 5-point favorite, by the way.
A little more pedigree with Michigan and Alabama. But the Washington-Texas winner might win it all.
I just don't think anyone wants it in the trenches with Texas.
No, but Washington's offensive line is really good.
Okay, we'll see.
Said
that. No, I'm just telling you. Remember you said that.
I will remember I said that.
Remember you said that.
I've seen the Texas defensive line. It's awesome. All I'm saying is that left tackle.
Okay.
That Washington left tackle.
I think Washington is better on the outside. I think Washington can expose, and I mean expose Texas.
Mm-hmm.
In the pass game, but they ain't running on Texas.
Saying that they're going to, road grade that defensive front of Texas because it's awesome. What I am saying is that's a really good offensive line.
Well, they better be.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a tough one. And then Bama, I like Bama versus Michigan. It's cool that Michigan's actually going to have to play to win now. Don't just hand it off every play against Penn State and Iowa. You basically just show up.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a fun playoff, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
A lot of drama. Shout out to the internet during college football time because good.
And shout out to Willie Fritz.
Shout out to Willie Fritz, new coach at U of H. I'm very proud of him.
Yeah.
Good dude, grinder. Go back to the Sam Houston days. Covered him when he was in the FCS championship back-to-back years. Just there's a lot of glitz and glamour. This is just a ball coach.
Yeah.
Just a ball coach. I think U of H got it right. Shout out to Willie.
Yeah.
Doing his thing. Coming up, Reaction Monday, Texans versus Broncos. There are a few things that stick out. Where did the Texans go from here, and how did they get here? Reaction Monday continues next.
It's good to get back in the wind. free Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans versus Broncos. Texans get the dub. They're 7-5. Will Anderson. We've been asking for the Will Anderson game. We got it yesterday. 2 sacks, deflected punt, deflected pass that led to a Derek Stingley interception. One of the best players on the field yesterday. James Palmer on the scene. How about the national guy coming in with the good hair?
Yeah, he saw the map.
James Palmer. He caught up with Will Anderson after the game. This is what Will had to say on that national stage.
Run us through that stop, that interception in the end zone, and why are you so emotional on the sideline?
Man, it's just the team, man. All the hard work we put in, man. Everything that God's been putting forth to training camp to now, man. The doubters, everything, man. We just proving everybody wrong, and we really don't have anything to prove nobody but ourselves. And that's one thing that we focus on all week is just us doing us better and us coming out here and executing, and us just having uncontrollable strain, man. That's what Coach talked about, man. I'm just so excited right now. I'm sorry.
I love it. You have 2 sacks today. You have 4 quarterback hits. You tip a ball that's intercepted. This Broncos offense has been so efficient protecting the football. You forced those 3 interceptions. What did you guys do to force Russell Wilson in those situations?
Man, we just rushing together, man. Everybody locked into their job, not getting distracted by nothing, running the game plan that we had in place, and it was just everybody dialing in, man. It was really just all God, and I'll just say God did. That's it.
Last one is Derek Stingley has 2 picks for you guys. How big were those? I know those 2 picks when they happened.
It's so much momentum change. You know, Derek Stingley, he practices his butt off every day. He practices those reps. So it's not surprising that you come out here and see it every day because that's what type of player he is, what type of guy he is, what type of teammate he is. And I can't say enough good things. So I'm blessed for him to be here, and I'm so happy for him. And he had a great game today.
You guys have changed it. Enjoy it.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, let me ask you this, both you guys. We know what C.J. Stroud is and what he can be. I mean, that's a given. We know he's an elite quarterback, and he can do some crazy things. If Will Anderson and Derek Stingley continue to play like they have the last 2 weeks,
you can beat anybody.
Will Anderson this week.
You can beat anybody.
What's the limit?
You can beat anybody. I think the only team right now that I would say is head and shoulders above you would be Baltimore. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's even without Tank Dell. Because they've found ways to win without Tank Dell. That would be what I would say. I would say you can beat anybody.
That's why I thought this game was so important.
If Will Anderson's gonna be capable of doing that, you can beat anybody.
I mean, and it happens that way. Sometimes, obviously, he's not going to get 2 sacks every game. But sometimes a moment like that, we saw it with J.J. Watt back in the day. And I'm not saying he's like J.J. Watt, so you can stop those texts. All I'm saying, sometimes when you have that moment and it flips on, it stays on. So if you get Derek Stingley and Will Anderson playing like that, I agree with you. You know, all of a sudden, that's why I thought this was the most important win because of how you won it. Like C.J. Stroud was very good. He wasn't awesome. He didn't win the game by himself. He was very good. But the defense created those turnovers and made a stop in the fourth quarter on a fourth-quarter drive when you have lost at more than one game by giving up those drives. It's huge. Huge win.
I don't want to go too in on Derek Stingley like right now, like if because the biggest question is something that he can't control.
Injuries.
It's something that he can't control. So that's why I'm kind of. But I agree with you. If you're gonna get that type of effort from those 2 guys, then you're in excellent shape. By the way, Jimmy Ward too. Jimmy Ward, excellent. We'll hear from Jimmy Ward in 30 minutes. But Jimmy Ward was all over the place. Jimmy Ward was front and center. I mean, he is the one of the most important pieces of this squad. And that's another guy, though, man. Like, how long is it going to last? Is Jimmy going to be able to last, over the course of the entire season into the playoffs?
I thought he was spectacular. Speaking of game balls, I mean, I think saving 1 touchdown, then intercepting the ball to save the win, just making plays after plays. Obviously, the quote leadership is very evident what he does. I thought he was really, really good.
And then you have the obvious, the worst thing to happen yesterday. Tank Dell, he's going to be out for the season. I saw Rappaport and Garofalo say that maybe he could be back for the playoffs. Is that the case?
We'll see. I don't.
What's typically the time frame for a torn fibula?
Surgery, man.
Yeah, what is the typical time frame for that?
For a broken fibula, it's got to be more than a month. But the season ends January 7th, so 5-6 weeks from now. Whew. That's a big ask.
I mean, and mentally, how's he going to handle it? How's he going to hold up? Do you want to rush it back? Who knows? There's some talk. Tank Dell, maybe he shouldn't have been in that scrum. I think that's silly. I think that's probably the silliest thing to have emerged here. Look, he got rolled up on. You don't just take Tank Dell off the field unless you were someone who, when he was big bodying guys and they were throwing swing passes to him, he was taking on linebackers and safeties. You had a problem with that. This wasn't a situation where they ran a wildcat with him and a linebacker just took his head off. He got rolled up on. That sometimes happens in football, unfortunately.
And I think people are assuming things that are not true. People are acting as if he was the fullback, like a lead blocker on that thing, because he ended up in the middle of the scrum. But he started out split wide, as wide from the football as anybody on the field offensively. They scooted him back down to help block and get to the second level. You know what happens on goal line situations on almost all the plays that are similar to that? The receivers try to get to the second level to help. He did his job. He did something that he wasn't put in a extra dangerous situation compared to what most receivers are. Do you want him on the field or not? Because if you want to say he shouldn't be on the field in the goal line situation.
No, I think he's an every down receiver.
He's a red zone guy.
I think he's an every down receiver.
So it was unfortunate. It was rolled up on, unfortunate. He tried to help, and he broke his leg.
The natural question is, where do you go from here? How do you replace Tank Dell? The obvious is Nico Collins and Noah Brown. We've seen both of them in stretches be the best receiver on the team.
Yes.
Do those two guys, are they capable of stepping up? Is Noah Brown capable of being healthy? You start talking about John Mechie, he's in the mix. It would have been nice to have seen him and CJ connect second quarter. We probably would have avoided a lot of the stresses that we went through yesterday en route to this win. But you start talking about Mechie. Maybe there's more two tight ends with Schultz and Brevin Jordan.
No.
I don't know that running the ball is even a possibility right now. And I don't know what's going on with this Dameon Pierce thing. The Dameon Pierce, 21 yards of his, what did he end up with, 47?
He 22 yards of his 41, I believe. Yes. Because he had 19 carries, 19 yards on 14 carries and 22 on one carry.
Yes, and it was a 1st and 25 surprise run type of thing. So they like Dameon Pierce more than Devin Singletary. And Devin Singletary at times yesterday, he did look lost.
But he averaged 4.5.
Yeah, pass pro, though, he looked lost a little bit. Maybe it's a pass pro thing. Maybe it's one of those deep things. But they clearly like Dameon Pierce. Now, my question is, do you start to make Mike Boone a little bit more active? And I don't think Mike Boone is like the end-all, be-all. But he can catch the ball out of the backfield. Do you have to find ways to get more creative? Or is it just help the receiver step up? Dare?
Dude saved the game in a sense.
I mean, he recovered a fumble.
But he also did he have 2 carries or 1 carry? I was a little surprised that he got those carries, but him being active definitely has helped in 2 games big time with his kicking and now with the fumble recovery. To answer your question on the receiver, I think Noah Brown and Nico Collins are going to be the answers for big plays and stretching the field. But I don't think it comes nearly as easily if John Mechie doesn't start contributing more and fills that role. Fills that third guy.
Do you feel confident Mechie can do that?
I kind of yes and no. I mean, he's been
right there
getting open. Would have scored a touchdown yesterday. He's been gradually getting more time. Xavier Hutchinson, I think, can help in the running game.
I want to see more X.
Yeah.
I want to see more. No, I think he can help in the pass game.
No, he can, and he has. But I'm saying, if you're saying
catch, we're talking about the pedigree that Xavier Hutchinson had at Iowa State. He was Brock Purdy's main guy.
No, I think Hutchinson can definitely help in the passing game. But what I'm saying is, okay, they like to use the wide receivers for whatever reasons, whether it's game planning, just to keep the defense honest, as kind of running back type situations. Going to the edge on end arounds and such. Well, he's done that. And, Tank Dell's done it, but now he can do it more. So I think Xavier Hutchinson kind of helping the running game is going to help.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what's up with X, what's up with Mechie, what's up with Brevin Jordan moving forward, what's up with Dalton Schultz. And it goes back to what you said at the start of this. Do Will Anderson and Derek Stingley elevate their play so much that kind of adds a different element and maybe takes away from how much you need on that side? But I think the other thing is Nico Collins, how's he going to be covered? How are opposing teams going to cover Nico Collins now that they no longer, like Robert Saleh this week, the difference between what Vance Joseph and other defensive coordinators have had to go through the first 13 weeks of the season, give or take a couple of weeks, is they've had to go in the film room and they've had to sit there and say, fellas, they got two really good receivers. The number 3 right here and the number 12. We're going to have to spread out like how we figure this out. Now it's, hey, they got this number 12 and then they got a bunch of other guys.
Noah Brown might
good, but can you rely on Noah consistently? Now, the one good thing about Noah is when the backs have been against the wall and you've started to question things, that's when he's kind of done some of his best work. So that's a good thing about Noah. I think that Jersey toughness, that Jersey grit that he has kind of allows him to, when you're kind of counting him out, to just kind of stick both middle fingers up and go out there and make plays. So I do think there's that. But I think Nico Collins, let me just put it this way. I think Nico Collins is about to get a hell of a lot more attention because he is now an only child. It is not, two children. He is an only child. He's getting all the attention.
He's going to get the most attention, because he's got the most production, 9 yards short of a 1,000-yard season already. So he's having a huge year. But I think this becomes another Bobby Slowick production. How is he going to – because they're going to expect that. They're going to at least expect some of that. So how is he going to utilize Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie and Noah Brown stretching the field?
Look out for X.
Look out for X.
Look out for X.
I think he's probably would be better odds that he would fill that role than Mechie because Mechie's just kind of been slowly getting in here. But I think Slowick's going to use these guys creatively. And then there's the running game, and we talked about this a second ago. I can't fathom 15 to 8 carries with Dameon Pierce over.
I don't know.
I can't fathom
I've stopped
that.
trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done complaining about the Singletary thing. I really am. It's that they've made their mind up. They've just how they feel. And that's just how they feel. I don't know why. I don't know who likes Dameon Pierce so much, but someone does. And what Devin
2.7 yards a carry, that includes a 22-yard run.
On a surprise run.
Yeah.
In which it was 1st and 25.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I guess what Singletary did, those consecutive weeks, it means nothing. But I've just kind of accepted that.
That's kind of how I am with the crowd. I'm tired of bitching and moaning.
You're talking about all the orange there?
Yeah, of being embarrassed about selling your tickets or it not selling out. I kind of just feel sorry for those fans now that don't show up because this is a hell of a product. This is
missing a hell of a game.
No, it's just a fun team to watch.
Loss is yours.
Seriously.
It's your loss.
Yeah,
you really feel sorry for them?
That was a lot. That was a great atmosphere.
Yeah, they got to watch it at home.
A lot of fun.
They got to enjoy themselves.
And there were a lot of Broncos fans there. And if you missed it or you sold your tickets,
there's a lot of Broncos fans.
I feel bad for you. Yeah, but still,
I'll also be rocking pretty soon, someday.
Yeah, I guess next year. I guess it's going to happen next year because it ain't happening this year. Hell, they don't even have that many home games left.
Text line 713 asks a good question. I think this is fair by 713. How have you not mentioned Robert Woods? Robert Woods is just Old Faithful. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about, obviously, maybe there's more opportunity for Robert Woods, but Robert Woods, before he got hurt, he was CJ's favorite target. He's kind of a chain mover. He likes to go to him on 3rd down. That's just kind of Old Faithful. But when we're talking about replacing Tank Dell, we're talking about, a little bit of explosiveness. This is a friend of the show, like John Mechie. You saw CJ miss him on the 58-yarder. Xavier Hutchinson, I think the one catch that we've seen him get was 35 yards. Noah Brown, et cetera. Maybe we're just kind of taking Old Faithful for granted, but I do think that's a very fair question there about Robert Woods. On the Tank Dell injury, these are the type of texts that we get. Shout out to the 214. Shout out to everyone on the text line. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. You're talking about a guy who was taken in the 3rd round because of his size, and yes, his size is an issue. So on that play, he shouldn't have been in there. Just that play, guys. You weren't going to throw to him anyway. So you only put him in throwing
when
situations.
You're throwing.
Okay, that's going to work out well. That's
Nobody
not
will figure that out.
Yeah, that's not predictable. Let's just put him in when we're throwing.
Tank Dell in the game. All right, this is about to be a pass.
Hey, Tank Dell, come in.
Everybody back.
I get it. Like I understand.
It's the most revisionist history, though. Like we try not to function like hindsight's 20/20, and sometimes when you get proven wrong, you admit that you were wrong.
Yeah.
But that is revisionist history. I heard some people yesterday. I won't name names. I heard some people saying, when CJ went off the field after his quarterback sneak, saying, Man, well, that's what happens when you can't run on 3rd and 1. Now his head's open to get hit on a QB sneak. How many concussions did Tom Brady have running QB sneak?
Yeah.
Like, to me, that's just revisionist history on Tank Dell.
Yes. I mean, he did. It was.
Now, if you hand Wildcat with Tank Dell and you told him to take on the linebacker, that's
what
different.
I'm saying. Or if he's like a lead blocker, I mean, he's never going to do that. He's
had some good blocks this year.
He has, but he's
had some huge blocks this year.
Way out there. Then he came in and he was still the third receiver there on the right side of this formation. They snapped the ball. He tried to do what wide receivers are supposed to do: get to the second level, help the guy score if he breaks through, and he got twisted up. What do you want? I mean, that it happens.
Is he a 3-down receiver or not?
Yes.
Like, has Tank Dell shown you enough before yesterday to show you that he's a 3-down receiver? Figgy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a dumb question. It's rhetorical. That's the response that I expect with something that silly. No problem with Tank Dell being on the field. Happens, sucks. Next man up, as they say. The question is, who is that next man going to be, or who are those next men going to be? Reaction Monday here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions. I got to tell you, I've been kind of scarred by a POS of the past.
Oh, my gosh.
And that scar hurt a lot yesterday at NRG.
Okay.
Lunchtime Confessions.
Presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. But we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions. All right. This is going to be weird, but I feel worse for Georgia than Florida State. I do.
No, I think you should.
Yeah.
I think you should.
Like obviously everybody's Florida State. Dude, Georgia won every freaking game until they lost by 3 in the SEC championship.
Yeah, and I feel bad about that. I will say, though, I don't know what their case was outside of we were awesome the last 2 years and we're in the SEC.
Yeah, and by the way, yeah. National,
but they don't have they lost.
No, I get it changes every year in college.
It's not the same squad.
But I was sitting there like everybody talking about Florida State. If I'm Georgia,
yeah, I mean that's tough, man.
I was shocked they was out of it.
That sucks.
I thought they was out of it.
Like that sucks. You win 12.
It's rough,
and you lose by 3 to Alabama in the championship game of the SEC. Sorry guys, you're out.
Florida State for me, they screwed them. I look at this as kind of karma, and I'm holding a near 1/4 of a century grudge against them.
Yeah,
because I remember in 2000. This was when I was a kid.
Damn.
I swear I remember this 2000. They did not deserve to be in that national championship game instead of Miami, and Chris Winke's old ass got in there, and they lost to Oklahoma. Bob Stoops would never have a national championship if it had not been for Florida State getting the nod over Miami. They should have never gotten in over Miami. There's karma right there. There's karma right there. And I thought that was the first ever BCS.
Was it?
I think so. I think that was the first ever BCS. But they did not deserve to be there. And Chris Winke, your old 30-year-old ass Heisman winning dude.
He was average. Nobody needs to feel sorry for Georgia. They're going to be there every year, I mean, it's 12 teams now. I feel worse for them this year than Florida State. Absolutely.
Watch this. These are my confessions. The POS has scarred me, man. I've moved on to where I'm enjoying Texans football. The POS, person of service, Jackie Easterby, has scarred me. And that scar was that was just kind of stinging me yesterday, like big time. Because when Tank Dell got carted off.
Oh, you went to was it Camo Grugier
Ever since Camo Grugier Hill got carted off and Easterby put his hand on his shoulder, and then I think he was on the field like a week and a half later. Sometimes I just feel like there's hope. When they said Tank Dell was coming back, I was just wondering.
Yeah. Nah, he was on the field, I want to say that week.
Yeah.
I think he played the next game.
Yeah, he was out there. He was out there practicing.
Yeah, like nothing. Yeah,
carted off. Touched by Jack. It scarred me.
He did scar you.
That's all I was thinking about. Watch this. These are my confessions.
Pretty cool gesture by old Sark. Last play of the game, about to take a knee. He's got this Jonathan Brooks has this giant knee brace on. And he goes out there to play safety, air quotes, against Oklahoma State. They take a knee. Arch takes a knee, gives him the ball. That was. I got to give it to old Sark for that. That was a cool gesture for a guy that was very important to this team. Not going to play again. Blew his ACL, but he'd take him out on the field to take the last one.
Wondering why the hell he was wearing his uniform.
I know, but see the brace. He couldn't even move.
Nah, he was in bad shape. But man, they got some freaking running backs at Texas. Good God.
They were
backups.
Yeah.
All three of their backup running backs scored in the first half.
Yeah. They just worked their ass. They just worked their ass.
Yeah, that was pretty classy by Sark. I'm not like the biggest Russell Wilson fan, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I overly care about, the happiness or the quality of life of Russell Wilson. I would be lying. I would be disingenuous. I don't want him to die. I don't want him to break it. I don't want him to get hurt or anything like that. But I'm finding myself I confess I'm finding some compassion when it comes to Russell Wilson, to the point where last week in his media availability, half of it was dedicated to him talking about playing into his 40s.
Mm-hmm. He ain't going to play in his 40s.
He needs to find someone, if you love Russell Wilson, if you really care about Russell Wilson,
yeah,
you need to have the guy's 35 years old right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're telling me that dude that dude's going to play 5 more years of NFL football?
It ain't going to happen.
You see how slow he is now?
He actually looked pretty quick on some of those.
On a few.
He's faster than he was last year.
Actually, he lost 20 pounds.
Yeah, I didn't even know that, and I should have, but I knew he'd lost some weight, but 20 pounds? But
I'm exaggerating, I think.
No, it was.
Okay.
No, I saw that. It was 20 pounds.
Oh, my God.
And so even on a couple of those big completions, maybe the one to Sutton in the end zone, he kind of
No, he can still throw a pretty deep ball.
Yeah,
he can still throw a pretty deep ball, but you're going to play 5 more years, sir?
No.
Someone needs to talk to him.
No.
I confess, I'm finding a soft spot for Russ.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Can I take a admittedly unfair shot that I don't know anything about reality?
Sure.
But it's my thought when I saw Pender notes.
You read the Pender notes?
I saw the post.
Where he tweets
Sean
out
Pendergast
his notes?
tweets out pictures and Instagram pictures of his notes.
Figgy reads those.
Here's my confession, and I'm not going to say I wouldn't have done.
You read Pender notes, right?
I'm sorry. What was that?
You read Pender notes, right?
It's hard for me to read his handwriting, to be honest. Okay. I kind of skim through. I can't.
Here's what I'm saying about Pender notes. I think some of the notes that he puts in the margins and stuff are just playing to the crowd. I think it's for the gram.
Oh, wow.
No, I think his notes are legit.
Oh, wow. Wow. So you think that Pendergast is not just taking notes like he normally would.
He is taking notes
but
like
he's putting them in there for the gram.
Look at the bottom here, and you can't read that verbatim.
Ward INT, FU Payton.
Yeah. I think that's just to kind of you don't.
Wow. So these aren't even authentic notes.
No, I think they're authentic notes.
But you're saying they're not.
I think they're all authentic notes except for the add-ons, which I think is kind of.
Then that makes them not authentic notes.
Playing to the crowd. Well, the notes, those parts of the.
So
notes.
you think this is kind of like the Jim Nance tie?
He could correct me, but I keep notes. You keep notes.
So you read the Pender notes.
I don't write bleep you, Sean.
Did you
Payton.
read the Pender notes?
I glanced. I looked at it, but that's about all. You think some of it is playing to the crowd? Do you like him?
I think at this point, I think so, because he wouldn't post.
Let me see that.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it again. But no, I think the notes themselves are legit, but I think he adds on for the gram for dramatic effect. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I think so.
Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Because when you take notes, you'll write something that you know.
Yes.
Right? So you're not writing it for anybody else, but I think he's probably making a lot of stuff clear in here and put more dramatic to it.
Yeah, and you know what? It works.
Yeah.
People like to click on them and read them. So that's all. We've all done a little bit of add-on drama, add-on jelly, so to speak, for the sake of the gram or
I could see Sean, if we were having a station fundraiser.
Mm-hmm.
People are asking what can you have volunteer, and Lopez is like, hey, I got Texas Star Grill Shop, which by the way, we'll give you a chance to win something from Texas Star Grill Shop coming up. Texas Star Grill Shop is giving a grill, and Figgy could be like, I found a local business that's going to give 3 $100 gift cards, and then Clint, I got a Arkansas fan experience and all that, and then I could see Sean saying, I got all my Pender notes from the last 5 years. We could auction these off.
Hey, it would get bids. People love them.
How much do you think 5 years of Pender notes would go for?
At what auction? Like just a generic?
Just an auction. I don't know. For a cause. I don't know.
All right.
Get
an auction.
Yeah, 610 auction.
Oh, a 610 auction?
Yeah.
He'd get at least $500.
$500?
For the charity.
For the Pender notes?
Yeah.
I think he'd probably get 2 G's.
You think I'm underselling it?
He saved them, right? He probably has them framed on his wall, right? We're being honest.
No, he doesn't have them
next
framed.
to those TVs.
I think he's saving them.
Next to those
I
TVs.
would want the Pender notes from that that Texans versus Chiefs game in the playoffs.
Oh,
I would pay for those.
Yeah, those are good Pender notes. I would love to see those.
I saved the box score. I think you've seen it from the Brad Lidge game. The official box score. I was keeping score.
Yeah, I would like to see those Chiefs Pender notes. I hope he saves the Pender notes. He might just throw them away.
Did he tweet them?
He might just throw them away. And by the way, did you see what Sean did the other day? So they had the My Cause, My Shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's taking pictures of their shoes and stuff and their cause. Look at that. Like, do you have to put the TVs in the background of your shoes? Like, we get it. You got 3 TVs, brother.
We're going to take this. Oh, I know.
We get it, brother. You got a view of the city and you got 3 TVs. You got to put My Cause, My Cleats. Like, My Cause, My Cleats has to take a background to the TVs and the view of the city.
Oh.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that's a sick view, man.
No, it's a sick view.
view.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it.
No, I got you.
No, I'm telling you. Yeah, I've seen it.
Man.
Put the shoes there. It's Lunchtime Confessions here on The Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, we got some really, really, really big news for the Texans. Sunday is going to get very, very polarizing in a big, big way. First of all, I want to give you a chance to win a $50 gift card. We just talked about gift cards. $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill Shop. We'll also qualify for a chance to win a Traeger grill and a case of John Lopez's OG sauce at the end of football season. All you got to do is call 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Get you that $50 gift card as well as a chance to win a Traeger and Lopez's OG sauce. Huge news for the Texans and 4 prominent contributors to yesterday's game. I caught up with them. You'll hear those back and forths next as Reaction Monday continues. First, I want to talk about Texas Turf. Texas Turf, Texans Turf is the best thing I've done for my home. Turf is awesome. It limits
is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we got some big news. We're going to go inside the locker room, talk to 4 key contributors. Your boy caught up with them yesterday. You'll hear that in a sec. First, though, Texans versus Jets on Sunday. We're leaving on a jet plane on Thursday. We'll be in Boston, and then we'll be at the game on Sunday. And we could be watching who?
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Sports Radio 610 proudly brings to you the Houston Texans versus the New York Jets. In one corner, we have the number 2 overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft by way of Ohio State, C.J. Stroud. In the other corner, according to Diana Rossini, we could have, if she is correct, Robert Saleh is leaning towards the number 2 overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft by way of BYU, Zach the MILF Wilson. We might get to watch number 2 overall pick versus number 2 overall pick. We got Sauce versus Stingley. We got Saleh versus DeMeco. According to Diana Rossini, Robert Saleh kind of leaning a little Zach Wilson.
Did you see the second part to this story? This is sad and bizarre. So,
oh wait, there's more.
There's more. According to Zach Rosenblatt, also did the story with Diana Rossini.
Oh no,
from The Athletic.
Oh no,
the Jets want to make a switch at quarterback. Is leaning towards Zach Wilson. That's the part that you got. But he just added this just moments ago. But he is reluctant to stepping back in. Sources tell Diana Rossini.
He don't want to play?
The team is hoping he changes his mind as they continue to discuss the next step.
Just the fact that this is out there is a lose-lose for him because the New York, like the mean,
they're going to eat
Jets
him
fans,
alive.
He's done. Yeah, this even getting out there.
He's reluctant to step back in. And the team is hoping he changes his mind. You like to use this word. I'm going to use it right now. Brother. Brother. He is going to be eaten alive. His body is going to be figuratively
that brother
left
is well done
for dead. What is this guy?
Man, that's tough, man. So is he just mad that they benched him?
I guess.
Okay.
Or he's got a date with someone's mom.
Yeah. Just insane. This is going to be wild. I hope we get to see him. We'll see. But apparently the Jets, according to Rossini, they're leaning towards Zach Wilson, but Zach Wilson might be reluctant per other reports. Man.
Now Rossini is tweeting it. So, yes, she just did.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well,
he's reluctant to step back in.
They might be wanting Aaron Rodgers back sooner than possible now.
Okay. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers needs to run away.
What's he doing? That's wild. Texans get the dub yesterday, 22-17. There's some key contributors I caught up with in the locker room, including a friend of the show, Brevin Jordan. Awesome interview last week. He interrupted me when I said this is the biggest game of his career. He said, "You damn straight."
Yep.
You damn straight. He had the most receiving yards in his career yesterday. He got involved very early, and I caught up with Brevin Jordan for the encore. Talked to him about his words before and what he thought about after that big game. This is just one of the 4 guys you'll hear in locker room sounds here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Here was Brevin Jordan after his big day.
All right, so you told us the other day, I said this was the biggest game of your career. You
damn straight.
You said damn straight 2 times. Be honest. Coming up to the game, you know it's the biggest game. Was there any extra nerves or anything like that?
Man, I was so ready. I was so ready to go. I mean, the whole week, when you're making the game plan, you're going through, the just everything, the game plan and what you're going to do. You don't get nervous because you've done it so many times against the same, the different looks that we expect the defense is going to give us. You know what I mean? So, nah, man, I was so cool. I was so calm, collected.
And early, did you know that was going to be a thing?
Yeah,
how did that feel? Get involved
I was
early.
so juiced, man. There was actually a lot of plays we really didn't end up calling in the openers. You know, that was played that was really meant to go to me, but it was awesome, man. I knew we were going to call that lookie play. It was in the openers. Like we have meetings that we go over the openers every week, the first 20 plays. So I was ready to go.
You're already ready for next week.
I'm ready to go. I could go out there and play right now, bro. I'm so juiced up right now. So I think I need the Toradol and everything to calm down.
Man, I appreciate you.
Yes, I appreciate you, man.
You not love that guy,
dude. He's pretty damn fast when he gets that rock.
No, he's athletic as hell.
Like it's there's a little bit of.
He still needs to work on his blocking.
Well, he still needs to catch the ball consistently too. He had the drop.
One. Yeah, he had one that
he had the drop.
Probably should have had.
John, I don't know that he has time to work on his blocking. They need to find ways to avoid him having to block.
Well, in the long term.
Yeah.
I'm not. People.
You think we're going to see more two tight end Dalton than him?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to kind of reference here. A lot of people get over dramatic on things like this, and I don't want to be over dramatic here. I think that was the most important game of his life.
He agrees.
And he agrees. He passed the test.
Yeah.
And so you got to figure out a way, right? You got to figure out a way to utilize him.
Man, he's a showman too.
Especially with Tank Dell out.
He's a showman too. He steps out of bounds and he gets and he goes to the sidelines. He's going like this, just like an inch. Like I just stepped out by an inch. He's good to go. That's Brevin Jordan caught up with him. Nico Collins, very popular guy. There's a lot of people around Nico Collins. Old Nico. Here was a conversation with Nico Collins. His buddy Tank Dell goes down. He steps up. Nico Collins, 190-plus touchdown. Here's the conversation with Nico Collins as locker room sounds continue here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
So how hard is it to, obviously you are a close team. You've talked about it a lot. Tank goes down. Next play, you're making big plays. How hard is that as a player?
It's real hard, man. It's real hard. Yeah, it's real hard, man. You don't want to see your brother go down like that. You know what I'm saying? And he was a big factor of this team. You know what I'm saying? And but you got to attack his rehab. It is what it is. We got to continue to be us. Continue to get better. It's dang, my dog. Nah, it's just lock right there. My bad. It's just one of them. Yeah. But it's just one of those, man, situations. It's life. It's an obstacle. And you're going to attack his rehab, man, and we continue the ball out for him.
It's hard for fans to sit on the sidelines and watch the end of games like that. What's it like on offense?
Man, it's the same. It's the same. I feel like the feelings are mutual in the stadium, man, around that time. But, the defense going to do their thing. It wasn't trimming because they always show up, man. They always going to do their thing, and they did. And we already knew they was going to do their thing, when they had the ball backed up in the red zone. But never stressed about it. Never worried because we know they was going to go crazy and get a stop.
You know what's weird is all the big moments of yesterday's game and players and injuries and all. We're kind of yada-yadaing 191 yards receiving. Like that's spectacular. He got a $191, and we're like, yeah, he also got 191 yards. Like, he had two plays over, 40?
I've gotten used to, it's somebody that's putting up plus or something like that. Like, Noah had 150 or whatever.
Yeah.
You are right, because they needed that. They needed every yard of that.
Yeah.
It's just there's a lot of love.
And there was
a
lot going on yesterday.
A lot of love to go around.
There was a lot going on.
Juice Scruggs, he started.
Mm-hmm.
This was after he came in for Titus Howard. Juice Scruggs
he had the one penalty. What was it?
I forgot.
Hands
what
to the
it
face.
Was. Yeah, something like that. But Juice Scruggs seemed pretty pleased with his performance. Well, also very critical. Let's hear from Juice Scruggs.
Do you feel like you've been through a lot for a rookie? Because you come in, we like him as a center. Okay, we're going to work him at guard. Okay, right when he starts to find his groove, he gets hurt.
Yeah.
Then you come back. Then they're calling on you early. Now you're going to start this week. Do you feel like you can finally get in somewhat of a routine now? Because you're at least for the first time, it seems like your whole rookie time that you're going to get to do something the same from one week to the next.
Yeah, right. No, I definitely hasn't been the ideal road. But just, taking it all in and just being appreciative of everything and just taking, just knowing everything that you're going through is a lesson and just learning as I go. And, yeah, like you said, just knowing that I'm going to be at the same spot next week is definitely helpful.
So what was it like on the sidelines at the end of the game having to watch?
Yeah. It's definitely – I definitely don't like watching. I'd rather be out there for sure. It's definitely a lot of jitters, you know. But shout out to the defense, man. They played their butt off.
What sticks out to you about things that maybe you want to improve the most?
Yeah, definitely in the run game. Definitely just got to be more violent at the point of attack and just run my feet more. And I'll get better at it for sure. Just got to keep working.
All right, appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Have a good
There you go. God, I hate being sir.
Yeah, you
That's
are.
what I am.
You are.
I'm there. It's just where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Juice was okay.
No. Like I said, I really had to strain to figure out was there any little hiccups there. Not really, just that. The hands to the face, but he's trying.
But it really is kind of wild what has happened with his rookie year.
I think he has the capability to be exactly what we thought he was going to be drafted in the second round.
No.
And he's showing it.
My point is, and once Kenyon Green and all these bodies get in, it's going to be interesting to see how the depth of the interior offensive line is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Shout out to the O-line coach, too. I'm his biggest fan.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm in the business now. But you come in as the center. You're getting reps at center. You're getting reps at guard. The starting center goes down. You go in at center. Then you get hurt. Then you come in. You're not a center now. You're a guard. You're sitting on the sidelines. You're active. You think you're going to be a reserve. Titus Howard gets hurt. Then you're immediately in. Now you're starting this week at guard. This is the first time that he's actually going to be doing the same thing from week to week.
And that's huge for someone like that to finally have the consistency of a rookie. A rookie like that finally have the consistency of being there week to week. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward, man. He had some strong words. We'll hear what Jimmy Ward had to say. That was a BS call yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
On Russell Wilson. I talked to him about that as well as other things. We'll hear that. We're also going to hear from the losers. The shape of an L on their forehead. Sean Payton, Russell Wilson, we'll hear from them. We'll also go around the NFL. It was a wild, wild Week 13, and it could get wilder tonight. Or will it? Next.
It's a Reaction Monday. Action Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Bizarre news involving the Texans' next opponent. We'll get into that. We'll also hear from the losers, and we'll also go around the NFL. First, let's hear from Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward, play that iced it yesterday. The interception, also had the hit on Russell Wilson. Caught up with him in the locker room. Here was what Jimmy Ward had to say, including wussification of the league, I guess you could say. Why don't you just put a dress on him? Here's Jimmy Ward.
To have to sit and watch the last couple of weeks, then come back. Like, what are you doing during the game? Is there, like, nervous energy or anything like that? How hard is that?
Playing, not playing?
Yeah, compared to not playing, because it seems like you all, as soon as you see a football field, you want to go out there and play on it. How hard is that?
It's hard, man. It's hard to just see your brothers go out there and strain, and, I can't do nothing but talk to them and tell them to do this, and I can't go out there and fight with them. So, it's to be honest, it's a terrible feeling. Like, I don't like being on the shelf. Like, I like playing. That's the reason why I'm still playing year 10, just because I want to help my guys, help my friends, help my family.
What did you think of the penalty, the unnecessary roughness?
Oh no, it shouldn't. It was a great hit. Russell, if you go back, the times I played against Russell when I was in San Francisco, Russell actually fake slid and stood up and then fell again. Like, he wasn't down. And I led with my shoulder. They tried to say I hit him in the helmet or whatever. I'm like, no. I led with my shoulder because my shoulder a little sore. And I want to say I connect with his shoulder. It's just when you hit a guy too hard nowadays, they're going to throw a flag. It's sooner or later NFL going to turn into flag football. That's just where we're heading.
I think he's right, but I also think I fully expected that flag, right? Fully expected it.
Yeah, I expected it, but
in real time,
But
yeah.
the replay, it was clear that it wasn't.
No, he's not wrong. I mean, that was a fine hit, but you hit a quarterback like that, you're going to get a flag. Just happens.
Just be like that.
It'd be just like that.
Just be like that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Let's hear from the losers. Russell Wilson, he had a message at the end. Where do you think
he
this
always
is
has
going?
A message.
Here's the message from Russell Wilson. 3 interceptions, man. 3 interceptions in an 20-17. Let's hear what Russell Wilson had to say.
It's going to be worth it in the end. I think the best thing about it is that we got work tomorrow. We got to be our best tomorrow. Keep our heads up. Understand that there's a lot more season left. There's a lot more ball left, and where we want to go, it's going to be challenging. I've been in seasons where it's, a battle, and to get to where we want to go, you can't look too far ahead. We got to look at right now, look inward. Starting with me, and just continue to find ways to make plays and find ways to keep our head up. It's going to be worth it in the end. It's going to be worth it in the end. The journey is going to be worth it, and we really believe that. And so we're just going to stay focused on each other, stay focused on us, stay focused on learning, and like I said, it's going to be worth it in the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Go Broncos.
Dude.
Go Broncos. Let's ride.
Thank you very much. Let's go Broncos.
Let's go Broncos.
It's going to be worth it in the end.
I don't know if it will.
It's worth it.
That's a tough loss for the
Your
Broncos.
guy.
Not my guy.
Russell Wilson,
not my guy.
I mean, I was here.
I have simply been stating
playing some serious ball.
I have just never been my guy. Not my guy.
Andrew, I'm telling you, this guy's been playing good. He's been playing really good.
Don't expect him to ever be my guy.
Been playing great. Telling you.
But I accurately have said
Sean Payton has Russell Wilson played some really good football.
But I accurately have said that he has been playing very good football, and he has.
No, he hasn't. It's been misleading.
He has.
Been misleading.
He had the best touchdown to interception rate in the NFL going into yesterday's game, and he was top 5 in quarterback rating. That's pretty good. And then the Texans defense happened, and that was actually my favorite part of the Texans defense happened. By the way, while we're talking about stats, do you know who who leads the NFL in passing right now?
Yards. Is it CJ or Sam Howell?
CJ Stroud is leading the NFL.
Is that good
in passing?
It's not bad, but is passing yards misleading?
Yeah, that's good. I mean 3,540 passing yards, 3,466 Sam Howell, then Tua, Goff, Prescott, Josh Allen, dude.
Yeah, he's doing his
CJ
thing.
Stroud's leading the league in passing.
It's not bad. I don't mean it that way. I mean, is it Is it a recipe like for?
You're talking about the
success?
balance,
Yeah, the
and all
balance
that.
and all that type of stuff.
I think it's
because I see Sam Howell and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you're down 40 and you're throwing the rock a lot, like Watson. And
but that's not this team. See, it's the context of it.
I asked this question not to just be like hesitant because I think CJ will have better years and perhaps win an MVP without throwing for as many yards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my only, like, my source, because we like to localize it. We are a localized program in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. I go back to 2020 and Deshaun Watson with all those passing yards, and they sucked. They had 4 wins. So I do wonder, like, is it a...
I get your point.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's because they're winning, because it's a rookie, because it's not garbage time yardage like you were talking about with Sam Howell. When you take it into context, it's pretty dang good. Leads the league in passing, 5 weeks left. Crazy. Absolutely nuts.
Titans thought they were going to do the Texans a favor yesterday. They had the Colts beat. Up 17-16 at the end of the third. Punt block. Touchdown. Chance to take the lead at the end of regulation. Missed extra points. Sprinkle in another punt block. And it looked like they were ready to overcome it because they took a 3-point lead in overtime, and then Gardner Minshew finds Michael Pittman, finds him again, and then finds him in the end zone, and the Colts find a way to improve to 7-5 with a 31-28 win over the Titans. And, oh, by the way, Texans get somewhat of a lucky break because Jeffrey Simmons is not going to be on the field in 2 weeks when the Titans are rocking those Oiler uniforms and John McClain is watching with a tie on the door.
I don't know about that last part, but pretty important. Old Simmons, he tends to be pretty important. And by the way, their punter got hurt, and that's why Ryan Tannehill had to hold that extra point that they missed, and it kind of was off a little bit. So that's how weird that day was.
Yeah, the punter got hurt on the punt block.
On the block. Yeah.
Weasels. Football night on Sports Radio 610. Jags versus Bengals. Bengals are a 10-point underdog. They don't have their quarterback. I feel like something crazy might happen here.
Oh, don't be betting on the Bengals. Nothing crazy.
I feel like something crazy might happen here.
No.
Mark that.
I think the Jaguars.
Like something crazy might happen. 10 points.
Well, yeah.
10 points.
Well, they might stay within 10, but that's
10 points.
I wouldn't bet it.
Patriots versus Chargers. The Chargers win 6-0.
Moving on.
Baseball.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people here, and I know that it's easy and it's low-hanging fruit, and we got so much fatigue for them for nearly, like, over 2 decades. People are, like, pointing and laughing at the Patriots. I'm laughing at the Chargers for only scoring 6 with Justin Herbert at quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what I'm laughing at.
That's insane, man.
I'm not like the Patriots. First of all, you can make a case that they don't even want to win. They're putting Bailey Zappi out there. They have Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
They suck.
Yeah.
We know that they suck. I'm laughing more at the Chargers for scoring 6 points in a football game with a guy who is being talked about as one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league and all the weapons, the skill possession weapons they have on their squad. I'm laughing more at that than I am the Patriots getting
You
shutouts.
should. You absolutely should, because this is embarrassing. They got a horrible head coach, and they're not going anywhere. And every year they got some of the best talent in the league.
Saints 28, the Lions 33. This one got a little bit interesting. Jameis Winston actually on 4th down just completely skipped the pass to Chris Olave. That was after he led a touchdown drive, but the Lions hold him off 33-28. Jets, Falcon 13. Tim Boyle 14-25, 148 yards and an interception. The Jets with just 62 yards rushing. They want to start Zach Wilson per multiple reports. However, Zach Wilson apparently reluctant to play, which is crazy. Here was Robert Saleh. They have one of the best young wide receivers in the NFL, and one of C.J. Stroud's friends, a guy he played with at Ohio State, in Garrett Wilson. Here is Robert Saleh's response to the Jets media types asking, how the hell are you not getting this guy the rock?
In the first half, the All-22 or the next-gen doubts, I mean, it looked like Garrett was open a lot, like breaking free. Why weren't you guys able to get it to him?
I'll have a better answer for you tomorrow.
Got to watch the tape.
What is he saying?
Yeah, I didn't see this, obviously, this game play for play. I just saw some of the reports of that. But it's not unique. It's happened before where Garrett Wilson has been wide open and they haven't. So it's not like, oh, this particular game, why couldn't you get him the ball? No, they haven't been able to get him the ball at all. And then the Zach.
Am I an idiot for thinking, and it's possible, you can just say yes, but I'll finish my sentence, okay?
Yes.
You can say I'm an idiot, yes, but let me ask my question, okay? Why is their offense so crappy? Like, I know that the Jets, like, I understand completely that you have backup quarterbacks. Maybe the answer is they should have invested more in the backup quarterback, but you got a wide who is Pro Bowl caliber.
Pro Bowl running back.
You got Breece Hall, who's good. Conklin's a good young tight end. Is it just the offensive line? Is Nathaniel Hackett a dope? What is going on to where this offense is so bad?
Well, clearly that points to coaching, some, and offensive line. Both those things you talked about. You're not an idiot.
Because Pittsburgh's finding ways to win. Cleveland's finding ways to win with like similar situations. And I don't even know that maybe Pittsburgh does, but I don't know that Cleveland has the offensive weapons that the Jets do.
Yeah. No, I know. No, it should be.
Especially with Chubb out.
And especially when you've seen Wilson open, it's quarterback play. This Zach Wilson thing is bizarre. Right now, trending nationally is good for Zach.
He's becoming, oh, God, the Jets are supporting this?
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Good for Zach.
All right.
This is a circus.
Steelers fall to the Cardinals 24-10. It looks like Pickett could be done for the season. We'll keep an eye on that. Mike Tomlin, always a man of words. This is how he summarized the Pittsburgh, who, by the way, tied in the standings with the Texans at the moment. Here's what Mike Tomlin had to say about the L.
You know, that was a horrible day at the office. We didn't do much right in that game, to be quite honest with you. So we got to own that, obviously, starting first and foremost with me. Just losing football really was, you know. We're highly penalized, some pre-snap penalties, some operational penalties, bad snaps, just JV football in a lot of ways.
I like that line. JV football in a lot of ways. And they're done too, right? Steelers?
I don't think they're
done.
No, I don't know if there's such thing.
Pickett's not going to play.
Trubisky's just as good.
Okay. I mean,
they are what they are.
You've been saying that about them the past 3 years, man.
That's true.
They're just going to scratch and claw.
Yeah.
Washington falls to the Dolphins 45-15. Tyreek Hill. Could I interest you in some stats?
Of course.
This is Tyreek Hill through 13 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Good God. 1,481 yards, 93 receptions, 12 touchdowns. He's on pace to break Calvin Johnson's single-season yardage record at 2,098. And this was the funniest thing. The dude's upset that they don't double-team him. You're feasting on fools. You're scoring touchdowns. And my man was asked how he feels about people not double-teaming him, and he sounds disappointed.
At some point, it's like, man, I don't know, man. I just appreciate it, you know. Thanks for, you know, not respecting me, I guess. So, yeah.
What? Who doesn't respect Tyreek Hill?
In a world where wide receivers are like throwing their helmet and getting pissed after wins and demanding trades, Tyreek Hill is upset that he's not getting double teamed.
That's how good he is.
Speaking of good, Panthers fall to the Buccaneers 21-18. Mike Evans.
Good Lord.
10 straight seasons.
It's crazy.
How has he been in the league 10 years? It feels like yesterday. I was watching him at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
10 straight seasons of 1,000 yards. Is that pretty good?
It's all right.
It's not bad.
That's pretty good.
I think from Galveston's going to be an all right ball player.
Yeah. Should have stuck with basketball.
Going to be an all right ball player.
Mm-hmm.
Rams top the Browns 36-19. The ghost of Joe Flacco in at quarterback for the Browns. At the end of the game, Rams could have either taken a knee or scored. Here was Sean McVay talking about that decision to score the touchdown.
It was some debate, but I think out of respect for their field goal block operation, we said, let's make sure we have great ball security, but if we can punch it in, Karen's on my fantasy team. It's a joke. It's a joke. I don't really mean that. All right, kidding.
not going to go over well with the NFL. That's for dang sure.
Come on.
No, I'm saying
gotta have a sense
it's
of
going
I don't think that's a joke.
It's going to rub them the wrong way, no question.
Joe Flacco, by the way, 23 of 44, 254, 2 touchdowns and interception.
Cool. Falls out of bed.
How is this dude just coming off the couch?
He falls out of bed throwing touchdowns.
Why the hell the Jets ain't signed him?
Yeah.
They had him last year.
They could have had him this year.
He was on their damn team last year. Dude, that's salt in the wounds for Jets.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's salt in the wounds for Jets.
He ain't looked that bad either.
Dude, he can still hum that ball.
You
but he's a
think?
statue. Will Anderson might sack him 4 times.
I hope. They're going to need
Depending
that,
on what they do. Man's just going out there just looks the exact same, too.
He launches it, man.
Dude, he can fling that.
He launches it.
He can fling that. Eagles. So we talked about this before the game. It was kind of interesting. The Eagles were an underdog to San Francisco as the home team. Now, we've heard San Francisco season. Man, if our quarterbacks hadn't gone down, they had 3 quarterbacks get hurt in the NFC Championship game last year, they had no chance to beat us. They weren't on our level. They weren't on our caliber. Eagles have kind of stuck their chin up and said, all right, San Fran, whatever.
Yeah.
But San Francisco was a 3-point favorite. They ended up winning by 3.
Touchdown.
Plus 20. 42-19. Brock Purdy. Could I interest you in some stats?
Yes, sir.
19 of 27. 314. 4 touchdowns. No interceptions. And a 148.8 passer rating. By the way, Philadelphia, they face the Cowboys this week. Cowboys, if they beat the Eagles, they're in first place in the NFC East.
I'm telling you.
It's an interesting little stretch for them Philadelphia
I mentioned
Eagles
it last
that
week.
looked unbeaten for a while.
Yeah, I mentioned it last week that the Cowboys should have made that.
They ain't going to beat Philly.
Should have made that plus 800 bet.
Man, they ain't
because
ready.
those numbers are
They
down,
ain't ready.
man.
They ain't ready.
Well, they're looking ready.
They ain't ready.
Yeah. Plus 800.
Cowboys ready for that?
I screwed that one up.
No, I ain't going to win the Super Bowl. You're fine.
All right.
Packers versus Chiefs yesterday. How about them Packers? They beat the Chiefs 27-19. Jordan Love doing his thing. Some controversy at the end. There was bad calls on both sides. Pass interference that should have been called. A hit on 15-yard penalty on Jonathan Owens on Patrick Mahomes for hitting him inbounds. Don't know what the hell that was.
Mm-hmm. That was crazy.
It was really, really poorly officiated, but long story short, Packers win 27-9. Chiefs got the Bills this week coming off the bye. If the Chiefs lose to the Bills and the Texans beat the Jets, the Texans have the same record as the Chiefs.
Yeah, that would be wild. On the Packers and Chiefs.
Except they don't have that division.
Yeah, exactly. On Packers and Chiefs, yes, officiating was wild. Packers were the better team yesterday.
Oh, they kicked their ass.
Packers were the better team.
No, they whooped their ass.
Keep an eye on that team. We've been saying it for a little bit.
I'm on that Packer train. But
Yeah.
Jordan Love, he's starting to look pretty good.
He's looking very good.
They don't
in the postseason as we speak with the number 7 seed. So, yeah, the Chiefs are going to be
6-6.
interesting.
Get you in.
Chiefs are going to be interesting down the stretch. And we didn't mention this earlier. If the Jaguars win today, first place in the AFC. Wild.
That's embarrassing.
Wild.
That's embarrassing.
I don't know. It's still wild.
Jags, Ravens, Dolphins, they would all be 9-3.
Mm-hmm.
Sleep on them Bengals tonight.
Don't do it. I know you're feeling frisky.
I'm just telling you, don't sleep on them Bengals tonight.
Okay, I'm not going to sleep on
What do you think
them.
I'm going to do?
Probably bet on the Bengals.
considering money line.
Oh, no. Wow. What's the number?
Just like a little sprinkle.
What's the number?
I think it's
Money
like
line.
3.5 to 1 or something.
All right.
Why not?
Yeah.
Jags got to have. I mean,
$20.
I'm waiting for one F up for the Jags.
$20.
I got to get one. I got to get one F up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Texans game won enough. I got to get one.
Mm-hmm.
Surely the Jags aren't just elite now, right? That hasn't happened, has it?
Pretty good against
Has it
Texans.
happened? You think this is happening, Figgy?
Nah, today or
I don't see
tonight.
No, I just
Or just in general?
Jags
I mean,
being
do
elite.
you see the Jags?
Nah,
like, if I say 1 seed in the AFC, what do you say to that? Okay.
They beatable.
Who's beating them in the second round is what I say.
Yeah.
Unless they get one of these Pittsburgh, Cleveland, or even maybe even the Texans. I mean,
couldn't that break well for the Texans though? Like if they get into the postseason, And then see Jacksonville in the second
We're counting
round.
playoff ones.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're counting playoff ones now.
Yeah, we are. That's what we're here for.
All right. Coming up, the internet goes nuts, perhaps nuttier than it's gone all year. We'll hear the best and most entertaining sights and sounds from the weekend of Pigskin, a.k.a. Football Americano, and all the arguments that ensued. Next.
The Texans. John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It was going wild this week in college football. You sit on your couch from 7 on Friday to midnight on Saturday, and there's a lot going on into the morning. Start out with the SEC championship game. Alabama ended up defeating Georgia, and they got into the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
On the set of College Game Day, Pat McAfee, this is how he made his pick. This is how he selected who he selected to win the SEC championship.
Back-to-back national champions. What's that coming down the track? It's the Mean Machine in the red and black. Ain't nothing finer in the land. Obnoxious Georgia fan. Go Dogs. Go Dogs. Sick 'em.
Wow.
Give me Alabama to break
So good.
And he was right.
That is so good.
Alabama won the SEC championship. Now, before that, Texas, Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game. Texas leaving the Big 12 for the SEC. Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, earlier this year, he was at a Texas Tech luncheon, and he told the people in Lubbock, he said, I want you to go beat Texas. Do it for the Big 12. He then had to present the trophy.
Yes, he did.
To Steve Sarkisian, Quinn Ewers, and the Texas Longhorns. Which, by the way, Undertaker was up there, too. WWE sponsored the Big 12
They had
championship.
the belt and everything.
Man,
yeah.
How sick is that?
That was sick.
Quinn Ewers got Undertaker, handed him a belt.
Yes.
That is nasty. Not even like a trophy. Not some old crusty sponsor guy.
Yeah.
He had the Undertaker hand him a belt. That was sick. But listen, speaking of WWE, listen to how Brett Yormark got welcomed by Texas fans.
All right, guys. Look at that as love.
Well, it's not.
Better.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Pepper, AT&T Stadium, and our great fans that set an all-time attendance record for this game. It's all good. It's all good.
It's not all good.
First of all, an incredible season by the Texas Longhorns. You guys, with today's dominating performance, deserve a ticket to the CFP for sure. It's an honor to give Coach Garcesian and the Texas Longhorns the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship Trophy.
Didn't even say the name right.
Dude, he got destroyed, man.
He got rocked.
He got destroyed.
Absolutely rocked.
And he should
that wasn't
have.
even all the booing.
And he should have.
Yeah, I don't blame him for feeling that way, but you're the commissioner, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't say that. You don't do that. And they let him know it.
So there was a lot of dialogue, obviously. What was sticking out the most to you outside of this dialogue? We don't have to do this whole, if you're tuning into us, chances are you know the resumes.
Mm-hmm.
What stuck out the most with the dialogue? What were some things being said that you would kind of roll your eyes at? What do you think they got it right?
I don't know if I would roll my eyes at it. I feel worse for Georgia than Florida State.
Okay.
I think Georgia, clearly tougher conference. I know they're from the SEC East, but they played a hell of a tough schedule. They've won a national championship, pretty recently. They've got all the studs. They go 12-0, and you lose by 3 points in the SEC championship game. I feel worse for Georgia than Florida State.
This is one of the first times in in a while where I feel like any of these teams can actually win the college football playoff.
I agree. I think
like
Washington,
this isn't
Texas.
like throwing Cincinnati in there or throwing Michigan State in there or something like that. Like this is one of the first years where I feel like any of these teams can actually win the college football playoff. That's how I feel. I'll tell you this right now. Those people down there,
I know who they're cheering for.
Texas and Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah.
That will Texas and Alabama at NRG, which by the way is where that game is going to be, and I'm going to be there. I don't give a damn who's playing. I'm there.
Yeah.
But Texas and Alabama down there will set the attendance record. Well, it will. I think it will be up there with the Super Bowls. That will set the attendance record. Texas versus Alabama national championship,
and it's going to be nuts for this city.
And Michigan will travel well. I'll tell you the one thing.
Yeah, but Alabama can drive.
The one thing they don't want is they don't want Washington. I'm just being honest.
Washington travels well too, but they don't want Washington. They don't want Washington. No,
They don't
Washington.
want. How many Washington fans do you know?
A couple actually. I can't name names right now,
Come
but
on, you know
I know
them.
some people that have been Washington fans. Yeah, you're right, Landry. I don't know anyone who's a Washington fan.
There's no way you know a Washington fan.
Okay, I don't.
Name one.
I'm trying to think. I've had friends, big Washington fans or whatever.
That's the OG. You know everybody.
Exactly.
You can't name a name.
I'll,
of a Washington fan.
I'll come up with a list.
Yeah, you know she's from out of town.
I'll come up with a list.
Yeah, I got a girlfriend. She's from out of
She's
town.
from Canada. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I have friends, people I know that have been Washington fans, and I also know that Washington travels well. That said, they want Texas and Alabama.
Yeah.
Driving distance.
I don't think they travel well as
locals.
Alabama and Texas.
Exactly.
Texas favored by 5 right now, and Alabama is a 1.5 point underdog.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be wild. It's a huge opportunity for both. And Texas is finally. I don't think this was the case a couple weeks ago. They're playing well.
They're
playing
a
well.
wildly impressive game.
And they're getting healthy
for
Man,
Texas.
You get a month.
You get a month off too. Yep. Just under a month, I guess. Isn't it the 31st?
Yeah, you're basically just chilling.
Yeah. Wildly impressive game for the Longhorns. Pretty damn impressive for Washington too, to be honest. Like they probably should have won that game by more. Against Oregon.
I don't know how they almost screwed that one up.
Yeah.
I don't know how they almost messed that up. That was crazy. By the way, Texas Bowl, Houston's biggest annual college football event. It returns to primetime at NRG on Wednesday, December 27th. Texas A&M versus Oklahoma State. Tickets are on sale now. Check out the TaxActTexasBowl.com. It's TaxActTexasBowl.com for the best seats and suites on game day. Also enjoy exciting free bowl week activities before the game, like the Carbach concert presented by HEB on December 26th and the Carbach Love Street Tex Fest outside of NRG Stadium. For more information and to get your tickets, head to TaxActTexasBowl.com. There you go. You going to be in attendance, Aggies?
I'll probably go. I don't know how the Aggies are even favored in this game. I think they're favored like by 5.5. They lost their coach. They're going to lose portal guys. Anaya Smith is going pro. Walter Nolan is gone. I'm not going to say vote. I'm not going to bet against the Aggies, but I wouldn't bet on them in this game.
Man, what a sales pitch, man!
Hey, go to the game. I'm going.
I'm trying.
I'm going to enjoy some college football.
I'm reading this for Fletch in the station, and you're sitting there saying nobody's going to be there.
Good for Fletch in the station, and I'm going to.
Aggies not a good team.
It's basically going to be the 12th man out there. So
basically, it's going to be a fun environment. We go all the time. We go when our teams don't.
I'm just asking, man.
Yeah. But I wouldn't. What I'm saying is I wouldn't bet on the Aggies. I don't know how they're favored.
Don't send that air check to Fletch.
Yeah, it's called being honest. That's what we do.
Oh man, Fletch has some power. I might have a new co-host tomorrow. Man was on the Texans postgame show yesterday. I'm driving home and they're like, "Hey, we're going to talk about the Texas Bowl." Here, and I was like, "Okay, well, I'm going to sell
like
this
today
one.
After the Houston Texans game.
They did it during postgame yesterday.
Man.
Yeah, they got him in there. Fletch came in there. I don't even think he was when he originally said he was. He strolled in there with that.
You're putting me on the air now.
Fletch rolled in there with the damn chin hair, walking with his chest out and said, "Hey,
Ben,
enough about C.J. Stroud.
Ben, kill the commercial break."
Lopez is sitting here talking about the 12th man, Texas A&M.
Yeah. Hey, it's going to be fun. I would recommend going. Wouldn't bet on the Aggies. They've lost everybody.
I'm sure some OSU guys will sit out, maybe some.
Yeah, that's true.
Who knows?
Yeah,
I don't know. How come How come new coaches never coach their team in the bowl game? I know they don't have their system.
It's a no-win.
But just sit on the sidelines.
It's a no-win.
Just sit on the
I wouldn't.
sidelines. Bob Stoops went and coached Oklahoma when Lincoln Riley left. Why won't Tickle Me Elko coach the A&M?
Why bring in R.C. Slocum to coach him?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that.
So Tickle Me Elko scared.
Yeah. You mean like every other coach who inherits
That's
on your
what I'm
team?
saying. But I think Tickle Me Elko should go down there and coach his team.
But coach, it's a no-win situation because you're going to change everything. You don't even have your staff yet. You don't have your offense, your defense. You're going to have someone else's stuff. You're going to be learning as they learn.
Walk around on the damn sidelines and do your in-game management.
You know what? I don't even know who's going to coach the Aggies because Elijah Robinson, the interim coach, went to Syracuse.
Tickle Me Elko. Get down there,
Holy
man.
Crap, this should be me coaching them.
Get down there,
I'll
Elko.
coach him.
Get down there, Elko.
Yeah.
No, seriously, get him in there. Why is he not coaching?
What is your deal?
I want to see him coach. I want to see. I'm tired of these coaches just being scared.
So you're going to use the Aggies as the example?
No, it's everybody. Everybody
Yeah.
does this. I'm tired of it.
It's a no-win situation.
Who cares? No one's going to hold it against you. You're
It'll
the face of the
it'll
program.
go against your record, and
You're
all
sitting
of a
up
sudden
there in a suite.
you're going to have
like
a
your damn.
You're going to have an entire
suit and tie
offseason.
and you're on the field.
Let's say Elko comes down.
Everybody. It's not just him. It's everybody.
I'm just saying, let's say Elko comes down.
Okay.
Doesn't know offense, doesn't know defense, doesn't have an assistant staff yet.
Fine.
Doesn't have anything.
It's okay.
Just learning everything, and they lose by 20 points.
Who cares?
The entire offseason, people go, see, Elko, you suck.
Come on.
Oh, you don't think that would happen?
No, I don't.
You don't think that would happen?
What if they win? What if they win?
Cool. Doesn't matter. It's a no-win situation.
Be a leader, man. Get out there and coach.
Yeah.
I want Elko out there. Are we going to have Elko on the air?
Here?
Well, I mean, we always promote the game. Are we going to have Elko or Gundy? Can we get one of them?
I don't know. Well, not Elko.
Why?
Well, maybe we'll have Elko on the air.
you gotta have
It's
the
your
coach.
problem.
Yeah, because he's the new head coach, but he's not going to be coaching. Interesting.
No. Oh, so they're going to give us the guy who's actually coaching? Who the hell is he?
I don't know.
Have this ever happened before?
Yeah, it happened with
The head coach and the interim coach? Or
it
not?
happened with LSU. LSU, when Coach O got fired or whatever, they had like some randos, bro. I remember Austin Deculus was one of the guys who actually played in the bowl game, and I had to host that the rodeo showdown with Patty Smith.
Yeah.
So there's this happens a lot, like where nobody's playing and then the coach is
So
there.
who would be the coach?
I'm trying to find it right now
on the show.
Because what's his name is going to Syracuse. Elijah Robinson.
Yeah.
And he was the interim coach.
Yeah.
Could be me. I don't know.
But Elko's got to come in here. He's got to come on and speak.
No, he might just kind of speak for the future. and
What are
all
you
that
going to
stuff.
say?
What's up, man? Gig him.
I've never seen you this unexcited about
I
it.
know, man. It's kind of strange.
No, I'm excited about the coach.
I want you to sell me on Tickle Me Elko.
Yeah.
No. Y'all are completely misinterpreting.
Are we?
Yes. What have I been
Does
saying?
this sound exciting to the people? 713-572-4610.
Who's the biggest Aggie fan? Well, it's
You,
Tyler,
obviously.
Right, but me as the most superior. No,
He's not excited about Tickle Me Elko either.
I didn't know that. No, I am ready to win. I am ready to
There's a
win.
pitch.
It's beyond time to forget about all the 5 stars and 4 stars and facilities and fans and all that stuff. That's how you get the framework for winning. So just win. So I'm in. I'm going to be all in. But he's not going to coach this game, nor should he.
All right. Sales pitch from John Lopez here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, you know me better than that.
Thought you were.
You know me better than
Thought
that.
you were a little bit more excited about Tickle Me Elko.
Well, I guess I'm not. I guess you're right.
More passing thoughts as Lopez passes over Mike Elko, the great Mike Elko. You know what? I'm going to buy into Mike Elko. I'm buying Mike Elko stock. I'm buying Mike Elko stock.
Who says I'm not?
What are you laughing at, Figgy?
Man, you messing with John Lopez, man. Leave him alone.
That's all right.
Man.
I don't care.
I just want him to whoop. I want to give me at least a passionate whoop.
My throat hurts.
No, come on, man.
What am I drinking right now?
But you've been talking. You've been spitting
Figgy,
fire.
what is this?
You've been spitting fire for
I'm
3
guessing
hours
tea.
and 40 minutes.
Is that tea?
Hot tea.
John, just give me one passionate whoop.
John, don't.
Just
man.
one passionate
He's
whoop.
doing this right now because Texas in the playoffs and
Figgy,
everything looking
you
good.
don't think I know Landry?
No.
You don't think I know how it works?
No. I just want one.
You think this is a surprise?
He's
to
on
me?
a high right now.
Yeah.
I'm not on a high.
Yes, you
Getting
are,
in is not an accomplishment, okay? I just want one whoop.
Yeah. You don't think I have experience with this, Figgy?
Lopez passing thoughts on Reaction Monday coming up next.
Oh.
Monday Night Football.
year on select major appliances. Get up to 45% off and save an extra $100 on every $800 you spend on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid to 12/6. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
John Lopez, passing thoughts. Texans 7-5. They lose Tank Dell. Derek Stingley, awesome. Will Anderson, awesome. CJ Stroud, good. A lot of questions loom. A lot of thoughts inside the dangerous mind of the OG John Lopez on Reaction Monday.
Yes, sir. Let's go through these. As this game was happening, you kind of put down your real-time thoughts. This was one at the very end. Jimmy Ward is going to make a play that's spectacular to win the game. I thought his play before that on the same drive was just as big, maybe bigger. Cortland Sutton was going down the middle of the field, and he was going to score. He had beaten Petrie or whatever the coverage was that broke down the field. Jimmy Ward comes from the side, knocks him down, and I thought that was a game save. We could be talking about a loss just like that, because then keep in mind the Texans had lost a timeout, and they would have been down, and that would have been a tough ask right there. Another passing thought. I'm past the point of being embarrassed for Texans fans or being mad about the place not being sold out or fans selling their tickets.
Vibes, Broncos fans yelling loud.
Fans selling their tickets to the opposing team. I just kind of feel sorry for those fans that aren't going to want to be a part of this.
Oh, wow.
Or aren't a part of it. Yeah, I'm not mad anymore. I'm not mad. I feel sorry for you because they're missing a hell of a product. This is a hell of a product. It's not the best, but it sure is damn entertaining. And yesterday was a very entertaining game. So individually, I was really happy for Brevin Jordan. It's very rare that you can identify a moment that is a career-changing moment. I think we could do that yesterday.
Okay.
We could point to Brevin Jordan. They really, really needed a tight end to step up. They really needed him. There was no more being down on the depth chart. No more not on, wondering if he's not going to make the squad. He stepped up, made some plays. That's going to change his career. That game yesterday for him.
Yeah, he's a contributor.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be even bigger. He might be one of those guys that fills the void for Tank Dell.
Yeah,
or is asked to do so.
Yeah. I still don't know, and we're going to dig into this more as the week progresses because it's vexing. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't ignore in defeat, as Jeff Van Gundy would say. Dameon Pierce had 1 carry for 22 yards.
I don't get this.
He had 14 carries for 19 yards total. He had a 2.7-yard average. Singletary still had a 4.5-yard average. I don't understand. He had 15 to 8 carries over Singletary. I'm completely confused about what they're doing and thinking with the run game. Just like
they love Dameon Pierce.
I can't figure it out.
They love Dameon Pierce, don't they?
Yeah, I just can't figure it out. This felt like a game the Texans were going to lose the whole way. Like they had opportunities they didn't take advantage of, like the Desmond King scoop and score, which should have been. They had some fumbles that they were very fortunate to get. They had some field goals that they made, but you wanted more. This felt like a game the Texans were gonna lose. It was going to be a near miss, and we've had those games for years, and they won the damn game, man. To me, that was one of the biggest takeaways. If you're going to get this kind of defensive performance, this kind of star power out of Will Anderson and Derek Stingley, everything's on the table. Like there's not a game that you can say you're gonna lose for sure. Like you can game. You're gonna get this out of Stingley and Will Anderson.
Well, especially I don't know. Like once the playoffs get around, that's one thing. But these opponents,
oh yeah, the rest of the way,
you should almost expect it.
Yeah, but that was the Will Anderson game. We talked about it.
Is there going to be more?
And yeah, there better be.
Now, is it going to be the Will Anderson breakout game?
Is what?
What if it's the Will Anderson breakout game?
That's what I'm saying. If you get this kind of performance from these two guys, they look like burgeoning stars.
Stutes put this up, and I thought this was interesting. Cody Stutes, Houston football, perhaps the best resource for a Texans fan, I would say. Will Anderson's odds last week for Defensive Rookie of the Year were 10-1.
Mm-hmm.
They'd been as high as 12-1. You know what they are now after one performance?
What's that?
4-1.
Yeah, that's how good it was. He's a burgeoning star, and so is Derek Stingley. You get those two guys becoming stars, everything's on the table. Little worried. This is another kind of a don't ignore in victory. These last 2 weeks, C.J. Stroud has been running for his life, and he's been beat up. Like he's been running for his life. He got hit really, really hard and had to miss a play. He had a thigh injury. He was limping again yesterday at one point. You got to talk about things you got to clean up, as coaches like to say. You can't make a living with C.J. Stroud back to where it was at the beginning of the year when he was getting beat up a lot at the beginning of the year.
Dude, he got effed up yesterday.
Big time.
There's no way that he was not sore going home yesterday.
Oh, yeah. During big time. That's a concern.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You sure?
Anything.
All right, so
I'm open for anything.
Joe Flacco is coming to town on Christmas Eve. The Texans are tied with the Browns. They got Tim Boyle or Zach Wilson this week. There's reports that Zach Wilson doesn't want to play.
Mm-hmm.
You remember what the question was for Joe Flacco, like for all those years?
Is Joe Flacco elite?
Okay. I'm going to ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Is Laramie Tunsil elite?
It's a great question. I'm going to say yes.
He had a good game.
Yeah.
The pass blocking was good.
Yeah.
So Laramie Tunsil is elite.
Yeah, he's an elite pass blocker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he is.
He's an elite what?
I mean, outside of
pass
Jacksonville game.
Okay. So the answer is yes for you?
Yeah.
All right.
How about you?
Figgy?
Since he got paid 2 times, I would say yes.
Okay. All right.
What do you think?
Can you be elite and one-dimensional?
He's an elite pass blocker.
Yeah, I mean, but like, we had the Joe Flacco. Is Joe Flacco elite? Like, if you're saying that a quarterback's elite, do you say, yeah, he's elite because he can throw a really good deep ball. The intermediate stuff sucks, but he can. I mean,
so you don't think he's elite?
Larry Tunsil? I guess. I mean, I don't know.
I think he does enough pass blocking that it makes him elite overall.
My thing is this: like, I never pretend to be anything I'm not when it comes to covering this sport. So in the sticks, I do find it really weird that a lot of people around here feel comfortable enough in saying, like, well, Laramie Tunsil's one of the 3 best left tackles of all time. All right, give me your top 10 list.
Of all time?
No, in the league.
Oh,
If I
in the
said
league
of all
right
time,
now,
yeah.
okay.
He's one of the top 3 in the league, and it's like, all right, let me get your top 5. Let me get your top 10. Tell me what this guy does well. I think he's good. I think he's solid. I think he did a good job pass blocking. I'm just saying, like, if we're talking elite, I just bringing this up because of the Flacco. This offensive line damn sure isn't elite.
No.
Can you be elite if you're not a good run blocker? I don't know. I think
that's an
Trent Williams,
interesting...
that big SOB from Longview, he seems kind of elite to me.
Yeah. No, I think that's an interesting question. B. Scott and Ron Hughley coming in. I still think he's an elite.
I didn't mean to turn this into it. Is Laramie Tunsil elite?
No, but I think it's a good question.
Sure sounds like you did.
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, is he an elite left tackle? My answer is yes, because pass blocking is that important at that position.
Yeah, I mean,
you know
it's
what
the
I mean?
main thing that he's asked to do.
Yeah.
I mean, run blocking is secondary to what he's at. What do they actually do when they run block? They go to the other side.
Yeah.
They run to the right side where they got sort of more physical guys in Shaq Mason and George Fant.
Yeah.
And so they kind of run to the right side. And when C.J. Stroud drops back, it's his blind side, it's his left side that Laramie Tunsil is protecting.
I think the deal is I think he's elite, but he ain't dominant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're like sometimes I can get where you're saying stuff later like, man, dudes have too good a game sometimes against him to be elite.
Yeah, I think he's good.
You know what I mean? Like,
there might be a deeper meaning that none of us know. Like,
He's Matt Stafford.
I don't get that. But I just don't. I get it.
Yeah, who is Laramie as a quarterback?
Is he Matt Stafford?
It's weird because
I mean, Josh Allen had an elite game against him a couple of weeks ago, but I don't know too many other ones that have had an elite game on the left side. I mean, he's been pretty good.
Yeah. He's had bad pass or run blocking games, but run blocking.
Solid.
He's solid for sure. Yeah, I think that's important. I'm not sure though.
Not if you run on the other side. I mean,
or if you have to run on the other side and you can't, you can't go behind your.
That's tough to say about the highest paid.
Yeah,
you can't be where you don't even run that way. That's a problem.
That's
like you can't even run. Look to the left.
Yeah,
and I don't think
kind
it's
of basketball
that,
player.
But I also don't think it's that bad.
He only goes to his right.
He is not an elite run blocker, but he's not so awful that he's like unplayable out there, and then he is elite as a pass blocker.
He's good. They're going to have to figure something out how to replace Tank Dell. I'm sure y'all will get into that. Is it other weapons?
I don't know if I'm ready to get into that yet.
Well, you can wait till tomorrow.
I don't know if I'm ready.
You're still scarred?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for that to try to figure it out because I don't want to try to figure it out.
Yeah, that was rough, man.
Yeah,
that was a rough.
It's
scene.
not ideal.
That was a rough scene, man.
Yeah, I haven't moved past the injury portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
Yeah, I didn't love it. I didn't love the look of it. I didn't love the moment.
He was mad. He was mad that he was in the mix. He's one of them.
Yeah,
he's one of those.
And y'all are one of those that are going to try to disregard
Every
math.
time Lopez shows that taco meat, that's when it gets.
I'll give you one simple question. Did you not want him on the field?
Oh,
no.
Did you?
You didn't want Tank Dell on the field.
No,
in the red zone.
No.
In the red. Where's his strength?
His strength is not on a play where no routes are run. So and the only thing that the wide receivers did on the play was run block.
That's all they did.
That is absolutely not his strength. His strength is running routes, and no routes were run on the play.
So in other words, the defense could go, okay, Tank's not on the field, gonna be a run.
That's what they did anyway.
Counter.
That's what they did anyway.
Could at least be a decoy, I believe is what John is saying. I don't know. I mean,
decoy ease.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live on Reaction Monday.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, baby. And, hey, Clint Stoerner's out. He's out because Mama Needy had a beautiful baby girl, and he is taking care of his number one team. And
there you go.
And this team will hold it down for Clint Stoerner. So hey,
yeah, congrats to the Stoerners, baby.
To him, congratulations to him. You send your congratulations as Clint is now playing a little two-man game. Got a little 2-on-2 action.
Yeah, man. They've kind of evened the score a little bit. I say this. You and I both have 3 kids, and I always say the game changes a little bit once you become outnumbered. But when they even the score, it gets a lot more interesting.
We all have 3 kids.
Yeah.
What?
About that.
Y'all said y'all 3 of us have 3 kids.
That's one way to look at it.
You know what you are, Tyler? Whenever we get to these situations, Tyler, you're like that player who is baiting somebody to get
like CJ Stroud baiting that flag yesterday.
He did kind of do that.
Veteran move, baby.
How did that happen?
Veteran move,
nice.
CJ.
Yeah, you were basically CJ Stroud.
Yes.
You roll in here, and you know.
Oh, I'll give you your flowers.
And you know that I'm going to respond, and I'm trying like hell not to respond to your comparing your 3 dogs to our children.
Just because they have fur don't mean they're not my kids.
And you know it. And I feel like
awful.
you're trying to bait me. Yes, Tyler just had a birthday. It feels like you're trying to bait me into it, and I'm not going to take it. I'm really not.
They really are my children.
Okay, all
they're
right.
my fur babies.
All right. Hey, if you feel like that,
Daddy loves you, Nala.
Comparison to the 3 kids we have and the 2 kids that Clint had. By the way, no more doubling the post. Clint, y'all got to go this 2-man game. It is something.
I'm sure Nala's listening for us right now.
Yeah,
Tyler.
she listens sometimes.
Goodness gracious.
Works that Odyssey app with her pals.
Is that what she does? All right. See, again, I'm not going to be baited. I'm not going to be baited. You hear him, Brandon Scott. He's going to be in with us as Clint takes care of business at the crib. And you in with us, and I believe this is on me. I've dropped the ball here, Tyler. We've got to send this. There's got to be a Mad Dog Monday, something that plays that, bam, we send it to, and you know what time it is.
Yeah.
Bam.
It is that time.
And then we pull it because it is that time.
Yes, sir.
Turn the channel right now. It is that time.
It is a Mad Dog Monday on the drive.
It is a little Mad Dog Monday.
Oh, my God.
And we got a little Orange Jubilee for the good people. The good people. This is a classic, an originator.
Stings the nice.
One of the original four. B. Scott, you got to jump in.
Dude, it has been no less than 10 years since I have indulged in such a
Well,
thing.
hey, break it open, baby.
Anybody
Here
here
we
acting
go.
like no
Mad
bitch?
Dog
Nah,
Monday.
ain't like no bitches up in here.
Everybody around, we see. I listen. I hear from a lot of people when we're out. People on social media telling us, "Hey, I had to get my Mad Dog." My man last week said, "I'm so confident in this game. I bought my Mad Dog on Friday." Well, it is a little Mad Dog Monday. Let's pop this thing open.
Might as well.
And listen. That might be it. Let's workshop that.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah, I'm not landing on that, but that's where
right
we'll
here.
start.
Good for the moment. Good for the moment.
713-572-4610. The people on YouTube and Twitch. Any suggestions on what the Mad Dog Monday music should be as we hear it? Listen. We got to pop open, drink a little Mad Dog. Nah, man, put that cup down, man. This your first one. You come on out the bottle, baby. No. You come out the bottle.
I got to go out the bottle.
Oh, you come out the bottle,
Okay.
baby. That one's yours.
All right.
Little Orange Jubilee.
All right,
Little
all right.
Mad Dog Monday. The Texans get a W.
Hey, extra ratchet up in here. We drinking out the bottle, baby. Let's go.
7-5. The Texans step up. And listen, I want to do this. Wow. Do you have the final call? Give me the final call, Tyler, because we may take some calls today. And I'm issuing an executive decision. The last thing that Mark Vandermeer says on that call, and this is, I want you to either start your phone call or end your phone call with it. Because it done it for me. I've been yelling it all day long since I've been listening. Here is the call. Is this the one, the interception? Give me the Jimmy Ward pick. All right, I'm sorry. That's me. The Jimmy Ward.
Final call is technically the Neal.
You're right.
But we want that Jimmy Ward.
The Jimmy Ward pick. The last thing Vandermeer says, you have to start or end your phone call with this. Here's the play of the game that done it.
3rd and goal from the 8. Wilson in the gun. One back. P-Ride. Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack. Throws left side of the end zone. Yes! It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win. 9 seconds to go. Welcome back, Jimmy Ward. The Texans turn back Denver. Point blank range. And they say no.
Yes, sir. Everybody, you got to start. And they say no. That's what you got. And they say no. You got to start or end your calls today. When you call in 713-572-4610, I don't care who it is, you got to start or end your call with, and they say no.
Hey, but look, I know we can't see y'all. Y'all can see us on the Twitch and the YouTube, but you got to do your head like Show just did or like Ron just did his. You got to cock that head to the side and give it a little attitude. They said no.
And they say no.
I've been dying all day. I've been hearing that.
You think Vandermeer gave it a little head nod with it too?
You had to. Yes. How can you not? How can you? And they say no.
I like that, Vandy. That's good stuff, man.
The game is over.
All right, a little reaction Monday, Mad Dog Monday. Hey, some house cleaning programming notes. It is Monday. That means you will hear from the head coach live right here, only here on Sports Radio 610. DeMeco Ryans. You will hear from the head coach coming up at 2:30, so stay tuned for that. He's watched the film. He's watched the tape. You heard how emotional he was after the game. It's been played all over everywhere.
Yeah.
But we'll hear from him coming up at 2:30, so stay tuned for that. All right, it is a Mad Dog Monday, and there's a lot to get to in that game. And we will get to our players of the game a little bit later on. But man, I'm telling you, I have been talking about this player. I have been talking about this dude, and I have been saying I want to see more from this dude. And I do not apologize for it. All right, so the people who text or tweet or send me things of, is this good enough now? Is this good enough now? Hell yeah, it was. But what I have said about the number 3 pick, William Anderson Jr., is, hey, man, I want to see moments or a game where, I don't got to squint. I don't got to go down and read the advanced stats. I don't got to go and look at the pass rush win rate stats. I want to say, anybody in the building can see that dude, number 51, is showing up.
Yeah.
That dude on number 51 is the dude. He was the dude yesterday. Will Anderson Jr. was the best player on the field, and you had to. Ray Charles could have seen it.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. I didn't have to squint or read anything. I saw it, Brandon. He was the best player on the field, and it wasn't even close. And it was from the first snap of the game. I know you talked about that in the postgame. My man, what did he have? 2 sacks, 5 tackles, a pass deflection, which was huge that led to the first Stingley interception. Hell, he got a field goal. He impacted the game all over the place. Pressures, hits all game long.
The first play of the game, like you mentioned, exactly that. Pressuring Russell Wilson to kind of give it an errant throw, and you got the coverage by Stingley on that same play. The very first defensive play of the game.
In the biggest game of the year, Will Anderson Jr. was the most dominant player on the field. He may win AFC Defensive Player of the Week. He deserves it. I think he will. But Brandon, we hadn't seen a day like this. I know talk about it was evident.
Yeah.
My son Nicholas's 3 could have figured it out watching the game. All right, so Will Anderson is the first one for me, man. I've been talking about wanting to see it, and we saw it yesterday. His impact of the game, his fingerprints were all over that game yesterday.
Yeah, and I've been far less critical of Will Anderson than the rest of y'all on this show. I will say that. Like, I have felt like there have been more games than not having those games where I've seen and not had to squint and said, hey, Will Anderson is impacting the game, even if he's not necessarily finishing the play, even if he's not necessarily getting the sack totals or getting the quarterback down. I felt like he's had more games where he's been impactful than not. Now, he has had those games, to your point, he has had those games where it felt like he disappeared, or you couldn't necessarily notice that, hey, that's a special talent on the field. Like, I do think that there have been moments like that.
Impact. I think he's been a really good player.
Yeah, but I think he's been an impact player more often than not. But where I would agree with you is that this game was different. This game was
number 3 in the pick.
It was the number 3 overall pick type of game. I think he's had moments like that. This was one where it seemed like he had an entire game like that from start, literally from the first play of the game until you get to the end there, where he's pressuring Russell Wilson in those 3 last shots that he had to the end zone that didn't work. Obviously, Jimmy Ward gets the interception to end the game, or basically end the game, effectively end the game. But I have felt like I have seen moments from Will Anderson throughout the season. Fairly consistently seen moments, just not an entire game from start to finish, exactly what he did. And to me, this illustrated and showed you exactly why you would pick a guy like that with the number 3 overall pick.
He was big time, man. He was dominant in this game, and he is, like, to me, the number 1 guy that sticks out, right? He was the best player on the field, and C.J. Stroud was out there, who has been one of the best players. Nico Collins went nuts yesterday, but nobody impacted the game the way 51 did.
I mean, even Jonathan Grenard had a good game, but you were able to see the difference.
Yeah,
you were able to say, hey, that guy over there is the number 3 overall pick. That's the guy that they traded all of this draft capital to go get.
Yeah. So special performance from him. But I know for you, it was more than just Will Anderson.
For sure.
This was the defensive game.
Yeah.
This was the defensive game.
100%. I thought that the big story from this game, we talk about Will Anderson, but the big takeaway for me, at least, was the breakout game for your defensive franchise cornerstones. The 2 guys that you drafted number 3 overall over the last 2 years, one of them with Derek Stingley, the conversation, borderline controversy with that is, did you pick the right guy? Did you pass on a guy that is clearly better than him to select this guy? I feel like that question has been now asked and answered. Like, you can like Sauce over Stingley, you can like Stingley over Sauce, but you cannot watch Derek Stingley play over the last several weeks and be like, that guy, I don't understand why they would pick that guy with the number 3 overall pick. You see the things that you saw from LSU his freshman year back in 2019 sort of manifesting itself now in his second year, now finally healthy. So I thought that was a huge, the fact that his first interception, to your point earlier, comes off of a Will Anderson tip. So it's like the one number 3 overall pick assisting the next one. I thought that was just like a cool symbolic moment, aside from the fact that it was just a big play. And then Derek Stingley, like overall, you look at the bigger picture, this is now 4 interceptions in 3 games, 2 interceptions in the 1 game. And then on top of that, he's deflecting passes. He's making up the times where he gets beat. He's showing recovery speed, got away with what I thought was a pass interference, got there a little bit early on Cortland Sutton earlier in the game, but still a hell of a play.
They didn't call it.
They didn't call it, and you would rather him try to make that play than not, or to just get beat and not be able to recover. So to me, all signs from this game between Will Anderson Jr. and Derek Stingley Jr., just if you isolate this game alone, it gave you a snapshot, a picture of what the cornerstones of your defense, of the Texas defense, should look like for the future.
Jonathan Grenard also out there.
Yeah, also out there, got a sack. Yeah,
like you
did his thing.
You could see how it comes together.
Yeah.
Like probably Jalen Petrie's best game he's played in a few weeks.
Yeah, I thought on every level. Like, I don't know, Christian Harris had that pass interference late in the game, but the linebacker play has improved drastically, especially since Blake Cashman has gotten more run. Denzel Perryman was back. I know that's an older player, but Blake Cashman's still a younger guy that you could bring back. Like on every level of the defense, from the line, talking about Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard, to the linebacking core, all the way back to on the back end with Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie. I thought you got to feel really good about the foundational pieces, namely your number 3 overall picks.
Yeah, big one defensively yesterday. It was about the defense yesterday.
Yeah,
it really was, and the repeated stands they had. All right, we got people trying to participate in this, Tyler.
We do. We got we got a plethora of Vandermeers on the phone.
I'm just saying, hey man, you got your thoughts. As we've been talking about this defense, Will Anderson, to me, I just couldn't go without talking about this game without talking about Will Anderson. I just got an anonymous text saying, "Ooh, defensive player of the week over Stingley." I would say yes to me. His impact of the game. Hell, Stingley's first pick was because of him.
Yeah,
anonymous texter.
He was
you're
a beast.
Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
He also blocked a punt, or at least got his hand on it.
Yeah, man. Oh, that dude was.
Yeah, he was everywhere.
All right, so yeah, your thoughts on the defense, Brandon? I'll let you kick this thing off. Go ahead, Brandon.
And they said no to trading Davis Mills, and I am so happy about that because looking around the league, you need a backup quarterback, and the fact that DeMeco Ryans is allowing him to come in and throw the ball on a very important down, I say that's amazing, and keep your hopes up, Davis.
Yeah, I like that.
Say no.
Yeah, that's right. Great minds thinking like Brandon's. Great minds. I like that. I'm with that, man. I felt that.
Keep your hopes up to what? Davis to keep his hopes up to what? He said
that'll have a spot in the league, going forward.
Oh, in the league. Yeah.
I think he was saying like keep his head up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that was big.
Yeah. You still have a place on this team.
Oh, on this team, I got you. Yeah.
And they say no.
Here we go. Uncle Glenn, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all?
Good. Go ahead.
Look here, man. I was so proud of them boys yesterday, especially the defense. And y'all need to hit the race card because I'm going to say something. That old Italian boy and that old boy from Alabama, it's all about spaghetti and chitlins. And the song you need to play, because they coming hard, and I'm so proud of them, Mama Say Knock You Out by LL Cool J. That's probably for y'all time. I don't know. But go ahead, T. I love y'all, and I'm gone.
He didn't play the game, but that was better.
Come on.
Come on, Uncle Glenn. You got to end it or start it with, and they say no. But my man
and they say no.
Chitlins and spaghetti.
What a mix. What a thought. For that to be the takeaway and the thought. I love that. I do.
All right, Melvin, close us out.
No. They say no. I just can't get enough of that. Vandermeer was on point, man.
But they say no.
Stingley, Anderson, the whole defense, the O-line. Sorry about Tank Dell, but hey, guys, we're going to make the playoffs.
There you go,
hang up and listen.
I love it, Melvin.
And they say no.
They're right there. They're right there en route, man. You got the Jets coming up next week.
Yeah.
The Steelers lose and are reeling.
Barbecue chicken, baby.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, man. And
Javier.
Barbecue
Oh, I was like, I know where you're going there.
What the hell was Javier yesterday?
I was talking about the Jets being barbecue chicken, man.
Was
I'm sorry.
Why y'all had to do top?
You see 4 on special teams?
Why y'all doing them like that?
I was proud of DeMeco. I was proud of DeMeco.
Man.
Did you break your mic?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I was proud of DeMeco, man. It was where his role, man. He played well yesterday.
Come on, man.
Hey, TT, I see you, man.
Y'all do them like that.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying. I thought he did. I thought he played well right there. I thought he did.
I did like Dez in the slot, man.
Oh, did you?
What a nice,
you did
nice development.
You did. You like 2-5 in the slot.
I like that the bridges weren't burned and that they were able to go back across it.
Yeah,
I like that.
All right, coming up, you'll hear from. All right, we're gonna touch that at some point. Coming up, you'll get to hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. The presser will be live. You'll hear from him coming up in the next segment. So stay tuned as we continue to react on this Reaction Monday, presented by our good friends at Shoppers John Deere. So stay with us right here on The Drive.
And they say no.
It's good to get back in the win column. CJ Stroud and the resilient Texans roster knocked off the Broncos to move to 7-5 on the season. The playoffs are well within reach, but let's not. Livestream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Clint is out as he is handling business with the fam as they just welcomed in new baby girl. So he'll be down for a little bit. Brandon Scott, catch his work, sportsradio610.com. He's also in the 11 o'clock hour on Thursdays with
Thursdays, yep.
In the Loop, and
That's
you can
right.
catch him with us during the Texans Report each and every Wednesday at 4:40 right here on The Drive. So you can catch him all over the place over here on Sports Radio 610. Remember, coming up in about just over 5 minutes, you will hear from the head coach. So stay tuned for that and roll through. Got some people jumping in. Hey, fellas, you got to play Atomic Dog. Tyler, you familiar with that Atomic Dog, baby? You know that?
Really?
Yeah,
No.
You don't know Atomic Dog?
They're running to no cues at A&M, just letting it rock off.
Yeah,
Probably not.
Yeah, I felt like
not.
I feel like that's maybe not his side of the campus.
Oh, he ventures to all sides of the camp.
No, it's not his. It's not a Tyler thing. I think it's more of the black folks that go to A&M kind of thing.
Little George Clinton, baby.
Try to just lay low.
Little George Clinton, baby.
It's just laying low, man.
Little Atomic Dog with that Mad Dog Monday. We're trying to,
or the Snoop Dogg version.
Okay.
You know, you could go that way. You know, they sampled the jam themselves. So yeah, I would expect him to maybe know that one.
Yeah, he
Snoop Dogg. Yeah. Oh, you know.
Oh, yeah.
That one, that
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
There
yeah.
you go. That is a sample of the Atomic Dog.
You ever heard of George
Never knew
Clinton?
No. Any relation to Bill?
Yeah.
Ooh, boy, look
Very
them,
close.
look them up and
Look 'em
see
up.
how different they look.
Check them out.
Oh
Go
my
check-
God.
I'm using my context clues. I'm assuming they're pretty different.
It's
No.
gonna blow
No,
your mind.
just no context clues. You check it out for yourself.
I'll do some research.
Once again, folks, this lines it up right here, right with what are collard greens? And what was the other one? There was another one. There was another one that was really questionable. But this lines up right there with Tyler.
I can bring this together. Have you seen Good Burger?
Yes.
The movie Good Burger?
Yes.
The original.
I was a big, Keenan and Kel?
Yeah. So when he's in I don't want to call it a crazy house because I don't think you can say that anymore. What is it?
Seems like it just said
No, but that's
mental
not.
institute?
But that's not what I want to call
mental
it.
facility, mental.
So you remember when they're in the straitjacket? Can you say that? You remember when they're in the mental institute and they got the jackets on?
Yeah.
So and that breaks out a music scene, and it's led by a gentleman with colorful hair.
Yeah.
That is George Clinton.
Oh, well, I do know one then.
There you go. See, I knew I could bring this back. I knew I could bring us all together.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
Yeah, the second one is out. Just watched it the other day. Not bad.
Did you really?
Yeah.
It really wasn't bad?
It was with the kids, and then the kids left, and I continued watching it.
Keenan and Kel, man.
I
all
had to
that.
finish. I had committed
nostalgia.
an hour and a half. I had an hour. I had to finish it.
I feel like even though you said it's not bad, that it still might be bad.
It doesn't look good.
It's not bad. It's better than I thought. It kept me. All right, it ain't gonna win no awards.
You were invested.
You've also
I got
been
invested.
watching a lot of like CSI though, so
No, it's
your
not.
taste
It's
is questionable.
It's in NCIS New
Oh.
Orleans, and I'm thinking about picking up Sydney. I've heard really good
NCIS New
things. I've heard really good things about NCIS Sydney, and I'm thinking about picking it. So it's just a great show. Great show.
The 281 points out that Tops Drop by Fat Pat is also
not bad.
That's
a good one.
A sample of that.
Yeah.
So that would be a good local sort of twist on it. Yep,
Listen, coming up here in a couple of minutes, DeMeco Ryans will speak. We'll go right to NRG when he comes up. But one thing else that occurred yesterday, the Milner curse is dead.
Yeah, it is.
And
Dead, buried.
It was pushing the limits. Now, that was a game to really test the curse. That was a game, and the People's Court. We did it last week. They said, as the judge and part of the jury, I said, all right, let's let it ride. And he got there. How about that?
I don't know, man.
When they were inside
I was
inside
nervous.
the 10, I was like, oh, God,
Whoa,
Tyler.
hold on.
Tyler leave. That's what I was.
How do we feel about Tyler flirting with fate here, though? They needed this game. This was a very important game on the schedule.
And the McNairs got him tickets.
The McNairs are really the ones who broke this.
They put him in the building. They were immediately regretting it.
Yeah.
Shout out to y'all once again. Hannah, Cal, thank you so much. That was so fun.
Oh, boy. So from the text line, Milner Kurtz not exactly dead. Tyler took out Tank.
And I saw one person tweet me with that. That's BS, bro.
That's tough.
No, that's BS. And you play to win the game. Isn't that what we learned?
What does that have to do
you
with
play
taking out?
Because the curse wasn't about the health of any players or anything. It's games or losing games. They won the damn game. They're still seeking out the playoffs. It sucks Tank got hurt. You ain't putting that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I don't know, man. That's the game within the game, though, man. You want to get out healthy, man, and then you come
Scott,
in there.
you're gonna do this to me right now, bro.
Man, you go in there and you gonna put that on Tank, man. And
you're gonna come in here on the drive and do this to me.
I don't know about that, man. I don't like the vibes of it, man.
Man, get the hell out of here. You are not putting that evil on me.
It doesn't feel right, man. You knew what was at stake. You knew what was at stake, and the greater good might have been cost because of it, man.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Oh, man.
And I don't know, man. He's bringing up some great points.
No, he's not.
I think we may need to later on this week go back to People's Court. I think Tyler, we may need to go back to People's Court. And
well, you better get a warrant out for my arrest. I ain't going.
And I think Brandon is the one who I'm gonna have to listen to. I think he's
Curse
have
is
to argue
dead.
with him.
I'm struggling.
Hear the music.
Like you're concerned about him going to the Cleveland game.
Yeah, I mean, there are still healthy players on the team, right?
This holds no water.
Someone coming in on YouTube. CJ did have to miss a play or two.
Dude, it is very possible that the curse is not dead. It is simply evolved.
I don't think I've ever said this to you, B, but screw you, bro. This is BS. This is BS.
Tyler said so.
Yeah. Oh, we missed a couple plays.
The whole crowd was nervous. At that point, I think the McNairs were going to call down to you. Hey, man, Tyler, you might have taken off.
Hey, we made a mistake.
Lost our best weapon, man.
Let's get up out of here.
It's not good.
All right, coming up, we expect to hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, shortly. By the way, Clint, who was not here, had a new baby girl who is going to be forever linked to Tyler Milner. They had that baby on Tyler's birthday.
Stoerner family ain't ever gonna forget this guy's birthday.
So Tyler and Clint's newest child have the same birthday.
It's me, Aaron Rodgers, Britney Spears, and the latest baby Stoerner. Welcome to the club, the December 2nd club, my little friend.
It's a big day for Clint. Big day for Clint. Gotta admit.
I would have told Courtney to hold out. I'd have told Courtney to hold out.
And she'd have slapped the dog mess out of you.
We're not doing this. We're going to the third. Okay? We're going. Here we go. Here's DeMeco Ryans live at the podium at NRG.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tank. He'll be out for the rest of the season. He had a successful surgery this morning, so on to a speedy recovery. Our prayers are with Tank. Our thoughts are with him. It's been such an inspiration for our team. Just incredible young man. Happy for the season that he has as a rookie and the impact that he has as a person, as a player for our organization. But we expect to get him back for before next off-season program. So.
Coach, can you kind of take us through what you saw in the moment before you went out there when Tank got hurt? Just kind of reviewing that play.
Yeah, for me, you see, we get in the end zone and there's just a big pile up there, and he's just going out to check on Tank there. You see he was obviously in some pain there. You hate to see any player down in that manner. Just unfortunate, right, to see him go out that way. Tank he's been tough for us, man. Tough blocking in the run game. Just everybody sees the explosives that he's had in the passing game. But just unselfish player that did a ton for our offensive production, right? So just still unfortunate. Hate to lose him, and just really, sad to see him. He's having such a great year, right? One of the best years you've seen from a rookie at the receiver position. So it's just unfortunate to lose him. Yeah, third down, I think it's just they did a good job defensively, right, of defending some of the things that we were trying to do. Credit to them. They did a good job of stopping us on third down.
I know the pass rush was able to get to Russell Wilson a lot better than Jaguars. When you look at the film, what were the reasons for success there in that area?
For us defensively, I feel like we really executed on defense when it came to the coverage and the rush being tied together. I feel like our guys executed up front. They rushed together. They were on the same page, and back in the coverage made Russell hold the ball. That's where it starts, just with our safeties and our corner job, linebackers being exactly where they're supposed to be. That forced Russell to hold the ball.
DeMeco, you go back to October 1st with a game that wasn't decided in the last 30 seconds. Do you think guys like playing games like that because you had to do it so much?
For us, however those games, whatever it comes down to, whether it's, in that final drive of the last 30 seconds of the game, last minute of the game, I think for our guys, they've gotten confidence through playing in so many of those games, and that's the climate of the NFL. So you have to be prepared for those situational football at the end of games, and the team that handles it the best, the team that doesn't panic in the moment, and the team that is confident in that moment, they end up coming out on top in most of those games.
Coach, this year has been a lot of firsts for you. You've also coached against a lot of your peers. What is it going to be like going up against a guy that you used to work with on a day-to-day basis in Rob Saleh?
Yeah, Saleh has done a great job there with the Jets. Ton of respect for Saleh and what he's done. I learned how to coach from being under Saleh. He taught me a lot when it comes to scheme, when it came to just handling players, right? So game planning. So I learned a lot from Saleh, and owe a lot to him, and it's probably the reason why I'm standing here before you, because of just him taking me under his wing and teaching me the ropes. So much credit to Saleh for that. Just great man off the field. Great man, great father, great husband. Just a stand-up guy I have the utmost respect for.
Can you tell us a story about when you were at Bessemer and he called you and you asked you if you were interested in coaching, and he told Kyle, and Kyle called you? Take us through all that.
Yeah, well, I was here actually, and I was thinking about getting into coaching the year after I finished playing, and ended up talking with Saleh and talking with Johnny Holland, two of my former coaches here with the Texans, two of my linebacker coaches, and he was like, "Hey, DeMeco, are you serious? You sure you want to get in?" They're making sure I was all in on coaching, because they know the dedication and the time that it takes. And but Saleh was all on board with it, and Johnny Holland was also all on board with it. It gave me great advice, and I learned a lot under both of those guys, and I'm thankful for them. Kind of speaking on my behalf to Kyle, and them twisting Kyle's arm a little bit to give me an opportunity. And I'm very thankful for Kyle and Saleh for giving me the opportunity.
Is there Stingley Jr., the coverage qualities, some of the things that he's able to do that makes him special in your eyes? And I know he's continuing to grow and get better. Yeah,
Stingley is, I think, the first thing that stands out is just his athletic ability, right? It's rare. A guy his size, the strength that he has, the speed that he plays with, it's rare to have a corner like that, and just his route recognition is picking up, and he's able to, play smart football, being where he needs to be, and then it comes down to him, having that confidence to go up and catch the ball. He's doing a great job of that over the past 3 weeks, right? To have 4 interceptions is just, it hasn't happened in the league. You don't see that happen much, and he's just continuing to get better, and that's what's exciting about seeing Stingley and the progress that he's made since he's gotten back. And he's dialed in, he's attentive to all the details, and he's seeing success because of the work and the preparation that he's put in.
Can you talk a little bit about coming into this game? Denver had been turning teams over a lot, and I know you always talk about protecting the ball, but how big that was yesterday. They had been on a roll for taking away, and we had not.
That was the game changer for us, the way we protected the ball. And it starts with CJ, right? The guy who touches the ball the most, the way he, protected the ball. And got one got out on him there, in the pocket. We were able to recover it. But just overall, offense, just being aware, right, of how we protect the football. And it's not something that we were going in, scared of. It's just how we operate. We preach protecting the ball all the time, every week, no matter who our opponent is. But Denver, Vance had those guys. They were doing a really great job of attacking. And I think, just we were able to, at the receiver position, to get in some favorable spots. We were open, and CJ delivered the ball with great accuracy and made a lot of big-time explosives that kept drives going for us.
Nico, you talked about how common it is to be involved in close games, but you all have been involved in 8 consecutive. I'm just curious, why do you think you all have been in so many close games?
For me, I'm happy to be in those games. I'm happy to win those games. So it's like, why are we in those games? No one knows how games are going to go, right? If you knew how they would go, we would blow everybody out and get our second string guys in, at the end of the game. But they don't work that way. NFL, every team is good no matter who you play. Everybody has that as of any given Sunday, but it's true. Anytime you line up in this league, it's going to be tough. Everybody is good, and you have to be at your best every single week. We've been in some tight games, all right, and it's a credit to our guys for being in games, right, and being in position to compete and have an opportunity to win those games there at the end. And I'm just proud of our guys of how we've grown and how we've handled ourselves as the season has progressed in those final moments.
Can you take us through what it's been like getting Jimmy Ward back healthy, and then just kind of the possibilities that you envision in your mind, what it could mean for this secondary, what you guys maybe initially realized it could be in training camp before the injuries came about?
Getting Jimmy back was huge for our defense, and everyone sees it from the impact play there at the end of the game to seal the game with the interception. But it's also just his leadership. I think just having Jimmy in his presence, his leadership for our entire team, the energy that he brings to our team, the spark that he gives our team, the intensity that he plays with, how he tackles, right? It's an enthusiastic style of play that rubs off on our entire team, not just on the defense. So Jimmy is getting him back is for our team, and we saw that on yesterday, and still excited for Jimmy to continue. He's still working his way back into it, so excited to see him continue to progress and get better. And it's not only how he plays, but it's also the communication, right? It's really great to have a veteran back there who can communicate it, right? Calm everyone else down in the defense, and Jimmy is that calming force. Great communicator, great leader, and a physical player that makes impact plays.
Brevin played yesterday, and just him filling in for Dalton and him stepping up with the career best.
Yeah, I thought it was Brevin's best game I've seen. Brevin, he played with I was telling him today, he played with just a passion and a fire that you could feel from the sideline. I felt him in pregame, I just knew Brevin, how he prepared throughout the week. Could tell he was going to have a big game. He was juiced up. He was ready to go. He played physical. He had explosives, right, in the passing game. And he did a really great job yesterday.
Coach, Coach, going back to the New York Jets, how difficult is it to prepare for a team where you don't know who the quarterback is going to be?
Yeah, we watch the film, and we'll go back. Whoever plays, I'm pretty sure one of those quarterbacks has played this year at some point in time. We'll study the film and see, who plays. And for us, man, it really doesn't matter about which quarterback is in. For us, we have a lot of stuff to fix. For us, defensively, we have a lot of stuff to fix, and we have to clean up things. And so the focus is really about us and where we can improve, where can we get better, and then we'll have to worry about our opponent on Sunday. But this week is about us.
I think there's many moments that solid mean to you that you've been able to implement with the guys here.
Say it again, Wes.
What's your favorite? I should give a lot of credit to Solid for helping continuity. What is your favorite teaching thing that coaching is giving you that you've been able to apply with the Texans?
I think just how you teach players. It's about not giving them so many things to work on at one time, right? And then for Salah, what I learned from him the most is just teaching players to just improve upon one thing, right? It was that one thing that you can improve on as you hit the practice field, right? Each day, what's that one thing that you're working on? That's something that stuck with me and something I think resonates with players, and where they can own it. They can go out on the field, they can put it into action, and they can actually see themselves accomplish that one thing, as opposed to trying to focus on 5 different things, 5 different areas where you need to get better. You focus on one thing at a time, and you'll see those incremental improvements.
We got time for like 3 more.
He was at Desmond training camp, and then he's gone, and you have him back. And then yesterday, he's on the field a lot. Looks like he's communicating a ton. What kind of work goes into, even though he's a little bit familiar with you guys, he's only been back a few weeks, getting him ready, trusting him at that level? What kind of work goes in with the staff and then work on his end as well?
Yeah, with Dez coming back, it just starts with him, and just when you have veteran players, he's like you said, he's been here, but he understands the scheme and what we're asking to do, our calls. All right, and it's Coach Corey Onlin is really taking him under his wing and really spent a lot of one-on-one time with him to get him caught up. Get him up to speed of what we're doing now, and Dez is a smart football player, instinctive player, and I think that's why you see him show up and made plays for us, even though it's his second week back with us. I think last week he made a play there at the goal line, and then this past week, just a third down play, making a big time stop right there, forcing the ball out. You see him just show up time and time again. Still things to clean up, but I think it starts from just being a veteran, playing a lot of football, seeing it, being able to make plays for us, playing instinctive, communicating, all those things matter.
We'll close with Chance, Aaron, and Joe.
I remember during training camp you kind of joked that when you see Matt, the coaching staff, they can take reps off. But to see that same guy and to see his growth and development, to see the energy and effort come alive and also produce for you guys, what is it like when you see his growth?
For Will, I'm really proud of what he's done throughout this entire year. It's not about just this one game. Will has done this all year. I think now he gets the spotlight because the numbers or the sacks and those things, but that's who he's been all year, and that's what I'm most proud of. He's been consistent. He's been wreaking havoc all year, and a lot of people don't give him the praise that he deserves, but you talk about a guy who's relentless, a guy who shows up every single week and brings it, right? Opposing offenses know they have to have a plan to get stopped with Anderson, right? And that's what he presents every week, and so I'm really proud of him.
I think Aaron and John, do you guys feel like Payne is trending toward this week or next week, or do you feel like maybe it could be right about now for him to get back out there?
Yeah, we'll see how the week goes, and we'll see. We'll have a kick out there. Aaron, you want to kick for us? Okay, I think. Oh no, but Matt did a really good job for us this last week. One of his best games since he's been with us. He did a really good job. So proud of what Matt did for us. He stepped up and made some big time plays for us. Yeah, we'll pass on that
one. John, DeMeco as coordinator last year, obviously you scouted defensive backs. Can you give us your scouting report on Stingley and Gardner, what you thought of them and how they're similar?
Yeah, for Stingley and Gardner, from my scouting report coming out, I mean, you had both guys top corners. I think any team would be happy to have either guy. When I looked at them, it's like, which one would you want? It's like, hey, whichever's the next one that's available. So it's both guys have, I think, really bright futures ahead of themselves. 2 young players who are impact players. Gardner has done some great things there with the Jets. Then Stingley here with us, he's made some impact plays as well. So I think with both guys, you can't go wrong. And I'm happy to be working with Stingley and just to see his growth. After we see the growth that Stingley's had, really happy to see where he's headed. All right, thank you guys.
All right, that is the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as you can hear it live each and every Monday when he speaks to the media. Had a lot to say there, as a lot about Tank Dell. We'll let you hear some more of that a little bit later on. He gives an update there as he has season-ending surgery on that leg. But a lot there to get to with DeMeco Ryans. All right, let's grab a break here, and we'll continue going on this Reaction Monday presented by our good friends at Shoppers John Deere. So stay with us here on The Drive.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, there's 5 lodges around the city. We got sports damn near every single day.
with your 2014 or newer model trade-in. Find new roads to RonCraftChevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet, the Baytown way.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1. Hey! It's Mad Dog Monday.
It is.
We cracked open the Mad Dog. The Texans get the W. Now, I will say Clint should have been I don't know. It's between Clint and Tyler. All right, I picked Brevin Jordan. I stepped out on the limb. Clearly, I was correct. Tyler went with Devin Singletary, and Clint picked Tank Dell.
His guy has a broken leg. He loses.
Dang, you not just the curse. You on top of that. You gonna rub it in.
I didn't pick Tank Dell for any competition like this. I have no blame for his injury. Neither does Clint. But Clint picked the guy that has a broken leg in a hospital bed right now. Clint Stoerner loses this week.
Man, when did Tyler turn heartless?
Yeah, Tank didn't
not
collect
used to this.
Tank didn't collect a stat in the game. So I guess it is.
Oh, it's a good thing he was in the run block, though. It's a good thing he was in there to help Dameon Pierce get that touchdown, because we had to have that, didn't we?
That's true.
Yeah, Tank didn't catch a ball or
yeah, okay, so Stoerner loses twice.
So he does lose. But I picked it up in Clint's behalf.
Because you're a leader.
Of course. The leader. But he struggled and because he wasn't out there. He was injured, and there's more on that. He has had surgery. He's going to miss the season. Here is Nico Ryans, the head coach, just spoke here on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, this is the latest that he's given on his receiver Tank Dell and his injury.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tank, he'll be out for the rest of the season. He had successful surgery this morning, so on to a speedy recovery. Our prayers are with Tank. Our thoughts are with him. He's been such an inspiration for our team. Just incredible young man. Happy for the season that he has as a rookie and the impact that he has as a person, as a player for our organization. But we expect to get him back before the next offseason program.
All right, so he's out for the year. They got around to that quick, right? They had that surgery quick. Wasn't wasting any time. It looked like they were stabilizing it as he was on the cart.
Yeah,
you could see he was in a ton of pain. He is going to be missed for the season, and there's a lot of conversations about what are they going to do after, who's going to replace that. I'm just not ready to get there yet. But are y'all boys ready to have that little conversation? Because it seemed like Brandon has been itching towards it, Tyler. It seems like B. Scott has been itching towards the thing, and the people you can join in too. Hey, it's just all I want to throw out. Did you feel some kind of way about the reason and the fact that Tank Dell was in the position that he was in to begin with to get injured? Or are you just like, hey, man, it's just ball? It's just ball, and you don't feel no kind of way. It's just unfortunate. It's just an injury like Titus Howard suffered a season-ending injury. Or do you kind of worry about where he was?
Ron, Tyler, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, man.
Oh, boy.
I'm disappointed. You can say all of those things, that it is just ball, and it is just unfortunate. You can call it bad luck. I would even concede to you that if you put in a different player who is of a larger size, that could still happen to that player. We've seen bigger players than Tank Dell get their legs broken. I think it could have. Now, do I know it would have? No, I can't say for sure.
You feel better about it?
I feel better about anybody's chances in that wide receiver room other than Tank Dell, especially considering how the play played out, what the play actually was. There were no routes run on the play. It was never going to be a run play. I did not get the sense that Denver, the defense on the Broncos side, was fooled by the formation or by the fact that Tank Dell was out there, that, oh, my God, let me watch out and see if Tank Dell's going to run a play here in the end zone. No, it looked like a run play. It was a run play. They played it like a run play. And where Tank Dell was lined up on the outside, you could have put anybody out there to perform that assignment.
Got himself all the way to the middle.
Unlike the things that Tank Dell does on a normal basis that make us wow at Tank Dell's ability, the route running, the agility, the change of direction and speed, everything that we talk about with Tank Dell that's elite that he brings to the table, none of that was available to them or on display in that particular play. It was just line up on the outside and then crash inside and run block. Then you got Robert Woods lined up as a tight end. He comes over to the other side of the formation and blocks nobody too, because Tank Dell's in there putting his helmet in there and Nico Collins is right there blocking and all of the work is done. You could have put anybody in that position other than the guy that does things that nobody else on the team can do. I did not like it.
Yeah, I think it's more just...
It's bad luck, but I just did not like it.
Yeah, it's football. Here's the thing is, I can understand the thought process potentially of Bobby Slowick of, hey, you don't want to just give tendencies, right? Like, hey, if Tank is in the ball game at that position, there is a thought. There is a thought as a coordinator that, hey, maybe if it just holds a safety, if it just holds somebody or takes someone's attention to make them not immediately go run, because clearly this was a quick handoff right up the middle to try to kind of plug the ball right on in. And I could see the thought process of, hey, get him out there almost as a decoy. Maybe it holds one person and they could get in. But then there's the other thought of, let's not get too cute. Let's put in, if we're going to run the football and try to get physical, let's not always look at the tricking part of it, and let's just put the best guys in that we think could run block. And Tank has been good this year.
Yeah,
but I don't think that's the guy that I would say, hey, we're at a bona fide trying to get this thing right up in the A, the B gap, and we're going to have Tank in there. Yeah, I can understand the frustration of somebody in there.
And I could only understand the decoy angle of it if he either runs a route or at the very least pretends to run a route. But he didn't do any of that. None of that illusion.
That would have been better. That would have been better.
He didn't do any of it.
If he runs a route to draw somebody with him, even better than
he dives straight to the goal line to go block and do a thing that Nico Collins could have done, that John Mechie could have done, that Noah Brown could have done.
I won't John Mechie either, but yeah.
What I'm just saying, but anybody but other than the guy that can do things that nobody else can do and that you can't afford to lose, that is 165 pounds, and also has a calf injury that he's been nursing and was limited in practice leading up to the game. I just did not like it.
Yeah. If I want
it's revisionist history.
If I want to run the football, he's not the guy I'm thinking is one of my best 11. That I want to get physical and on goal line run the football. But I also can understand the decoy. But the point you're making, like, hell, run a route to draw people.
In which case he's also not there in the scrum, not getting his leg broke. Yeah, man, I didn't like it.
He's out for the season. I think most of it is ball, but yeah, I get you. I get you. I bet you we may never see that again.
I think it's also the downside.
I bet you we may not see a lot of that again.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope they learn a lesson, but I think it's also the downside of Tank Dell maybe being a prisoner of his own success, because despite being a little dude, he is scrappy.
And that's
he don't scare.
He's going to go in.
Oh, he don't scare.
He's going to go in.
I respect it. I totally respect Tank Dell.
Like he's Brevin Jordan
and I respect the team for respecting Tank Dell's ability to do so. I'm not mad at Tank. I'm not even with them for doing it. I'm just disappointed that it had to go down that way when it seemed so doggone unnecessary.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the college football playoff is set. It was set Sunday morning. There was a lot of conversation of what it was going to be after Saturday's events. But the final ranking, Michigan, they are number one after Georgia loses to Alabama. They take over the top seed, and they make it into the playoff. Washington, with an impressive victory for the second time over Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game, they go to 2. Texas, the Texas Longhorns, and I think they are back, Tyler. They go to number 3 in the polls after a dominating performance against Oklahoma State from the jump, from word go. Dominating performance. And then the final team in is the Alabama Crimson Tide after they win the SEC championship game in Atlanta over previous number 1 Georgia. Florida State, undefeated, winning the ACC championship. They win 16-6 over Louisville in a driving rainstorm in Charlotte, but they get left out because of the Jordan Travis injury, their quarterback, and Georgia is number 6. They're the last two in. I'm just going to say this right now, fellas. I'm not going to say that this is wrong. I'm not going to say that it's pissing me off or that I'm not going to watch these games. That's a lie. I'm going to watch these games. The Florida State situation just doesn't. That just is. I mean, you tell those kids, because I do think in college too.
You think it should be fair?
I think
it should be fair.
I think there's some fairness to it. Yeah. I think especially in college, I think the quarterback obviously is very important, but in college, I don't know that it's as important as, in cases in the NFL. But Jordan Travis was.
I was going to say, unless he's like dynamic like that guy,
candidate, a Heisman Trophy candidate. But you saw, to me, man, it's Florida State. They did everything you asked them to do. They then won 2 games on the road without their quarterback. Their backup quarterback had a concussion. He will be ready in a month when it starts.
He ain't good either, though.
He's not Jordan Travis.
Right.
It just doesn't sit well with me. And this is my number one reason why. It is not just the who's better than stuff, because I think that stuff is silly, because I don't think Auburn's better than Alabama, but they sure as hell probably should have beat them. Right? Like, I don't think South Carolina's better than Georgia, but they had Georgia's ass on the ropes in the second half. Right? But it feels like Florida State's clearly being penalized because of the offense.
Yeah.
And the quarterback situation. But you know who they resemble the last 2 weeks? Tyler, they resemble the number 1 team in the country. They play football the way Michigan does. Go look up Michigan's quarterback stats the last 3 ball games. They beat Penn State. He didn't throw the ball in the second half.
Yeah.
He had 60 yards. Pass. He has not been over 150 in a month. He threw for 140-something. The way they beat Iowa, who is awful, especially offensively. They scored 2 touchdowns. One of them became because they got the ball inside the 5 on a punt return. The other one was one of the worst calls of the weekend, and there were some bad calls this weekend. That was one of the worst calls of the weekend that set them up inside the 7 to score their second touchdown. They resemble Michigan, the number 1 team in the country. So I'm not saying that they got it wrong, and I'm going to – it just doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, the only thing that they don't resemble Michigan in this way is that Michigan still has its quarterback. Now, everything you say is true about McCarthy not throwing the ball in the second half. It's the same. It's a similar style, but McCarthy has established himself as a guy, right? He himself has been flirted as a Heisman Trophy candidate. I don't know if he was still one after he didn't throw the ball in the second half against Ohio State.
Yes. His toughest games, he's got under 100.
Yeah, I don't know if you still have that kind of energy, but the difference is they do still have their quarterback that is still highly thought of, whereas Florida State's got these backup quarterbacks that you can fairly say, based off of the 2 games that they've played with them, the offense took a step back and does not look as good. And I think that's part of the criteria. It's part of the thing that they could, I wouldn't say criteria, but things that they are allowed to consider when they put this college football playoff together. If you lose a pivotal player like a Jordan Travis, like a McCarthy, if any of these teams that made it, if McCarthy's out, Michael Penix Jr. is out, if Quinn Ewers is out, if Jay Milroe is out, if any of those guys are out, I'm having a different conversation about every single one of the teams that made it.
Do you think Georgia, if they had won and if Georgia's quarterback got hurt, you think they would be dismissed because their quarterback's out?
But see, I think the difference is that Georgia would have a stronger case just based off of beating Alabama, and playing. And I do think that's where conference would have benefited them. But if they were missing their quarterback, or if they were just name the top player on the team, and that player is not available to play for them, I think it's very much a reasonable conversation to have if they should be in it.
Yeah.
I think any team that loses a player of that caliber should have some questions about it.
It is just really interesting to me that they play the way the number 1 team in the country plays the last 2 weeks. And the backup that would have played that's not as good as Jordan Travis, his numbers are pretty much identical to what J.J. McCarthy puts up.
Counter-argument.
And he's going to get Florida.
Counter-argument to that exact point. do you want two teams that play like that in the college football playoff?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not. Do you want?
No, but it kind of is. It kind of is.
No, I mean,
it kind of is.
It kind of is. It's not about do you want. I mean, it
is human. It is human beings deciding who are the best 4 teams, and to some degree, that is going to be who do you want to see in the game. Like I don't think that it's who do you want in terms of who are you rooting for, but it's who do you think are the best. And I don't think that two teams in the playoffs, the best of the best 4, are teams that play like that.
Let's just be honest. It's not always about who the best 4 teams are. You think those guys in there think Georgia's not one of the best 4 teams? They weren't deserving because of the other elements that come across it.
I think you can make a case that Georgia is not one of the best 4 teams.
I think you can make a case. You think they do? You think they think that after voting them number 1 clearly all week long, they lose a 3-point game to Alabama? That they think
so counter argument. Do you want more than one of the? How many of the non-best 4 teams do you want to put in there?
When people keep putting up the best 4 teams, no, it is four of the best teams that also meet the criteria of conference championship, who meet the criteria of strength of schedule, who meet these things. It's not always just the 4 best teams. It's the 4 best teams that also meet the criteria. Like I said, I'm not going to just jump on the roll for Florida State. It just feels.
It actually feels great because a team that has backup quarterbacks out there that plays similarly to a team whose playing style we don't like and don't think is entertaining is not in the college football playoff, and neither were they deserving because they don't have the players.
Can I just ask you two sexy gentlemen this? Do you think Florida State's defense is good enough to keep them in games against these teams that are in the 4?
Yes, I do.
So
I do think that.
Like you think their defense is good enough.
Yeah, I do
too. And that's so. I don't know that it's necessarily like TCU last year against Georgia, which people keep bringing up, but I guess people ignore that TCU beat Michigan on the way to getting their asses kicked. But that's my thing is I don't know, man. It's just, I feel bad for the Cats, man.
I don't.
I know you don't.
Them's the breaks. Life ain't fair.
And you asked Tyler, do you have a heart? You said it.
Yeah.
Them's the breaks, man.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, Brandon.
Oh, what a sick.
Guilty as charged, baby.
Congratulations to Texans in Washington. In Alabama, I did it. I'm glad the Georgia thing got shut up because there's no way. Georgia shouldn't even been in the conversation. Shouldn't even been in the conversation. Shouldn't have.
I agree. Don't
look at me like that, Tyler.
I think they did a great job.
No.
I think the committee did a great job.
They had won 29 straight games.
Well, I know they did. Like that. Like if we look at last year, this year.
Well, this year too until this week.
This year they haven't been just dominant.
That's why I push back on your.
They haven't just been.
Do you not think that they're one of the 4 best teams? I'm like, maybe.
They haven't just been. I know, but I don't think the committee. I don't think the committee would say we're going to put Georgia up against all these. I think most of the people in the committee think Georgia's better. All right, coming up, players of the game. We do this each and every week. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube, those of you on Twitch, you can get involved as well by messaging the players of the game. There are a ton of candidates. We'll figure those out, discuss those. Coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, everybody out there, get your holiday shopping done at Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. These deals are, good. I'm telling you, man. We're talking about
from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up in just a second here, our players of the game. You can text in, you can join in, 713-572-4610, your players of the game. Hey, as we know, bowl season is happening. We talked about the top 6, but bowls are happening all over the place. And Houston's, right here's biggest annual college football event returns to primetime at NRG Stadium on Wednesday, December 27th as the Texas A&M Aggies. There you go, Tyler. Whoop! I mean, you're going to be at this one, right?
I will be there in the Odyssey Suite.
The Texas A&M Aggies take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys, who just got drilled in the Big 12 championship game. The Oklahoma State Cowboys, they'll face off coming up December 27th. Tickets are on sale now, so you can go get those right now. Check out TaxActTexasBowl.com now for the best seats and suites on game day. Also enjoy exciting and free bowl week events before the game, like the Carbach kickoff by HEB on December 26th and the Carbach Love Street Tex Fest outside of NRG Stadium. For more information and to get your tickets, head to TaxActTexasBowl.com. TaxActTexasBowl.com. We tend to broadcast there each year. It's always well done, well put together. So it is an excellent event to head out there. Before we ride to this, we were just talking about these. Like someone just texted in. Ron, Brandon, what? Georgia should be in. Wow, they're 12-1 in the SEC.
Whoop-de-whoop, whoop-de-whoop. Let's get excited.
Yeah,
SEC runner-ups, baby. Let's go.
You said something. We talked about this in the break, and Tyler definitely is on the other side of this. You said you don't have that. What'd you say, that SEC? That SEC.
I don't have that SEC bias, man.
Yeah, it doesn't
so I can't.
Tyler isn't it.
That doesn't register with me.
It's not a bias, just facts.
There it is, right there.
Yeah, for
year to year, it doesn't matter.
It's facts for 2 or 3 teams a year. Yeah. But I think that the SEC, because it normally has 2 or 3 teams that are really, really good, that the whole conference, the entire brand gets to live off the strength of whatever 2 or 3 teams that we're talking about in a given year.
And I will say there was a run there.
Yes.
Where there were for about 10 years, there was a run there where it was about 5-6 teams that were really, really, really good, and they still do this. Put out the most NFL.
That's what I was going to say. The wins and losses are there. They put out by far the most draft prospects every single year.
But I am just not one that says, all right, in 2006, the SEC was clearly the most dominant conference. In 2012, last year, 2 years ago, that this season isn't a different season. And to a point, Alabama lost to Texas at home by 10, right? That's not happening years ago.
Yeah, and just for the record, I'm not saying I don't think Georgia should have gotten in. I'm not with that.
The thought was all right, Nick Saban, if the SEC champion doesn't get in, it's not an. I mean,
yeah, people are talking about Georgia this year like it's the Georgia of last year and the year before. It's just simply not. It's just not the same team. And then the SEC, like it's the SEC of the runs that you're talking about. And it's simply not. This is the SEC in a nutshell for you this year. Alabama loses to Texas at home by double digits. LSU loses to Florida State by double digits. Texas A&M, not to bring up old stuff, Tyler. This is not a shot at you, but it is facts. Lost by double digits to Miami. Florida lost by double digits to Utah. It's not your
They lost to Florida State at home by 9 with their backup quarterback.
Yeah, it's not your uncles or your big brother's SEC. It's just not.
Don't even look at some of them Arkansas scores. All right.
Oh, see, I wasn't going to do
BYU,
I already took that swipe
BYU
at
went in
Tyler.
Arkansas and beat them.
Hogs are winners.
Oh, yeah, that did happen. I forgot about that.
Georgia was in there with a fight with Georgia Tech for a half. and Haynes King.
That one too.
You know, it's just, I don't know, man. I got 4 teams in that damn New Year's Day games. That just.
Yeah, man. It's one of those self-fulfilling prophecies. This SEC dominance narrative is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And it just carries from year to year like it's the 2010.
Yeah, it was true at one point, and now we just say it and like it's a definitive truth year to year, no matter what.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, that SEC West wasn't as much of a gauntlet this year as it normally is, or the East. All right, let's do it. Our Man Eye Institute player of the game, 713-572-4610. You can jump in. Let us know what yours are. Tyler, I'll let you jump out and kick this thing off. Who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Man, it was a toss-up for me between 2 guys, but I'm ultimately going to go with Will Anderson Jr. He had the 2 sacks. He had that deflected pass that turned into an interception for Derek Stingley. He had a lot of quarterback pressures and hits yesterday. Showed up. It was the Will Anderson Jr. game. I'm going Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, he was spectacular. Brandon, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
It's got to be Jimmy Ward for me, man. We were talking about it a lot leading up to the game. Getting Jimmy Ward back, what that would mean for them from a leadership standpoint, but also from a playmaking standpoint. And I feel like having Jimmy Ward out there impacted both leadership, communication, and playmaking, all of those things. And then, of course, the final play. The final, nearly basically the nail in the coffin for all intents and purposes, Jimmy Ward
you could see
with the interception.
You could see
to seal the game.
How much they missed him.
Yes. Yes, and I even questioned, like I went back and forth on this during the week, like, are we over? Is it overstating how much he impacts the game? No, it's not. It's not overstating it. Jimmy Ward definitely glad to have him back.
Big to have the voices back, Jimmy and also Denzel
and Denzel
in the middle, like the voices to get those guys back in the game.
Voices, communication, but also physicality.
Yes,
like you were playing against a Broncos team that had made a name for itself over the last 5 weeks of playing bully ball. That's what their 5-game winning streak was all about. And the challenge to this team was to go out there and not get bullied, or how do you respond to the bully? And I like the Texans' defense chances a lot better with Denzel Perryman and Jimmy Ward in the game.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward went ahead, took that 15 on Russ to show some of that physicality.
And just letting him know.
Just to let him know.
Yeah,
all
it's painful in here, man.
My Man Eye Institute player of the game, this Nico Collins fella. What in the hell,
Nico?
Man? Like, listen, Tank Dell.
He's like a video game.
A lot of people keep forgetting that Tank Dell, by the way, Nico, 9 catches, 191 yards and a touchdown. He is 9 yards away from a 1,000-yard season, baby, and there are 5 to go.
Nico.
There are 5 games to go. He is a top 10 receiver, and he missed a game.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, he's missed a game, and he is number 9 in yards this year. All right.
Play artist.
Yes, and you go look at who's behind him. You might see Stephon Diggs behind him.
Yeah,
you might see Devontae Adams behind him.
Yeah.
Listen, he was nuts, and I find it even more impressive that when Tank goes out, you have to understand and believe that the coverage is swinging towards him, and he's having a game to begin with. And Denver still could not do anything with him. That was impressive from him, and he just been. I know a lot of people get enamored with Tank, and for good reason. And Nico Collins has been this team's best receiver, and it's shown in all of the numbers. Like we talk about somehow that big joker finds separation. I know we talk about Tank. Somehow he is running alone, and he was still doing it with Tank out of the game, with Robert Woods and Noah Brown on the other sides of him. So
the arrows pointed up.
Nico Collins, man, have a day, man.
Oh, yeah, that is a good pick. Hard to argue with.
All right, if you have not heard the latest, DeMeco Ryans, he spoke about the latest with his receiver Tank Dell. We'll let you hear that coming up next. Before that, guys out there, ladies out there, fans of the Texans, your team is 7-5 and on their way potentially to the playoffs for the first time in years. And I know you've been enjoying this NFL season. And Crown Royal is giving back to you, the generous host, that make game day royal. The fans out there that open up.
Lowe's home team picks, like Scott's, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. The big news of the day, we heard from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, who's got to be the leading candidate for Coach of the Year right now. I thought Dan Campbell had a chance just because how good they were doing, but the job DeMeco's doing on top of what the team was he took over and the situation, they just have injuries all over the place, and they're still 7-5 and look like when you start to look at their schedule, they got a real shot to get in. So, I mean, I think he's going to be obviously the front runner right now, Coach of the Year.
Yeah, how much does accomplishment weighed with the expectation? You know, like because I think it's fair to say maybe the expectation was just flat out wrong or misinformed. But does DeMeco therefore benefit from that? The fact that nobody expected this team to do anything, again, maybe erroneously because we just didn't know enough about the team. But I do wonder how much the accomplishment on top of the man, we ain't think they was about blank.
Yeah, when you get that combination.
Like, I feel like it's kind of a perfect storm of circumstance for DeMeco Ryans to be in the mix for that award.
Yeah, like, I mean, I just think like Dan Campbell, maybe Tomlin, but I don't think Tomlin anymore. I don't know. Kevin Stefanski is somebody probably.
Yeah, I would put him in the mix.
You could throw in there.
I'd put him in the mix.
But I think they're all behind DeMeco Ryans. Frank Wright.
He's definitely behind DeMeco Ryans in this race.
I just actually.
Are you eligible if you get fired?
Yeah. I had just got a report that he just took back play calling again from his home. From his home, Frank took back play calling in that game from the Panthers when the Panthers took on the Bucs in the second half. He from his house took over play calling.
Speaking of taking back, how about Steve Wilkes doing this thing over in San Francisco? They could have had him. Carolina.
Yep.
Let him go.
Wonder if he'll get a head coaching job.
H-Town, I'm back. Had an opportunity to get
the last two minority defensive coordinators were able to slip out of one in San Francisco. Maybe he's the third.
And all he's doing is just holding everything up the same.
Yeah, and let's just see if the 49ers will continue to collect these third-round pick for minority coaches.
I hope he interviews well.
All right. This was DeMeco giving the latest on Tank Dell, who had that terrible injury, which he was carted off yesterday. Here's the head coach giving you the latest update on Tank Dell.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tank. He'll be out for the rest of the season. He had successful surgery this morning, so on to a speedy recovery. Our prayers are with Tank. Our thoughts are with him. It's been such an inspiration for our team. Just incredible young man. Happy for the season that he has as a rookie and the impact that he has as a person, as a player for our organization. But we expect to get him back for before next offseason program.
And hey, I'm mad, just disappointed. Didn't feel like it had to happen, Ron.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like it was necessary. I get it. Tank's a dog. Tank does his thing out there. He don't scare. I respect it. Respect them for respecting it, but I don't feel like it had to happen. Feel like it was just entirely unnecessary.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and we can probably talk about that more this week. It'll be really interesting to see how they handle this moving forward and how they go about doing things. I think there are several options that they can look at, but it'll be interesting to see what they do moving forward. And I'm sure, guys like Sean Bajani, yourself, who get out there sometimes, we'll see.
For sure.
I can't wait to see what it looks like moving forward. All right. As we are on the drive here, as you hear that voice, that is Brandon Scott. Clint is out. Clint had a new addition, the latest baby girl added to their family, so he is taking care of business. She does share a birthday with Tyler now. She was born on Tyler's birthday.
Legendary.
And that's why Clint is not here. So, hey, congratulations to him. All is good from what we hear. And congratulations. But Brandon Scott will hold it down. And hell with it. I'll tell it. Because I've been thinking about this since it occurred. Now that I have Brandon, and I'm sure Tyler will chime in too. But I got Brandon here to help me. The people, the Drive family, 713-572-4610. You can please give your thoughts on this, as well as the people on YouTube and Twitch. Speaking of Tyler's birthday. So I did something in which I felt like, all right, is it fair for me, or would I be wrong if I did something on Tyler's birthday? Now, I hung in, but I really wondered, am I being an a-hole if I leave? So this is a situation.
If you have to question, the answer is probably yes, but let's hear you out.
It was Tyler's birthday, and I hit my guy up. I knew he was going to be out. I know we're going to catch Tyler early. Tyler was starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon doing bar hopping. I said, I ain't got that in me. Still got the fam. I said, but you know what? I'll hit him up later, catch him later on. Kids had a little Christmas ceremony, whatever. They were singing, whatever. Out. About 7 so, I hit up Tyler. I said, hey, man, you getting out? I'll meet you out, man. Celebrate the birthday with you. You only get one a year. He said, oh, yeah. I'll be out. We're going to this karaoke spot a little bit later on. You can meet me out there. I said,
yeah, that sounds up your alley.
Well, okay. I said, bet. I'll meet you out there. Later on, text me up, what time y'all heading out there? He said, probably get there about 9:45 what time we'll get there. I said, okay, bet. I'll meet you out there.
That does not sound up your alley.
So I probably roll up to the karaoke spot 10:03. And I hit up Tyler. Hey, you here yet? No. Getting in the car, en route. Bet. Okay. So I'm literally in the car just watching the ACC and the Big Ten championship games as they're concluding. About 10:35 rolls around. You here yet? No, finally. We're heading out. I said, oh, okay. So let me walk up. I said, let me walk up, man. I'm just going to go in. Hell, I need a drink at this point. I walk up there, get my guy right. Y'all know how I am about the money situation. My guy up at the door. I said, I could see right there. So we got a cover. By the way, I did pose that question to Tyler earlier. Is there a cover? I can't remember if he said yes or no, but he surely didn't say it. I would have stopped by and got some cash. My man said, hey, are you with a party? I said, no, I don't think so. Tyler didn't give me this information. He said, are you with a party? I said, I don't think so. He said, it's a $10 cover and it's probably standing room only in here. I was like, oh, let me hold on. Let me go holler at my guy first before I pay this $10. Now, at this point now, we're at 10:40. I want to know what the hell was going on. I said, hey, man, they said it's standing room only and it's a cover. He said, oh, yeah, they got a party. We got a party, so we'll get. I said, oh, okay. Well, how far are you away? He said, I'll be there about 5 minutes. I said, man.
Bro, I was drunk.
Hey, and so I go back to the crib. I go back to the car. I said, I'm gonna wait on him, right? Because I'm not about to drop this $10 if you ain't coming in here. And plus, I don't have cash. And so about 11:01 roll around, still no sign of Tyler. So I'm working on an hour sitting out here, dressed, no drink. I said, hey man, I think I'm probably gonna go ahead and head on home. But in my mind, I'm thinking, it's his birthday. I got to at least have one drink with it. But I've reached an hour. He said, he sent a laughing emoji and said, hey, I'm in the parking lot. He said, okay, but I'm in the parking lot. I said, all right. I turned that engine back on. And I put that car in reverse. And I said, I backed out a little bit. And I said, no, if he's in the parking lot, I'm going to have a drink. But I'm going to get out. And if I don't see his ass in this parking lot. So we're 11:10. We're over an hour. And I see him and his beautiful wife going in the park. And then, Tyler, hey, man, I'm sorry, man. It's his birthday. Would I have been cool or at liberty to just bounce?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You think that would have been
I'll tell you.
Because I'm like,
yes.
if I'm there It's his birthday. I'll come out of his birthday. I at least have one drink. Like, at what point would I? So I'd have been good.
I didn't know you'd been there an hour, bro. I'm sorry, man.
You didn't? You don't remember the texting?
I was wasted, dude. I mean, I was communicating the best I could.
Yeah. Hey, as someone who knows you both pretty well.
That man 5-minute me like 6 times.
I don't even remember it.
This story is so believable, and I'm sure it played out exactly the way it was described. Yes, I think you would have been fully justified in leaving after 30 minutes.
You truly
30. You would have 30. So 10. When I walked up there, that'd have been. Because then my man said, "Oh man, I forgot to tell you. I should have told you we had a party."
How about this?
Because I
also messed up by.
I stopped texting and went to calls.
I think
like
I told so from the restaurant to the karaoke bar, the first big screw up was I gave the wrong directions to my driver. So I went to a totally different wrong and completely not where the party was karaoke bar.
He didn't fill me in on that.
Yikes.
Which was not in a
completely
different part of town than where we were supposed to be.
And that is a party foul. I think a fair.
So I did overboard.
Here's what I'd say. The fair math to do on this. I think however much time you would have spent there, I think is a fair amount of time to say. Like, so if you thought you might have spent an hour there and he was an hour late, then I think that's fair. If you think you were going to spend 30 minutes there and he was 30 minutes late, then I think that's fair. So, yeah, however much time you were going to commit to the experience or plan for the experience, if he was that much late, I for sure think it's fair.
Because the whole time I'm thinking, like, I'm an a-hole if I don't have a drink.
Man, I wouldn't have been mad at you, and that's super nice of you, dude. I didn't know you were out there waiting for over an hour.
Yeah, and see, I didn't
sorry, bro.
I didn't even have the heart to tell Tyler that I wouldn't make it because I had to go to Snowfest and do a bunch of things with the 3 little kids. I didn't have the heart to tell him.
I was like, hey, let's get out and have a drink.
And you came in and you had a drink or two, man. I appreciate you.
I did.
Yeah.
All right.
Good on you.
Freddie Mercury.
You would have bounced.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I did sing Bohemian Rhapsody, didn't I?
I left right before you decided to go.
Oh, okay. That was probably for the best.
Because in my mind, I'm thinking. Because every time he would reel me in with oh, man, almost there.
Dude, I don't even remember. That's my bad, though. My bad, bro. I owe you.
Someone texted in, "Yo, Ron, it was T Mill's birthday, but he should have bought you a drink." And he tried to. But I'm like, no.
I did try to. I remember that.
This is not the right show for this, but is it a race card if I ask you, Ron, if you would have done the same thing had it been me telling you, hey, I'm 5 minutes away?
Yes, it would have been. Now, I don't know if I'd have trusted that 5 minutes.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean.
I don't know.
Punctuality.
But it's not just because of your shade. I've just seen you're not as punctual all the time. We've had some meeting times that your arrival has gone a little later, so I'm just looking for it.
That did happen at a remote. I was going to say when it happened on the air.
And that makes me even more disappointed in myself because I'm big on punctuality. But I was just not in a state of mind where I was aware of whatever time it was, man.
He sent me about 3 texts where I felt I believed him. Okay, he's close.
I thought I was.
I'm 5 minutes out.
I thought I was. I was 5 minutes out from the wrong karaoke bar.
I said, well, Megan's with him. Surely, like, he's not fooling around. Jeez.
Not bad, bro.
Can't plan things with a drunk person.
No, you can't.
Hard to do.
I trusted baby.
That's today's lesson on the drive.
All right, man, we got to address the elephant in the room. I've held off as long as possible. We got to have a real conversation, Houston. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful head of hair.
in West Virginia, or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Help is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 1-800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts, or call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, welcome in. Clint is out as he is taking care of family business. Congratulations to him and his wife, the new baby girl. Brandon Scott is in. We'll hold it down. And listen, yesterday was another great win, a huge win, as you were tied with the Broncos going into that game. And now you own tiebreaker with a team vying for a playoff spot. Tiebreaker over, well, I don't know, Cincinnati. We'll see. Their season's probably over.
Yeah.
But you beat Cincinnati. You beat, obviously, yesterday Denver. You've beaten Pittsburgh. So you own tiebreakers there, and you play another game against the Colts. So it was a huge win. 7-5 now. The first one out right now, but obviously things could change, especially when you play the Jets next week.
You got the Browns on the schedule too.
Browns as well,
so
another team you're competing with.
Yep.
So you got it in front of you. So it was a big win yesterday. I cannot help, and I could not help, that yesterday some of the most obvious things were the defense and how they stepped up.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Collins, Will Anderson, Eric Stingley Jr., some things that really jumped out. Tyler, you went to the game, right?
Sure as hell did.
Brandon, I know you were at the game.
I was at that bad boy.
And I was there. My whole family was there. First time at NRG for most of my family. The other thing that it was very difficult not to notice was the home crowd.
Yeah.
At times didn't feel very home crowd-ish.
Yeah, it's not good.
It was twofold. It was late arriving, which is normal, and then some real just spotty spots. And then entire lower bowl from the entire end of the Broncos bench from one end to the other was all orange. Tyler said before the show, his wife Megan said, "Is that orange for the Broncos?"
Yeah, we sat at that 50-yard line, looked across. She's, is that all orange?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing you could before they started screaming really, really loudly when C.J. Stroud had the ball on third down, I'd have maybe been able to say,
or when he would get sacked.
It's Astros Day at NRG, but it was not. It was Denver Bronco fans. And listen, this is
it not good. Not a good feeling, man. We're sitting up there
Ron
watching,
all choked up.
Yeah, it's so bad that Ron is emotional, kind of like how C.J. Stroud was after the game, as you might imagine. Like you're looking out there and you're like, man, and not just the lower bowl, but even behind the goal post. Like it was just an odd scene.
Wow,
not a good feeling.
And listen, this game was for CBS the top game, so it was across most of the country if your team wasn't playing a game.
Yep.
I mean, most of the map. I had a lot of people in the Midwest hit me up, was watching this game, who really got to see the Texans for the first time. So a lot of people were watching this and could hear it and could see it. And I'll just throw it out to the people and you guys. Are you and were you embarrassed yesterday? Because I'm not going to tell people how to spend their money. And I can understand why people have refrained from taking it to the next level of spending money. We've had this conversation before. But was yesterday embarrassing?
I personally don't take a whole lot of pride in the idea of Houston being a football town. Like, it just doesn't necessarily resonate for me personally. But if you do, if you are a person that will beat your chest and tell the next person that, hey, this is a football town, Houston's a football town, Texas is a football state, and I know a lot of people who are like that, I'm just not wired that way. But if you are, then you should be embarrassed. Because my takeaway from that, my thought from looking at that was like, hey, this is a place that can't really call itself a football town until further notice, until you start showing other towns that come here. And it's fine if the Broncos fans want to travel well, if the Steelers fans historically travel well. Last year, Eagles fans, Browns fans, all of these historic fan bases travel well. That's fine and dandy and everything. But what about your own fan base not showing up? Like, to me, if you fancy yourself on being somebody that's from a football town and a football state, you should be embarrassed by that showing. It is not a good look at all. And I'm not one to tell anybody how to spend their money either. As someone who is a Texans fan who, absent of all these credentials that we get, it's hard for me to be like, how you ain't go to the game knowing damn well I get to go to the game for free. Okay, so I'll admit that. But at the same time, you look around, you feel like there's got to be better representation than that. I'm talking about the third quarter. Broncos are kicking a field goal. The third quarter. You look up, and it's empty seats. That's not a late arriving crowd. That's not the Broncos outshining you. That's just people not showing up to the game. And so it is a bad look, I think. But I'm not exactly sure what you do about it, because it's not like you can force people to come back. You just got to keep building up that equity.
Like I said, man, and someone texted in, Texans ownership made their bed. Okay, yeah, you saw it, but I mean, they made their bed. But
there's something to that.
It is very much.
Yeah,
it's clear. I'm just saying, clearly though, like your team is in a different direction.
Yes.
And I'm wondering Tyler, it's third down. CJ had to call a timeout.
Yeah.
They couldn't get signals.
Didn't like that.
My son is 3. Brandon was up there.
Yep.
It's his first game. He was good. He had to walk back up and go back into the suite because he said it was too loud.
I saw him before he did that. He was covering his ears.
And it was not during a Will Anderson sack or Derek Stingley Jr. interception. It happened on a third down, and the Bronco fans rose, and that thing got loud.
Yeah.
It was just like, what in the world is going on?
And I think that's the part that set it off for me, Ron, honestly, like, because I'm cool with traveling fans showing up. I think it's cool. But at the same time, it's like, yo, when it affects the game, when it's so bad that it impacts the game, costs you a timeout, then that's the part that to me is a little bit of a bridge too far. Without getting too preachy about how to spend your money, it is disappointing to look up and the opposing fans seem to be a little bit more into it than the Houston fan base at large. Like, I look at this game like this, considering what CBS did with the game for the broadcasting and everything. To me, CBS thought more of this Texans team than Texans fans themselves or Houston at large itself. By CBS moving this game to a wider audience and Texans fans not really showing up. It was a disappointing showing.
Text line, no show. It's Ron, though. Houston fans are wishy-washy. Someone text in, keep winning, and I'll come back and start buying merchandise again. Empty seats at NRG are nothing new. It's been that way forever.
It is not. That's not true.
That's what Tyler kept saying. They've been selling out the thing for years, and I remember that half the fans spend their time in the concourses at the bar or club level. I'll be completely honest with you, and listen, I love me or hate me, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Listen, I root for the Texans. Literally root for the Texans. I like, a lot of the guys. I think DeMeco is a hell of a dude. Seemed like a real good dude. I like DeMeco. I like CJ. I like a lot of the guys, and with our job, we get to kind of see these. I'm not gonna say I know these guys, but you get to kind of see them and you kind of learn about them a little bit more than just players on the field. Gernard, Will Anderson. I like these guys, and I love you guys, fans. I don't like seeing like a man at the end of his rope on these Sundays and coming back Mondays where he's in there screaming by himself in that room alone because of something that happened. I want to see Larry be happy. I want to see Tony. I don't like hearing Tony with that. That don't make no damn sense.
Oh my God, this don't make no sense.
I like seeing happy. I like when we go out on Thursdays and Fridays and people are excited and happy. Now, I'm not going to lie to you and disrespect you and say that I'm a fan of the Texans. I'm not. That's years and years. I root for the Texans. But as somebody who's not even, I'm not going to say, you've lived it. Tyler, you've been there from the jump, many of you. So I'm not going to disrespect you. I root for them. Hell, just as somebody who's just rooting for them, I was embarrassed. I felt it. And I'm just wondering, are we there yet? Like this person said, how much longer do you need? I'm not telling you you're wrong for it. I'm just how much longer do you need? Because that yesterday, CJ, as you said, it affected the game. They had to call timeout.
Yeah. And that's the part that's frustrating about it. But I do wonder this. How much of it, and for the Texans' sake, for the McNairs and everybody, the Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, the players, literally everybody that's put some level of sweat equity into this to try to turn this thing around. For all of their sakes, I do hope that what they're doing does resonate with the fan base at large at some point. But it does make me wonder, and to the text line, I'm not trying to shame people into buying tickets. I'm not trying to tell you. It's just an odd feeling and an odd sight to see a team with a moment like this, playoffs on the line, a star quarterback, head coach with local ties who's doing his thing. It is odd, but it makes me wonder.
But you said there were years and years before that thing was sold out.
But, right.
Years and years, they were buying up tickets all of a sudden. It's a choice.
Not just
for many. Some of you, I understand it. But many, it's a choice.
And it's not just sold out, but people actually showing up to the games for the tickets that they bought. Not just buying the tickets, but buying them and going to the game, as opposed to buying them and then selling them to Denver Broncos fans, or buying them and then selling them to Pittsburgh Steelers fans, or buying them and just flat out not going to the game.
I literally just saw someone text in, I sell 2 of these games, I'll pay for my tickets.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just, I wonder how much of what happened is irreversible. How many people did they lose that they just can't come back? And I don't know the answer to that, because to me, I thought winning cures all. It's kind of a cliche, but we all, I feel like, believe it, that, hey, once you get a for real team back out there on the football field, and it's one that people can identify with or believe in, whatever the case may be, then now you're cooking with grease. I feel like they got that. But I wonder how many of the people that would have otherwise filled up that stadium have decided, hey, you know what, there's just a better way for me to spend my Sundays. Or my way of showing that I'm coming back is just going to watch it from home. I truly wonder how many people that were coming before they have sent away irreversibly. I wonder.
Yeah. I'm just curious. When you were watching that, were you embarrassed?
I personally wasn't embarrassed, but I thought it was embarrassing. What about you, T?
Tyler, you were in there. Were you embarrassed watching that, Tyler?
I didn't feel any embarrassment. No. Okay. No, I feel like I'm pretty in line with B. I mean, I want it to be like the old days at NRG when they were selling out and there was red everywhere and it was loud and it was consistently had home games in Houston at one point where it was a tough environment for opposing teams to come in and get a win. I want to get back to that desperately. I would love to. But no, I wouldn't say yesterday I was looking at all that orange and felt any embarrassment.
Yeah. I'm almost kind of going to the point of it feels like Houston in the couple of years I've been here and once the fans have gotten here, it feels very much like watching the Raiders in Vegas and watching the Rams and the Chargers in LA.
Yeah.
Where it is becoming a destination city to go watch games. Like when teams I know people, all right, we're going to go to a road game. Like some people will pick Charlotte. Like Tyler would look at the schedule. We're going to go to a road game.
What are you doing?
Some people would select Charlotte.
What are you doing?
You're a close example. You did it as a Texans fan. But I do think, Tyler, Brandon, a lot of people, when they look at the road schedule, say, oh, Houston. Like they do Vegas. Oh, I'm going to Vegas. Oh, we play the Rams. We play the Chargers.
Trip to L.A.
And it feels like Houston is kind of starting to be in that, and it's a cheaper trip than those other two. It feels like Houston is starting to slide into where some of these are going to be neutral or close or 70-30, 60-40 Texans fans at this point.
I have been saying since last year that the N in NRG Stadium stands for neutral site. It stands for neutral site. Right now, it feels like a neutral site conference championship game, or one of those conference basketball tournaments that you might go to, where one school's closer to the site than the other, so they might have a few more fans, but for the most part, it seems like everybody has traveled to get there. It does not feel like a home field advantage game in and game out. It just does not. Now, who's to blame for that? That's up for debate. How you feel about it, up for debate. But it's
Jack Eastery.
I'm not blaming.
It is a fact, though.
I'm not blaming. I'm not blaming. I literally just look like. Did you feel embarrassment from that? Did that make you react? Did that make you say, "Dude, we can't let this happen"? I'm not saying it should or not. I'm just curious because I sat there and I was just like.
And see,
oh my God!
And see, I don't feel embarrassment as a native Houstonian and as a Texans fan, but I do wonder how the players feel about it. That's probably the thing that
CJ has rolled up here multiple
times.
Yeah,
and I know they don't like it, but I wonder if they feel in some level of embarrassment by it. If they feel like, hey, we're team and we can't even get our fans out to the stadium. I do wonder that.
From the text line, talk about the Houston crowd causing the Broncos to have to take a timeout due to the crowd as well.
No, I told you,
one-sided ass show. I'm just saying.
It's not being one-sided, dude. But I was telling y'all when we were having this discussion before the show, I will say that from my seats, whenever I was taking in the game yesterday afternoon, there were moments where the Texans fans, that our crowd did get to a level of volume that I kind of raised my eyebrows. I'm not saying it was intimidating or crazy in a wild environment, but it was the loudest I had heard the Texans fans at NRG at certain points in a long time.
That's good, but I mean, you're supposed to try to affect the game.
Yeah,
you're not supposed to have the road team come in and affect the game.
I'm just saying.
That's a little. I know what you're saying. I'm talking about to the texter. It's a bigger deal.
And to be clear, I think that the energy at NRG Stadium is really good. The actual energy that is there,
that's fair.
I just think it's a poor sight to see. It is sore on the eyes to look out and see that many empty seats for a game that has as much implications as it does. That's not to blame anybody. Everybody got their own situation, but it is sore on the eyes.
That was a tough one. That was a tough one on some of the third downs. Coming up, somebody about damn near tried to shut my ass up yesterday in their game. The player of the day, we'll discuss him coming up next.
All right, save big on Chevy Silverado Craft Chevrolet in Baytown right now. I'm talking about $9,000 off select 2023.
us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Wilson looks it over. Here's the snap. Wilson has a little time. Now he's in trouble, and Anderson trips him up. A sack for the Terminator.
Mr. Unlimited.
The Terminator, huh? Terminator got in there.
The Terminator.
Yeah, man. Russell Wilson wasn't unlimited against your boy, the Terminator. Not at all.
Mr.
He got himself 3 good picks in that game.
Very much limited.
Really hurt.
With me, you never lose.
Listen, I think some people felt like I've been hard or unfair on Will Anderson. I disagree with that. For me, my thing with Will Anderson is I just felt like I had not seen really the just flashes of like this is going to be unstoppable, just nut, defensive, just great play. Like he has the absolute, over the top skill that we've seen, over the top. Like for me, I've looked at him and I'm like, man, this dude is a great culture setting dude, which is something that definitely is needed and has helped this team and will help this team for years to come, led by him on the defense.
Yeah.
But I also looked and was like, yeah, you gave up a lot and you wanted to get him, and you're hoping that this guy is also going to be not only just a culture setter, but one of the premier defensive players in the league. That's when, not now, not immediately, but down the line, and I had questions if that's something you would get and something you would see. We saw some small flashes, but yesterday, fellas, you didn't have to look up at the advanced stats to find out how good Will Anderson was. You just watched the game and 51 jumped off the screen if you were watching at home, or jumped off the field if you were there live. I mean, he clearly, from the jump, to me, was the best player on the field. In the Texans' most important game to this date, he was the best player on the field. And that is an example of what you're looking at. Now, I'm not going to say consistently, hey, go out there and bang out 2 sacks and 5 tackles, get a deflection that leads to an interception, block a field goal, whatever. His impact was all over the place yesterday, and to me this was the first game that he's had like that where it was just clear. Like a lot of times he is really number friendly, and a lot of times you've got to look at the numbers to really look at it. Yesterday it didn't matter in the numbers, and the numbers backed him up. It didn't matter in the numbers. It mattered. He hit the quarterback repeatedly, sacked the quarterback, and he was just a menace defensively yesterday.
Yeah, I thought it was easily his best game. There's no argument against it. Like numbers-wise, eye test-wise, impact. Like I don't think there's by any metric that you could use that would say that this was not his best game or that he's had a better game than this one. So by that standard, I 100% agree that this was a big Will Anderson game, or Will Anderson's best game of the year. Where I would tend to disagree a little bit is that he has not had or shown flashes or moments where you could see where the dominance is there. The issue is that he just has not strung it together enough to the tune of a complete game like this one. Like you wanted to see it from start to finish, and I felt like from the very first play of the game, he's getting into the backfield and hitting Russell Wilson, impacting the throw until the very last drive of the game, giving chase to Russell Wilson, and then in between there, he sacks him twice, deflects a pass. All of those things happen. So he was blocked a punt, deflected a punt. All of those things happen.
His normal self in the run game.
Yeah, his normal self in the run game. All of those. And I think that the run game part is probably not played up enough because I think that's also important for the position that he plays. But it was by far and easily his most complete game. But I would go back to the Cardinals game just a couple of weeks ago. I thought he was impactful in that game. It just wasn't a wow you on the stat sheet. But He sacked Kyler Murray, and I thought he was fairly disruptive in that game. I felt that way in the Tampa game, even though Baker Mayfield a lot of times was having his way, and it was more of a shootout than anything. It was hard to really point out necessarily a defensive player that stood out in that game because it was a shootout, and the Texans had to win it on offense at the end. But there have been moments where I've looked and seen Will Anderson show flashes of why you would draft him at number 3 overall, why you would trade up to go get him. I've just always thought, hey, he just needs a little bit more in his repertoire, needs a little bit more in his toolbox, because it felt like when the bull rush wasn't working,
there was nothing else.
There wasn't a lot of counters or a lot of other stuff to go to, and that was more of my concern than anything. But there were also times where I felt like that speed and strength that we saw at Alabama was translating to the NFL level, depending on the matchup. I thought he had a really good matchup yesterday, too, with McGlinchey on the right side. But I got to give him credit, man. This was easily his best game of the season.
Yeah, it's just, to me, I know that I did, and hell, I think you may disagree with me on this one, and I know a lot of people do. Like, I am a believer of the sack stat. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all. I'm a believer of finishing the play.
Yeah.
When you sack them, they cannot do anything else. It ends. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all.
No, it's a big deal.
It's when you sack them and it ends it, and they lose yardage, and a sack can kind of change. And I'm also a believer of real pressure. Like, there is some pressure is you get close, and they're still able to make throws. See, yesterday, Will Anderson finished plays by sacking Russ and losing yards, which just blew the drive. And then he got real pressure.
Yes.
I'm talking pressure where Russ ends up on the ground when he throws it, or Russ completely runs out and just has to throw it away because he can't.
Because he's running away from Will Anderson.
That was real pressure and real finishing with sacks. So,
But see,
it's different.
But see, those are the moments that he's had more of than I feel like he gets credit for, because he hasn't had the sacks, which are important. I'm not disagreeing with you on the importance of sacks, but he has a lot of those moments. Like, I can't remember if it's the third or fourth quarter, but Russell is running away from him. Will Anderson dives for him, misses.
And then Grenard gets him.
Well,
Grenard hits him, and he throws it away.
Well, this is one where I don't think he got hit on this particular play, but he throws it away. But you can see Will Anderson not get him, and he's still bear crawling at him, still trying to get at him. But he doesn't finish the play. But Russell Wilson is throwing the ball away. It's an errant throw because Will Anderson is giving chase and basically wrecking the play. There are a lot of moments that I noticed where Will Anderson's disruption will wreck a play, ruin a play for the opposing team, but he won't record a tangible stat. Maybe it's a pressure. Maybe it's something that the nerd analytics to their win rates and stuff. Maybe it goes there, but it ain't a sack. It ain't a QB hit, and it's not something that we can tangibly grab and say, hey, he did that. But if you watch, he's a problem more often than not. Like, I thought that the previous game against the Jaguars, it was hard to find him. That was one of those games where you're like, hey, where's Will? Don't see a lot of Will.
He's always going to set the edge and be great in the run game.
But I think he's always going to be like an issue for the opposing. Like, I think he presents matchup and game planning problems for the most part, week in and week out. I have felt that
I'm
way.
not going to disagree with you. I want to see more of these
sacks.
Not just sacks.
Sacks are cool.
Yes.
Sacks are cool. I ain't disagreeing with that. Sacks are cool.
Sacks. Let me say that first.
Sacks are cool.
Yes, sacks, but more of like you ain't. I mean, anybody in the building could see his impact to the game. Anybody.
Yes.
You don't got to be a football savant. When JJ was going off, you don't have to be a football savant to see. You know, and I'm talking about great players. When Myles Garrett goes off, when Micah Parsons goes off,
yes.
And yesterday was that day. Yesterday was that day for him. All right, coming up, my man over here, Brandon Scott, believes the Tank Dell thing is more than just, football just happens. Football just happens. He's feeling some kind of way about this injury that has him out for the season. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Floor and Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property. Listen up. Give me your attention one time. The Texas weather, it's been absolutely wild lately. We're talking about freezes. We're talking about droughts. We're talking about obvious hurricanes that come year in, year out. You never know what's coming next. Right now, Lewis Flory, Ability Tree Experts, what he's seeing all over Houston is
Refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Finance charge applies. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday presented by Shoppers John Deere. We appreciate everybody who has participated here. Remember, we are off at 5 o'clock. We hand this thing right off to the head coach. The Texans Coaches Show is up behind us. DeMeco Ryans will hand it right to him, so stay tuned right here on Sports Radio 610 as The Drive hands things off to DeMeco Ryans. You want to make sure you are listening to that. Things here rolling on the text line. As we said, man, I just simply said I was at the game yesterday, and there were a lot of things that stood out. We just talked about one major one in Will Anderson. The defense as a whole, Derek Stingley was fantastic yesterday. Nico Collins, but the crowd was interesting, to say the least. It stood out, and I see some people coming in on the text line. As I asked, were you embarrassed? Were you embarrassed? Not just saying, like, you know, if you watched the game at home, it was clear from people I've talked to, and you were there, it was clear, and I was there. Were you embarrassed? Someone texted in, Texas fans loved the team. It's harder to get someone back that you jolted that loved you than someone who was just a casual fan. Texans love football, and particularly their home team. I believe that. I see that emotion, and I see that every time we're out with people. We talk to people there. But then this is somebody else. As a lifetime season ticket member, I have had front row seats to most of the fair weather fan base in all sports. Yesterday was a flat-out embarrassment. I think the Houston Texans need to find a way to monitor which season ticket holders are transferring and selling their tickets.
That's a little drastic.
We're not in China, bro.
Yeah, they can do that. You can do whatever the hell you want. I thought it was
America, man.
You can do whatever the hell you want.
I thought this was America, man.
You can do what the hell you want with your tickets.
What we doing, bro? Now now if you want to shame them for it, that's fine. But don't come over here talking about some get the man involved. Don't go tell the teacher. What is y'all doing, man?
Yeah. I mean, to me, we'll see if it is. All right, I need more time with the team, or is this going to be more of the new normal here? That it's going to have more of a Vegas, LA feel that you're just going to have. Especially I think you said in a break, especially when you start to run into those really rabid fan bases.
Yep.
Like Cleveland's coming up in a couple weeks. That's another one.
Yeah, and the Broncos are one, in case you didn't realize that. They are one of those.
Yeah, the Steelers, the Broncos, Cleveland,
the Eagles
Philly,
last year, yeah.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they started to become that as well. I feel like that may just be the new normal.
Yeah,
and I think the Chargers, Rams, and the Raiders deal with that weekly. It's just kind of a destination city.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's hard to really get with the whole. And look, everybody feel how you want to feel, fan how you want to fan, spend your money how you want to spend your money, or don't spend your money where you don't want to spend it, right? But for me, I don't really identify with the whole jilted lover analysis or the jilted lover comparison of like, hey man, they hurt us and our hearts are broken for the way it went over the last couple of years, and the trust. Like, I wonder how much of that is a factor, and I don't doubt that it is one. It definitely feels like it is one. People feeling like, hey, y'all betrayed us for however many years. It's gonna be hard to get us back just after 10 12 games or whatever it's been. But for me, it was just never like that. Like, I didn't like a lot of the things that were going on around here, but I didn't take it so personally that I was like, hey, I could just never. Like, my thing was more so, hey, if they gonna put that pitiful ass football product out there every week, every season, then yeah, I get how that's not entertaining, how that's not worth spending your money on, and I get people not showing up for that. But okay, they have now put together better football. Like, it is a better product to purchase your money on and to go out for some type of fun leisure experience, however it is you consume a football game. So to me, the experience is better because the product is better, and to me, that should translate to more people wanting to be around it. Yeah. But it has not yet.
I hope for and it seems like the players are talking. CJ brings it up often. And I hope for the players that it does get back to that, because one thing we do know, and you guys have been here longer. Obviously, you guys are born and raised here. It doesn't feel that way at the Astros games. Like, it doesn't feel like at any point like you would hear Yankees fans, outduel the Astros, or Angels fans. Well, they don't have fans. The Dodgers fans will outdo the Astros.
What are those?
It doesn't feel so. It can be done, and maybe it took some. I've heard from people it took a while for the Astros to start to.
Oh man, I can remember a day.
Reel that in.
I can remember a day. Even though I will say 2021, you want to talk about embarrassment. I wouldn't say I was embarrassed, but it was a gut punch. Yeah. Watching all those damn Atlanta Braves fans do that stupid tomahawk chalk after they won Game 6 at Minute Maid Park. Did not love that.
All right. Also, speaking of that, here is we were all at NRG yesterday. Houston's biggest annual college football event returns prime time to NRG. It is Wednesday, December 27th. The Texas A&M Aggies, Tyler's Aggies, will take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys, and tickets are on sale now. Check out the TaxActTexasBowl.com now for the best seats and suites on game day. Also, enjoy exciting free bowl week events before the game, like the Carbach Kickoff Concert presented by HEB on December 26th and the Carbach Love Street Tex Fest outside of NRG Stadium. For more information, go and get your tickets. Head to TaxActTexasBowl.com. All right, did you fellas feel any kind of way? I'll start with you, Tyler. Did you feel any kind of way about Tank's injury? Did you just feel it was ball? It just happens the way Titus got hurt, or do you feel like this was something that actually could have been avoided?
I didn't hold too much issue with it, with him being in on that play. I know Skeezy does, but no, I didn't feel anything like that. Just ball sucks. Hate it for him. Hate it for us.
Football. People get hurt in football.
Yeah,
Brandon.
Yeah, and this is the thing that
He's
we
out
did
for the season.
And just to be clear, though, people get hurt in football. That's not a thing that we just learned with Tank Dell's injury, right? We knew that before his injury. We've known that
calf.
but we've known that people get hurt in football.
We do
for as long as we've been following football, right? That's a given.
Yes.
All right. So if that's a well accepted fact, why we got my man out there 5'8", 5'9", 165 pounds, lining up out wide and diving to the goal line to block on a dive play? Why are we doing that? Why do we have the best route runner on the team and someone who the team itself or the offensive coordinator on the team himself will tell you, hey, he's got elite traits. The route running, the getting out of breaks, change of direction, change of speed. He does those things to the point where I would say it's elite. That is a direct quote from Bobby Slowick a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so he does some things at a level that nobody else on the team does.
Yeah.
And that is particularly route running and being fast and changing direction. There was no route running or being fast or changing of direction on that particular play. It was line up out wide and then dive to the goal line and block at the goal line, which, by the way, is something that anybody that's a wide receiver on that team
They're trying to create a little.
Did you feel like they created it?
They're trying to. Maybe it didn't work that time, but maybe they were. No. I would think that Bobby Slowick had him out there as a, hey, maybe they are going to run maybe they are going to pass. Maybe they are going to do something else with Tank at this area of the field to maybe just hold somebody for a second.
Yeah. So Bobby's thinking, you know what they ain't going to be ready for? Tank lining up out wide, and he's just gonna dive straight to the goal line and block.
Someone texted.
They're not gonna be ready for that.
Dang it, Bobby!
Put the tight end there instead. I am more of a understanding. I am more of a proponent of, hey man, if you're gonna try to get physical and run the ball, especially at the goal line where you need a yard, let's not get cute. Let's put our best blockers, or just if you want him to get somebody out of there, have him run a really hard out route or something to pull him away. But
yeah, let's
most of it I think was just ball.
Yeah, I do think it's
he's
just
done
ball.
That a lot of times.
I think it could have happened to anybody, but to me, I don't want my best. I don't want my best route runner out there blocking at the goal line if he's 165 pounds.
Or also your worst, potentially just size wise, your worst
He's a dog. No, I mean he's a dog.
He is,
but the risk versus reward, I mean, come on, it's pretty obvious, man. Let Noah Brown have that assignment, please.
Get Bob Woods that. Why not? I think Xavier. That's what an
empty of them.
All right, Clint. Clint is not in. Obviously had his child, so B Scott was in. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you tomorrow as well. Shout out to Tyler, who did a great job as always, and shout out to all of you as well. DeMeco Ryans coming up behind us. I am Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
When someone else,
yes, sir. Everybody, you gotta stop. And they say no. That's what you
And
got.
they say
No. They say no.
And give it a little attitude. They said no.
And they say
No. I've been dying all day. I've been hearing that.
You think Vandermeer gave it a little head nod with it too?
He had to.
And they say no.
I know it's gonna be.
The Texans' win over the Broncos didn't come without a cost. Tank Dell will reportedly miss the rest of the season with a
oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, no, the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given?
That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
He's the one they call Cap, head coach, and Miko. DeMeco Ryans breaks down the game and sits down for a conversation, taking you both inside and outside the white lines. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans Show, presented by Amagi Bank.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the DeMeco Ryans program, as we have the head coach for you, of course, because that's the name of the show, presented by Amagi Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. On in the show, Jonathan Grenard joins us in studio a day later, a day after the Texans' recent victory, a bounce-back win over the Denver Broncos, 22-17. Also, a little best of Will Anderson on the postgame show, because Will had a big game indeed. So did JG. He had a sack, among other numbers. Will Anderson Jr. getting a lot of national love today. It's about time. He put up the sexy stats, but he's been putting up good numbers and an impact all year long. 2 sacks for Will, the deflected ball, one of Stingley's 2 picks on the day, and numerous other backfield penetrations, pressures, that sort of thing, as the edge setter, the Terminator, will be on the program a bit later. Let's start it off here the way we usually do, with quarterback C.J. Stroud, now the leading passer in the NFL yardage-wise, as he put on another show yesterday through that TD to Nico Collins, was, quote, held, I'll put that in air quotes, under 300 yards, but not by much, and we make too big a deal out of 300 yards sometimes. He's winning, he's awesome, and he's the rookie of the year so far. He talked about the win afterwards, how it shows the Texans' persistence, their ability to withstand adversity, and the rest of it.
It shows our resilience again. We're going to fight to the end, and it's not always going to be perfect. No game is ever perfect. We definitely got to clean some things up, but I think we're taking steps in certain areas that we needed to, and y'all just keep it going. It's hard to win after Thanksgiving, man. It's playoff football. It's already started. The tournament's already started, so we got to just keep it going and stack these wins.
Right. Playoff intensity in the game against the Denver Broncos, a team that was piping hot coming in, having won 5 in a row. Stroud continued about having to take care of the little things in order to keep moving forward.
It's just let's clean up the issues. Let's get better while we can before it's too late. And this game, we shot ourselves in the foot way too much. Had some MAs and things like that, and things on my part. I got to be better. But you don't want to always have to, it don't have to be close, you know. So, and I feel like Denver Broncos team was a great team, but we had a lot of things going to push us forward and put them away. But that's why they won 5 games straight. They don't go away, you know. And that's every NFL team is very special and have talented players. So we just got to get better and learn from our mistakes and keep going and just stay resilient, because that's what we need at this point.
He's right. They don't all have to be close, but they've been close. 8 in a row down to the wire. Texans 5-3 in those games, and one more from CJ on Tank Dell. His buddy, fellow rookie, the receiver, lost for the season yesterday in the game against Denver.
More so than anything, forget football, Tank as a person, I know it's gonna be tough for him to get out of that. And who knows, man? He might be back playing Super Bowl. So let's try to be positive about it. But it's tough, man. I'm hurt. I can't sugarcoat it. I can't come up here and lie and say oh, we'll be all right. Nah, it's not. You know, And I love him to death. I told him that. And 7-3 will be a great duo for the next couple years, man. Right when he gets back, who knows, man? God works in mysterious ways. It might not be that bad of an injury. Who knows? I don't really know. So I love my brother to death, and I'm praying for him, and I'm here for him no matter what.
So personal and professional for C.J. Stroud. The loss of Tank Dell to this football team as they march forward, final 5 games in the regular season, and we'll see where it goes from there. All right, let's get into it now. Our conversation with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. Coach, how's it going?
Going great, going great. Much better after a win.
Always better after winning. You got another one. You're 7-5 now, headed for the New York Jets. We'll get into that in just a moment. But a few things about the victory over the Broncos. And down to the wire you went once again, 8th consecutive week of this. And do you get better at this as time goes on? You think the guys are going to really thrive on this in the future, knowing that they can pull these games out in these situations?
Yeah, there were a lot of moments in that game where I felt like we could have closed it out earlier. But the way I think when you're in those games, the guys just know you keep battling. No matter what happens, you just keep battling. All right, if they're not in, we still have a chance. And that's just the mentality of our defense. In that moment, they knew they still had a chance to make a stop. And, credit to Jimmy, credit to Jonathan, all right, for getting after Russell, at that proper time to force a bad throw, and Jimmy for going up and catching the ball. But, you say 8 consecutive weeks of being in those games, it's I say if you told me that before the season, I would take it.
Yeah.
Because hey, got an opportunity there to compete, to finish and win the games.
Well, you got a younger heart than some of us, Coach. So it's a little tough to withstand, but it's awesome to see your guys execute. And one of the things, Will Anderson was in here with Brandon and Sean after the game, and they were talking about physicality. And Will kind of smiled and said, Coach DeMeco said that's what he wanted from us. That was the first thing that you put on the whiteboard this week for them. Physicality. That was a big deal, especially against a team like Denver. How do you feel physicality-wise? How did you feel physically-wise that you guys held up or showed out or dominated, however you look at? How did you look at the physicality of the game?
Yeah, I feel like we definitely won the physicality part of the matchup, starting with Will and just how he rushed against their tackles, right? And that was the plan. I told him how I want you to start this game. Nothing fancy. I wanted to be physical. I want you to knock him back and go get after the quarterback. And that will set the tone for everyone else on the defense. So the Will started it off, and then the way, it's just effort plays all across the board from Desmond, all right, from Rankins coming out of the stacks. Just everybody was just flying around, right, playing relentless and playing physical, knocking them back.
Do you sense that, and that's a great point you brought up, do you sense that if you have one of your guys, a big hit, something big happens right away, that juices up your sideline?
Oh, definitely. You're looking for it. Most of the time it's Neville on a kickoff that gets us going.
Yeah.
And got to tell Nev, he's been missing for a few weeks, got to get him back going. But anybody who starts it off with a big hit, right, or a big play, I think energizes our entire team, not just defense, but it energizes the team. Offensive guys feel that when they step out there. Yeah. Now they want to play a little bit more physical, and that's what we want to. So we want to be as a team. I just honestly, I believe football is meant to be played with a physical style of play, and that's what we want to put on display.
Boy, you were able to get after Russell Wilson enough to the tune of 3 interceptions, including the big one at the end. And what went into that, Coach? Because he was not throwing picks lately.
It starts with the coverage. I think the guys did a really good job, starting with the safeties, of disguising the coverages, right, and really making Russell have to take that second hit. Most of the time you see him on film, he's able to, hit his first read in the progression. But for us, the way guys disguise and they kind of made it muddy for him, he had to hold it a little bit longer. And then our D-line really challenged those guys this past week to really execute our stunts and our games up front. And when we execute and all 4 guys are on the same page, they have the proper footwork, right? They have their eyes in the right place. Now that's when that pocket starts to collapse. Russell is running out, and we have guys who have that speed, Will, right, and Jonathan have the speed to go and get Russell down.
Coach, we've always talked about, and I've heard you say this a few times, I want to expand on this, rushing coverage got to work together. They've got to be able to work together. I feel like yesterday was the perfect example of that.
Oh, it was. I mean, when you hold a team, right, a team goes 0 on third down, it all starts with the coverage and guys being in a proper place, and we weren't as good as we should have been in the past, giving up some big plays on third down that allow drives to keep going. Got the corners, the safeties, the backers, they were where they're supposed to be, and Russell couldn't just rifle the ball in there because, we had guys exactly where they're supposed to be. And now he has to hold the ball. Now, Rush, are you doing what you're supposed to do? And that's how the rush and coverage ties together. The coverage is just to make the quarterback take another hitch, right? We tell the D-line, hey, we're going to give you 2 hitches, and you have to get him down.
Coach, Nico Collins had a monster game, as you know, almost 200 yards. He's almost at 1,000 on the season right now. And, we've talked about him before. Saw flashes of this, but you're seeing remarkable consistency here in going to get the deep ball and some of the tough, shorter catches as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing that sticks out, Mark, is just the consistency. It's every week you can count on Nico to show up. It's, he has great hands, right? Some of those deep passes that he's catching, I was like, man, how can you – he was turning like 3 different ways in the end zone. It's like I wouldn't have been able to catch that ball, but the focus that he has in the moment, right, the confidence that Nico has, I mean, it shows up every week. And CJ is feeling that. CJ knows he can rely on Nico to show up, and he's gonna come down with a big play.
DeMeco, we talk about, Nico. We talk about Will, JG, Jimmy Ward. I mean, guys making plays, and they're out there for 40, 50 plays. But you seemingly have had some guys the last couple of weeks where it's been one play in the game, but they're massive plays. Des King has the stop against the Jags. Dare finds a way to get on that fumble. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but that fumble then led to a punt, which you got to think Sting got the interception shortly thereafter for a couple plays. You say this a lot. Everybody's got to contribute, and it feels like the last couple of weeks, even though we didn't win last week against Jacksonville, it feels like everybody is contributing, no matter it's one play or 100 plays.
Yeah, and that's the message to the team. I was like, man, it took everybody in this room. Yeah. Right, and no other, man, what about Davis? He steps in, and everybody is just as calm on like, hey, no problem. Whenever CJ's ready to come back, we'll be fine. But Davis, it's not just runs, right? We have the confidence that, hey, we can throw passes with Davis, and he'll make the proper read, go exactly where he's supposed to go with the football and protect the ball. So it's everybody stepping up, everybody contributing, like our punt team and the way they had to cover, right? 3 times they had to cover, right? That's exhausting. But to see guys continue to strain, all right, Cam continue to, all right, kick, great balls, even though he's under duress a little bit, and the way our guys cover, D'Angelo Ross down there to force one, and we got called back. But to see his effort on the one where we're tackling inside the 10-yard line, is every guy, whoever it may be, if you're suited up for the Texans on game day, we expect you to help us in any way you can.
I know you've been asked a lot about Tank so far since yesterday, Coach, but on that subject, you always preach about togetherness and guys being as one and having fun playing the game. And is that the kind of thing that can really help you moving forward as you try to rally without Tank and really for Tank in some ways too?
Yeah, we have to rally for Tank, and it's going to take everybody, starting in that receiver room. Everybody got to step up, right? The plays that Tank made, how do we make up for those that Tank made for us, those explosives? We need someone to step up in that room, and I know whoever it may be, is Mechie, is Hutchinson, right, Noah, right? It's time for guys to step up in that room, and everybody got to play well around them as well. But we'll definitely miss Tank, and he's a big part of what we did, especially offensively, right, and how we were able to thrive offensively, because you can always count on, right, Tank, CJ, that connection, making a play. And I was joking with the guys in the team meeting. One that said, I told my wife to get me a Tank Dell jersey for Christmas, because that's my favorite player. So it hurts me, losing him, because of just see that smile on his face every time I walk into a team meeting. It just brightens my day. So it hurts everyone losing him.
Well, Coach, this might be a strange question, but I think about Brevin Jordan a lot, and you see the plays that he's making yesterday. And I feel like confidence is a big deal for a lot of players. And I don't know whether it's the case for Brev or not. It feels like it, just having seen Brev the last few years, like when he's got some confidence, he feels like he could catch 100 balls in a game. What have you seen from Brevin? And is there that part of it that he's got a little confidence now that he's made some plays that maybe more will come of it?
Yeah, what I saw from Brevin was last week, his best week of practice, right? I seen him making those plays in practice, making catches. You see him going up, aggressive with his hands, being confident, right? And then he shows up on game day, and he had just this juice. Yeah. He had this energy about him, this enthusiasm. I was like, okay, Brev, you ready to go, huh? And then to see him make a few plays, to see the way he finished on our sideline, running their guys over, and it's like, yeah, this is awesome to see Brev operating this way. You see the playmaker that he can be for us, and we need to see Brev continue to progress in that manner.
Yeah. Coach, you talk about swarm and also attack the ball. You mentioned it post-game. It's written on the wall in the meeting room. I saw it on TV, so it's okay. We can reveal this. But that philosophy, it's not just stripping the ball, it's intercepting the ball. It's you own the ball, right?
Yeah, you own the ball, and it's not just defense. It's also offense, like our receivers. Attack the ball. How are you going up and catching the ball? When you're in a defender is on you and it's a contested catch, you go with aggressive hands, you attack the football, right? And, of course, on defense, right, we always talk about first guy there, you make sure you secure the tackle, second man in. How are you coming in? How are you attacking the football? What's your plan to get the ball out? And also for our DB, Stingley, going up on the post route. And what a catch by him, man, to go up and snatch the ball the way he it was so impressive, man. But that's attacking the football.
Is Bobby asking if he can play receiver? No. Let's not go there. I'm just going to ask this because I know we heard a lot about it. I saw it happen right in front of me, so I know I got a lot of questions about it. What did the officiating crew tell you about the non-fumble touchdown situation?
Oh, yeah. So they said that he was the forward progresses. Once they call forward progress, it stopped. And then so the play is done after that. But
was there a whistle? I didn't hear a whistle. I got headphones on, so I don't know.
All right, let's cut it off right there before anybody gets fined. I'm get back to conversation with head coach DeMeco Ryans, also Jonathan Grenard, Will Anderson Jr., and Jimmy Ward on the PA system in the stadium. This is awesome. It's all coming up here on the DeMeco Ryans Show. It's Texans Radio.
More of the DeMeco Ryans Show, presented by Amity Bank, continues in a moment.
I'm Steve Naylor. We're a manufacturer in the HVAC business. The reason why we've been with Amity Bank all this time is because they meet our needs. They're very responsive and they react quickly. We can call them up anytime and they work really hard to get us what we need. They are absolutely invested. Amity Bank is very involved with what we're doing and they want to hear our story and they want to know how they can help us. They make you feel like you're part of the family.
Amity Bank. Here, you grow. A division of Zions Band Corporation N.A. member FDIC.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My life coach has a terrible life.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
It's the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. And if you see a better price, we'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Taking responsible care of our planet is essential to our mission at Burns & McDonnell. We help you move projects forward with feasible, sustainable solutions while keeping you in compliance with environmental regulations. It's all part of our comprehensive engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental services. Now 25 years strong in Houston. Learn more and how we're making clients successful at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
The Texans knocked off the blazing hot Broncos.
CJ fakes to give. He has a lot of time. Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We're going to fight to the end. And it's not always going to be perfect, but it's hard to win after Thanksgiving, man. It's playoff football. It's already started. The tournament's already started, so we got to just keep it going and stack these wins.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio
in spectacular fashion
is on the way.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
The Holiday Blaze Outdoor Kitchen Sale is going on now at Texas Star Grill Shop. From high-end grills, fridges, griddles, power burners, Blaze has everything you need to build the outdoor kitchen of your dreams. Blaze Grills, where grilling starts and flavor begins, offering the best-in-class lifetime warranty on valves and all stainless steel parts. Make memories with friends and family by creating an amazing outdoor kitchen and bring the party outside with Blaze. Save big during the holiday sale on Blaze. Texas Star Grill Shop with the best price. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
The Houston Texans and Amegy Bank are proud to announce Cosmic Ice Cream Company as a 2023 Small Business Boost winner. Cosmic Ice Cream Company has locations in Webster and Spring Branch and specializes in homemade ice cream novelties like ice cream nachos, ice cream flights, and their signature Cosmic Bar, a fruity pebble marshmallow treat stuffed with lemon poppy seed muffin ice cream. Visit CosmicHTX.com to learn more and find a location near you. Congratulations, Cosmic Ice Cream Company, on being a 2023 Amegy Bank Small Business Boost winner.
Now, back to more with the head coach, the DeMeco Ryans Show, presented by Amegy Bank.
Keeping it going here on the DeMeco Ryans program, presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. All right, after the game, the win over the Broncos, 22-17, Drew Doherty on the field caught up with Jimmy Ward, who had the game-winning interception, an unofficial NFL stat. He had it, though. We all saw it, 3rd down and goal from the 8, and Ward got it, and the Texans took a knee, and that was it. But Drew Doherty caught up with Jimmy Ward right after that. It was moments ended, and he's on the PA, he's on the air, and this is what it sounded like. It was brief, and it was awesome.
And look who it is, the man who just came down with that interception. We got Jimmy Ward.
Stand up, H-Town. We did this for y'all.
You said stand up, H-Town. We did this for y'all. Tell me about that last play. What happened?
Nico, Coach Burke, they put us in a great call. It was in quarter defense. You know, we know Russell liked to scramble the ball, so we had eyes back on the quarterback. He threw it up. I made a play. Game over.
You had good position. That guy's strong and big and tried to rip it away from you, but he didn't have enough strength, did he?
Nah, that's my first one of the season. I wasn't going to let that go.
Hey, how big a day was this for this defense as a whole? They got tried time and time again, but they come up big at the end with you. Stingley has the 2 picks as well. Will Anderson gets the sacks. Jonathan Grenard gets the sacks. You guys stand up, didn't you?
Yes, sir. We stand up. When the offense needed us the most, man, we just played good defense and great offense. Special teams had a day too, man, so you got to give them a shout out.
How nice is it to have a day like you had, considering where you'd been the last few weeks?
I've been on the shelf. I needed to make a play, man, for my team.
All right, last thing. Where is this Texans team headed?
Man, we're trying to get into the playoffs. You know, that's the only thing that matters. So we can't focus on any other games. We got to focus on next week. We got to bring home that dub.
All right, one more time. Let's hear it for Jimmy Ward.
Stand up, baby.
I love that so much. All right, let's talk about the playoff picture. He brought it up. Heck, look, they're one game at a time, but we can talk about the playoff picture. And in fact, it's the first time we're really talking about the playoff picture regarding the Texans in 4 years. Since 2018. So let's get into it a bit here, as the Texans are currently the 8th seed. That means they're 1 game out. But before you freak out, I know you've probably looked at this already today if you're listening to this show, but maybe you haven't. You're getting in your car. You want to know the situation. There are 4 teams in the AFC tied with 7-5 records. All of this is relevant, but it will be made irrelevant in the coming weeks because the Texans play a couple of these teams in the coming weeks. And with a tied record, look, you can knock them out. You can knock out the Colts on the final day of the regular season. You can knock out the Browns on Christmas Eve. So even if everybody so-called wins out, you can knock out the teams that you need to knock out. Obviously, everybody's not going to win out because you have the teams playing each other, as I pointed out. The Steelers 7-5. Yeah, the Texans beat them, but they lost to the Colts. So the Colts are a division foe, and that is the first tiebreaker among many teams tied with the same record in a wild card situation. There will be a quiz on this later. In other words, you got a lot of work to do, and there's a long way to go. 5 weeks in the NFL is a fairly long way to go, but you have the opportunities in front of you in the crosshairs to take care of business and get yourself to the postseason. The most important thing, though, is the one game at a time phenomena. Win at New York on Sunday, noon kick at the Meadowlands. Let's get back to it, our conversation with the head coach.
I know you were asked a question in your press conference, Coach, about, well, you know, we've had a lot of close games that you've won by only a short amount, a small number of points. But there have been moments in these games where it could very easily be 8-17. That would have been 23-3 if that goes the other way. I would imagine that's maybe a lesson for the guys to be able to say, hey, look, you know, we can put these teams away. We got to just do it no matter what happens. How do you kind of look at that situation?
Oh, yeah. We always look at those moments. Like, I look at our offense. Like, we're driving down. We're in the red zone a lot. Like, but can we punch it in, right? And get in the end zone, right? And now you're talking about we may be up 3 scores on this team in the first half. If we punch it in the end zone, or we settle for field goals there. Matt, great job of kicking it in. But, man, that's the opportunity, right, to play with Dez. Like, if it goes our way, yeah, we don't want to be in these close games, right? We want to be able to, you know, control the game. And that was kind of our mindset, right? Our key to victory is, can we control the game, right? Being great on first and second down, right? Winning third down. And we didn't control the game how we wanted to, especially in, felt like we were good in the first half, but the second half, offensively, we didn't control the game as best as we did in the first.
I think the listeners might be interested. When you talk to officials during the game, there's really nothing you can say that's going to overturn the call at that point, right? Unless it's under review or whatever, and maybe still nothing you can say that's really going to affect it unless they see something. So what is that like for you as a coach? Because you're really wanting something to happen, but are you just trying to get clarification on things?
Yeah, sometimes I'm just getting clarification. I had to learn. I was telling my family this. I had to learn to, like, don't go crazy on the officials. They're not going to pick up the flag. They're not going to change anything. You know, I'm losing my mind a couple weeks ago when they hit CJ, and I feel like it should be a stuffing penalty, and they don't call it, and I'm going crazy. And nothing happens. So it's like, all right, what you got this week, buddy? We can keep it moving.
Because I watched you talking to the refs when they were giving you the description, and I could tell you weren't happy because I've gotten to read DeMeco Ryans' body language, you know, this year, but I can tell you weren't happy about it. But there's a moment, it's 4th and 2, first quarter, and call for false start. Singleton comes through. He and CJ have a little bit of a dust-up, and CJ starts standing up to him. And now you got a little brouhaha. You got George, you got Shaq running in. Shaq just, hit all kinds of craziness is going on. CJ said afterwards, I'm going to stand on business. This is my house. I'm protected. What was your kind of thoughts as you're watching your quarterback kind of go through that situation?
Oh, man. I love that moment. I really love that moment. Right, you got a linebacker who's trying to, mess with our quarterback. And this guy had been barking the whole game. Right, and to see CJ just stand up. Like, hey, this is our house. You're not going to push us around. Like, I love that moment, right? That was my moment of the game, to see him stand up and then to see Shaq and George come and have his back. But anytime you can do that and you get a free 15 yards, we'll take it every single time.
I think in the offseason we're going to have a DeMeco Ryans all-opponent team for some of the opposing players who look pretty – Singleton's kind of a beast now. He was making a lot of plays yesterday, but you overcame it, obviously. Let's get into this a little bit. The New York Jets, you go to MetLife Stadium, you play Robert Saleh's team, defense that, despite everything they've been going through, man, they look tough. They're hard to score points against, Coach.
Yeah, this defense is probably one of the toughest defenses we'll face this year. I know their record doesn't say so, but, I mean, you talk about a front that has multiple guys. They roll those guys. They have about 8 guys up front they can roll, and they all are really good players up front. That's where it starts. And then their secondary, we talked earlier about Stingley and Sauce, but their secondary full of young players who are making plays. Tony Adams, Sauce Gardner, they have really young, playmaking. Michael Carter at the nickel position, really good defensive unit. right? And this, we're not going into this game thinking like, hey, their record doesn't say who they truly are, right? You have to be dialed in. We have to be on our game to go and play against these guys because I know there will be a tough opponent.
Do you have to fight against, because you know Robert so well, do you have to fight against he thinks I'm going to do this, so I'm going to do that, so I'm going to do this, and he thinks this, because you do know each other that well and that these teams are going to have some intimate knowledge of one another because you guys have spent so much time together. You have to kind of fight that in some sense, Coach?
It's funny you asked that. I was just in my office. I was starting to watch some of their tape, and I'm like, well, he probably is thinking. And it's like, DeMeco, don't overthink this.
Just what you see is what you get.
What you see is what you get, and I had to step away from it for a second right before, and I was like, man, it's not going to be about that. They know what we do. We know what they do. But at the end of the day, coaches aside, it's going to be about the play and up making plays, and that's what it always comes down to.
What if I could go into a time machine and go back to 06, 07 and tell you right then, hey, you're going to be a head coach, Robert Sala's going to be a head coach, Kyle's going to be a head coach, LaFleur's going to be a head coach, McDaniel, I think, was gone by that. But amazing. It's a coach's cradle at that point in history for this franchise.
Wow. There's no way I would ever guess that, especially with my man Sala. He was the defensive QC. He was sitting in the back, probably so tired from all the drawings and stuff. He'd be falling asleep in the meetings. He was just, it's impressive to see all of the guys, of course, that you named that have came through this organization and are now head coaches. It shows, what the system that Coach Gary Kubiak ran, Coach Mike Shanahan, just shows like how they ran organizations. It still carries over even until this day.
How hard are those jobs that those guys were doing back then? And you eventually had to do something similar in San Francisco where you're quality controller, however they label it now.
Those are very tough jobs. Like when we come into a day like today, like Sunday, it's after the game, right? We just finished playing the Broncos. Well, our quality control guys, they need to have all the Jets games broken down. They need to have all the data in. So we come in today like we are rolling. We don't have time for them to go back and break down a game. The game they played last night or yesterday, that game should be broken down before anyone gets in the building in the morning. So it's a lot of tedious things that kind of, go under the rug, but they are very important roles that allows coaches to be more efficient when they hit the film. They can study it more efficiently. They can get the information to the players, right, in a tighter manner.
What was that role like for you, Coach? Because you played in the NFL. You played it a number of years. Everybody knows, especially here in Houston, you knew how you understood the game and all that. But when you become a QC, obviously, let's just say it, they're a low man on the coaching totem pole. Yeah. And so there you are. What was that like for you? And how much for you was it about kind of learning how to be a coach, learning the game? How much kind of was all that in that role for you?
Yeah, I really had to know I wanted to coach because living out of California, I paid to coach my first year.
It is true.
And so it's a humbling role, right? But it taught me a lot just as I continue. You study a lot of film, so I'm inputting a lot of data and you start to pick up on these tendencies, and as I'm typing things in, it's like, oh, I see this formation. Oh, I know what play it is. Right. Before I even hit play, I can type the play in based on this formation. So you start to see things in a different light, all right? And you have to be prepared. It teaches you to be very organized, and you better be correct, especially with Salah. He's always, him being a former QC, he was a stickler for the information, being correct. Right, make sure you were on topic because if he wasn't, he would call you out on it. So it was good working for him. The guy was a former QC. He knows all that work that goes into it. Yeah.
All right, the Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Last week it was Christmas music, but this week the holiday movies, Coach, or TV shows. Do you have a favorite or two? Watching something right now that you like or at least tolerate? What is going on?
We actually watched a movie last night. For the first time in a long time, I cut off Sunday Night Football, and we watched Candy Cane Lane.
Oh, yeah, with Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy and Tracy Ellis Ross.
Was my neighbor at Brown.
Really?
She was right next door my freshman year. She was
That was a really good movie. Kids enjoyed it. We enjoyed that one. I always thought Elf was a funny.
That's a good one.
Yeah, Will Ferrell. That was a good movie as well.
Is that okay for the kids?
Not okay for the kids.
Oh, okay. Not age appropriate.
I don't know. Once they're teenagers, my kids love that. I looked at my YouTube saved history. My wife has 100 Hallmark Christmas movies on there.
Oh yeah.
I'm those aren't good for the kids either. I don't know. I think I meant to say Lifetime movies, not Hallmark movies. Am I right? Anyway, we don't have to discuss holiday movies right here. I just thought I'd do a little bit of that. And let's get to this now. Jonathan Grenard, we talked to him today, a day later, following the Texans' win over the Broncos. He had a sack in the victory, among other good things that JG did, like that pressure that led to the pick that sealed the deal. And also, Will Anderson, a little best of Will on the post-game show with Sean Pendergast and Brandon Scott. Let's get to it all here on the DeMeco Ryans program. It's Texans Radio.
There's more of our exclusive talk with head coach DeMeco Ryans on the way.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given?
That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever?
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
People take their chili seriously. At Whataburger, we also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The Whataburger Chili Cheeseburger, made to order with our own chili on 2 all-beef patties, melty cheese, onions, mustard, and crunchy corn chips. This is chili elevated to burger height. The Chili Cheeseburger is back for a limited time. Whataburger, just like you like it.
C.J. Stroud and the resilient Texans knocked off the Broncos to move to 7-5 on the season. The playoffs are well within reach, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's business to take care of in the Big Apple on Sunday.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. Play here.
This is Texans Radio.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
When you need a hard-nosed, driven, always got your back teammate that never let you down, you need John Deere and Brookside at your side. Why? Because there's no quit in us. Brookside has the right equipment to tackle your job on any field or turf. Score a big win with our team. Brookside, your Houston area dealer for everything John Deere. Find our 9 locations at BrooksideUSA.com. Brookside, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans. That's BrooksideUSA.com.
The Houston Texans and Amegy Bank are proud to announce Cosmic Ice Cream Company as a 2020 23 small winner. Cosmic Ice Cream Company has locations in Webster and Spring Branch and specializes in homemade ice cream novelties like ice cream nachos, ice cream flights, and their signature Cosmic Bar, a fruity pebble marshmallow treat stuffed with lemon poppy seed muffin ice cream. Visit CosmicHTX.com to learn more and find a location near you. Congratulations, Cosmic Ice Cream Company, on being a 2023 Amity Bank Small Business Boost winner.
We're back with more of the DeMeco Ryans Show. Presented by Amity Bank.
Let's get right back to it here on the DeMeco Ryans program. As after the game, Will Anderson, he had a huge afternoon against Denver. First of all, let's start with Derek Stingley Jr. 2 interceptions, 4 on the year. That's 3 consecutive games with a pick, and 4 in 3 games, and 5 in 14 games played in his career. Now, he's the number 3 pick in the draft last year. The number 3 pick in the draft this year, Anderson, 2 sacks in the game. He has 5 on the season right now. And afterwards came into the studio to talk a little bit about the victory and what's to come with Brandon Scott and Sean Pendergast. Scott filling in for Clint, whose family had another baby. Congratulations, Clint. But this is a little best of that conversation with Will and with Brandon and Sean Pendergast.
Will, congrats on the win. Take us inside the locker room, man. How was Coach DeMeco's speech today to you guys after the game?
Man, it was awesome. He's always so, fired up. And that's why I love playing for him, man. Regardless, he's always the same guy every day, and his energy is just so contagious. And I think that's why, everybody loves playing for him, because he's just up, have the same energy, and he just loves the game of ball, and it just spreads throughout the locker room.
So you almost got to Russell on the first play of the game. I've talked to you about this before, about making a play on the first play of the game. Is that an indicator to you that, hey, today's going to be different, or I might have a matchup advantage? Or, how are you feeling when you make an impact play on the very first play of the game?
I think for me, I don't, really, worry about that. I think for me, I'm just trying to say, how consistent can I be? How good can I keep doing my job, playing and play out, every time I step on the field? How am I impacting the team? And I think Coach always puts on the board, how are you helping the team? So, that's my main thing when I walk on the field, when I get on the field, is how I'm going to benefit the team and how I'm going to help. And it's really just me doing my job and having fun and celebrating with the guys around me.
Yeah, you guys have taken some big steps defensively this year, no doubt about that. Take us through that final series. You know, they're driving down the field. They get, deep into the red zone on you guys. And then Jimmy Ward makes the big play to close out the game with the interception in the end zone. Take us inside the huddle. What was the conversation like? And talk about that final play that sealed the game for you guys.
Yeah, I just got to hit on Jimmy right quick, man. Big-time player, big-time plays when they're needed, man. And Jimmy's just a guy that's just been, consistent, all year, man. He brings so much energy to this team. He's a great leader, great captain, man. We're so happy to have him, man. Everybody looks up to him. He gets us fired up before the game. But, man, just that whole drive was just everybody locking in and doing their job and blowing up. We can't let them in. We got to own the red zone, and that's one thing that we want to improve on is, not letting people in the red zone when we get down there. And I think we did a phenomenal job this game of, hey, we owned it. It's let's go, can really win. We're all on the same page. Nobody can stop us. So it was really just a great feeling just to see everybody just go out there and dominate their one-on-ones, go out there and do their job to the best of their abilities. And, when we're not in our own way, we're a really good football team.
Will Anderson Jr. joining us here on the Postgame show. So along those same lines, the Broncos were credited a lot for playing bully ball over this last 5-game winning streak. Yeah. And I thought that just inherently was a challenge to you guys to come out. How do you respond to the bully? And what kind of physicality do you bring as a team? How much was that a focus for you guys? How much was that really a part of the strategy and just coming out and imposing your will as much as they have in their last 5 games?
I promise you that was the first thing Coach DeMeco put on the board. The first thing was physicality.
How did I know?
The first thing he put on the board, when we do our keys to victory, he said physicality is going to win us this game. And I think everybody took that as a challenge. We all grown men here. Ain't nobody finna come, especially in our house, and just bully us. And I think he really made it a point, hey, either y'all can get bullied or y'all can go out there and be the bully. And I think everybody accepted the challenge really well.
I saw that in CJ's face when the linebacker tried to come up to him a bit. put his face back in front of his, right?
Because that's what it's all about, man. Like, you just got to show people, like, hey, like, we the Texans too. Like, we grown men like you. Like, we put our pass on just like y'all put y'all pass on and everything like that. We bleed just like y'all bleed. So that's what Texans football is all about.
Love it. Will Anderson joining us here on Texans Radio. What does it say about this team that you guys are finding all these different ways to come up with these wins late in the game?
Yeah, man, it's just about everybody trusting each other, offense having our back, and we having the offense back. Go out there, and we know it's crunch time. Everybody got to step up automatically. Like, we know how much the offense put in. Those guys work tremendously every play, like, to make something happen. Like, CJ's been doing a phenomenal job. Offensive line, running backs, receivers, like, they've been doing an awesome job. So, like, for us, we like, come on, like, we getting points on the board. We getting movement. Like, we got time. Like, they taking time off the clock. So, like, when we get out there, we really just got to either get the ball back for them or execute, get them to third down and get off the field. So I feel like we just take that as a challenge. Like, how can we get the offense back on the field? But it's really just trust and everybody just going out there, having fun and doing their job so we can get the offense back on the field.
All right, there's a little best of with Will Anderson Jr. and Sean Pendergast and Brandon Scott on the post-game show. Now, Johnny and I catch up with Jonathan Grenard. He had a sack. He has 8 on the year. This happened a day later following that win over the Broncos. Old friend of the program.
Yes,
how's it going, JG?
Yes, sir. It's good. It's good. I'm feeling good, man. Really
Well, there was no emphasis on the word old. It's just like you meant that you've been here
within
before.
The young. Within the young, for sure.
It's funny. We've been catching up with you for a few years now, and I was thinking about this because everything is so brand new feeling.